Chapter 1 God Rewards Hard Work. Mingmen Middle School, Class 7, Grade 3. Su Yan gently closed the English textbook in his hand, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Because a pleasant reminder sounded in my ears, High School Liberal Arts +1. Su Yan's mind moved, and a mysterious panel that only he could see appeared before his eyes. System: God Rewards Hard Work. Host: Su Yan. Age: 18. Height: 175 centimeters. Constitution: 71. Spirit: 68. Appearance: 70. Skills: Running Proficient 28, High School Liberal Arts Proficient 96 +1. Lottery: Primary Lottery X2. Attribute points: 0. Half a month ago, at the instigation of others, Su Yan confessed his love to Huang Shuowei, whom he had been secretly in love with for a long time. Not only was he ruthlessly rejected and ridiculed by Huang Shuowei, but someone also secretly recorded the incident and circulated it among students. This made him famous, and many people mocked him for being a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Under normal circumstances, Su Yan should have been greatly shocked and never recovered, or even turned evil. But unexpectedly, at this moment, the system came down from the sky. The God Rewards Hard Work system has two major functions. The first is to solidify experience. No matter what you do, as long as you work hard, you will be rewarded. The second is to upgrade rewards. The system divides skills into 4 levels: entry level, proficient, mastered, and perfect. Any skill that is upgraded can receive lottery rewards and attribute point rewards. Attribute points can be used to increase physical fitness, spirit, and appearance. After integrating the system, Su Yan solidified 2 skills, namely running and high school liberal arts. Both skills were at the entry level. After half a month of experience, both skills reached the proficient level, and were rewarded with 2 primary draws and 4 free attribute points respectively. He added all 4 free attribute points to spirit, otherwise, his progress in high school liberal arts would not have been so fast. He was only 3 points away from breaking through to the mastery level. Soon, Yuan Jingshan, the head teacher and Chinese teacher, entered the classroom with a stack of papers. The classroom, which was originally a little noisy, suddenly became quiet. Although Yuan Jingshan is a young female teacher in her early 30s, she is very good at managing students. She is quite majestic in front of students, and few people dare to get angry in front of her. The monthly exam results are out, but I'm very dissatisfied with your performance. First of all, the class ranking dropped 1 place from the last ranking. Secondly, some people performed poorly. I won't name them specifically, but I hope you'll learn from your mistakes and be more courageous. After all, the college entrance exam is not far away. At this point, Yuan Jingshan paused and said, however, this time I want to especially praise the next student. Could it be me? Han Yu said secretly, because he performed exceptionally well in this monthly exam. Unfortunately, Yuan Jingshan doesn't like to keep people in suspense. She continued, the student I want to praise is Su Yan. Is it him? When they heard Su Yan's name, most of the students in the class looked surprised. Many people even suspected that Yuan Jingshan was speaking in a sarcastic way, but Su Yan's performance was hovering around the bottom 3, so there was no room for improvement, right? Could it be that this guy handed in a blank paper? At this moment, a gentle smile appeared on Yuan Jingshan's serious face. She looked at Su Yan and said, Su Yan, you made great progress in this monthly exam. Your score ranked 30th in the class. I hope you can keep working hard. There are exactly 60 students in Class 7 of Grade 3. If Su Yan could rank 30th this time, it means that he had stepped on the other 30 people. How is that possible? Suddenly, an unwilling exclamation was heard, Teacher Yuan, could it be that the ranking statistics are wrong? In fact, what she wanted to say was that she was questioning Su Yan's cheating, but she said it more tactfully. At the same time, Huang Shuowei was not the only one who questioned Su Yan's performance, so everyone focused their attention on Yuan Jingshan, waiting for her answer. I know many of you are suspicious of Su Yan's results. Yuan Jingshan looked at everyone and slowly explained, after the results were tabulated, the other teachers and I had our doubts. So, we reviewed the surveillance video from this monthly exam and found no evidence of Su Yan cheating. Yesterday, we even called Su Yan into school and had him take a similarly difficult exam. We concluded that Su Yan didn't cheat. After hearing what Yuan Jingshan said, Huang Shuowei had to give up even though she was unwilling. At the same time, her inner emotions became extremely complicated. Half a month ago, Su Yan confessed his love to her. Not only did she reject the other party, she also belittled him. She would be very happy if Su Yan continued to sink in the mud, or if he directly merged with the mud. But only half a month later, the other party's grades changed so drastically, and he even stepped on her. So, besides a little regret in her heart, she was more unhappy. After Yuan Jingshan announced the rankings, she began to explain the knowledge points in the test paper. Su Yan listened very carefully. 10 minutes later, a reminder sounded in my ear: High School Liberal Arts Experience +1. 2 o'clock to go. I pulled up the system interface and took a look. I found that my high school liberal arts experience level had reached 98 points. I only needed 2 more experience points to upgrade. There are not many knowledge points worth explaining. For the next half class, everyone started reviewing. Su Yan naturally would not waste time, but instead studied hard. When the bell rang for the end of get out of class, the system prompt sounded as well, and the high school liberal arts experience reached 100 points of proficiency, and there was an additional word upgrade at the end. With a click of his mind, the word behind high school liberal arts suddenly became Control 0. At the same time, the prompt sounded again. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning an intermediate lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 free attribute points. I'll go. Hearing the system's upgrade announcement and rewards, Su Yan couldn't help but feel overjoyed. You should know that when upgrading from entry level to proficient, the lottery rewards are primary lottery, and only 2 free attribute points are rewarded. Now it is more than double. All the free attribute points he had previously obtained were added to his spirit. This greatly improved his learning efficiency, and now he has gained another 5 points. Considering that there are less than 3 months left until the college entrance examination, if you want to get a good score, it is better to improve your mental strength. So, after a slight hesitation, Su Yan decided to use all 5 free attribute points to increase his spirit. With the addition of thoughts, Su Yan's mental data quickly changed from 68 points to 73 points. After his mental strength exceeded 70 points, Su Yan had an illusion that he seemed to have become a lot smarter, and those vague memories began to emerge in his mind. Then, his eyes fell on the lottery column. Today there are 2 primary draws and 1 intermediate draw. How about trying a lottery? He hadn't used it before because he wanted to collect 3 primary draws to redeem for an intermediate draw, but now the system has rewarded him with an intermediate draw, so there's no need to keep it. Lao Su, you're awesome. We agreed to fight together, but you secretly became stronger. You are making a big splash. Several boys walked up to Su Yan's seat and joked with envy in their eyes. Chapter 2 Style. After sending away the boys who came to congratulate him, Su Yan prepared to draw the lottery. System, conduct a primary lottery first. Ding, start the primary lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the special skill, the Eye of Detection. May I ask if the host has integrated it? Fusion. Su Yan gave the order directly, and then he felt a white light penetrate into his eyebrows, then his eyes turned slightly cold, and the whole world became clear. At the same time, some more introductory information about the Eye of Detection came to mind. Just then, Su Yan frowned slightly, and there was a hint of disgust in his eyes, but it was Huang Shuawei who walked towards him. At first, his liking for Huang Shuawei was due to her appearance. To be honest, I don't know much about her. But after the confession incident, the impression of the other party in his mind has become extremely bad, and the love he had for her has long since disappeared. With a thought, Su Yan used the Eye of Detection on Huang Shuawei. The opponent's data also appeared in front of him. Detection subject, Huang Shuawei. Age, 18. Constitution, 62. Spirit, 67. Appearance, 82. Body type, 83 centimeters. Special, 85. Favorability, 33. As long as the physical value is above 60, it means health, and a mental value of 60 is normal. If it is below 60, the person is either a fool or a mentally retarded person. Also, a beauty value of 60 is not considered ugly. Huang Shuawei, who has a beauty value of 82, is definitely a beauty picked out of thousands. Moreover, she is also good at dressing up, which naturally makes her very attractive to boys. As for the special number in the last column, it represents the number of negative distance contacts with the opposite sex. 5 points will be deducted for each contact. When the number exceeds 8 times and the person is in good health, the special value will remain at 60 points. Once it falls below 60 points, it means that the other person has contracted a certain disease. This is good. Su Yan thought to himself that if he could see the other person's special values, he wouldn't be deceived by women who pretended to be innocent. At the same time, he was also a little surprised that Huang Shuawei's special value was only 85. He didn't expect that she had had negative distance contact with 3 men. In the past, he had heard some bad rumors about her, saying that she had dated Xiao Nan from the aristocratic class. The noble class is another name for class 10 of senior 3. Mingmen Middle School is a private middle school, and the school directors are all wealthy and powerful people in Dongha City. Students in the aristocratic class are special. They do not have to take the college entrance examination because they have already obtained places to study abroad. Therefore, if they want to enter the aristocratic class, they need to pay high tuition fees. Even so, there are still a large number of parents who want to send their children to elite classes. After all, with a resume of studying abroad, after returning home, they will not only look good in terms of face, but will also receive many preferential treatments in other aspects. As for the favorability data in the last column, Su Yan was a little puzzled. It seemed that he was the victim after the confession half a month ago. Why did Huang Shuawei hate him? Su Yan, you don't think that improving your grades will make me look at you differently, do you? Huang Shuawei crossed her arms over her chest and spoke in a proud tone. Upon hearing this, Su Yan was speechless. Huang Shuawei was too narcissistic, so he said calmly, "Don't get me wrong. I study hard for myself. It has nothing to do with you." "Ha, it doesn't matter if you don't admit it." Huang Shuawei's tone was filled with disdain. "Even if you become the top of the class, I will still look down on you." As soon as he finished speaking, without giving Su Yan a chance to refute, the other party turned around and left. What a psycho! Su Yan was almost laughing out of anger. He really didn't know what he was talking about. Continue the lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback card. Would you like to claim it? Receive. The next moment, Su Yan had a golden card in his hand, and at the same time, the card's usage information appeared in his mind. The usage of this consumption cashback card is very simple. After ordering it, the user will get a cashback of 110 on the total consumption in the next 24 hours. For example, if Su Yan spent 30,000 yuan within 24 hours of opening the consumption cashback card, he could get a minimum cashback of 30,000 yuan and a maximum cashback of 300,000 yuan. The only thing that makes Su Yan feel a little regretful is that the pocket money he has accumulated since he was a child is only close to 20,000 yuan. Even if he gets the highest cash back, it will only be close to 200,000 yuan. But Su Yan immediately realized that he was a little greedy. System, conduct the intermediate lottery. Ding, the intermediate lottery begins. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a bottle of primary gene liquid. Would you like to use it? System, if we use the genetic medicine now, will there be any special circumstances? System, please rest assured, host. The genetic medicine is very gentle. After use, it will transform your physique within 3 days. Well, use it. Suddenly, Su Yan felt a ball of cool energy appear in his heart. Then, the cool energy began to spread from his heart and instantly flowed through his limbs and bones. The feeling lasted for 2 minutes before it disappeared. Su Yan's mind moved, and he called up the system panel. System, God rewards hard work. Host, Su Yan. Age, 18. Height, 175 centimeters. Constitution, 76. Spirit, 73. Appearance, 71. Skills, running proficiency 28, high school liberal arts mastery 0. Lottery, none. Attribute points, 0. Before I used the genetic medicine, my physical fitness was 71, and now it has become 76 points, which means that my physical fitness has increased by 5 points at once, and the effect of the medicine has not been completely consumed. It will continue to improve in the next 3 days. In other words, your physical fitness will most likely reach 80 points. Marvelous. Su Yan secretly clenched his fists. The physical fitness of ordinary people is between 60 and 70. Only those who exercise regularly can exceed 70. Once the physical fitness exceeds 80 points, it can be compared with elite soldiers. In a blink of an eye, an afternoon passed. The confession incident that was almost settled was brought up again. And there is also version 2.0. It is said that after Su Yan failed in his confession, he learned from his mistakes and worked hard to attract Huang Shuawei's attention. Finally, in this monthly exam, he moved from the bottom 3 to the 30th place in the class. Even so, Huang Shuawei still looked down on him. Su Yan was not alone, so naturally someone told him about this. Su Yan was still a little annoyed about this. In his opinion, this matter was nothing more than Huang Shuawei fanning the flames behind the scenes to save face, and at the same time, taking the opportunity to elevate herself. How can we cope with this? Su Yan felt that he should remain unchanged in the face of all changes. With the system of God rewards hard work, he was destined to become more and more outstanding in the future. When one day he becomes so outstanding that only Huang Shuawei can admire him, these so-called rumors will be self-defeating. Before I knew it, another 3 days had passed. As Su Yan, the person involved, chose to remain silent, the rumors about version 2.0 gradually subsided. This made Huang Shuawei very unhappy, especially every time she saw Su Yan's calm face, she felt particularly uncomfortable. 3 days later. The effect of the primary genetic medicine was fully demonstrated on Su Yan. First of all, the physical fitness reaches 82 points, which is comparable to that of elite soldiers. In addition, his height also increased by 4 centimeters. In addition, his appearance also increased by 4 points to 75 points. Don't underestimate these 4 points of appearance. He has never received a love letter, but he actually received a love letter today. The third class in the afternoon is physical education. The physical education teacher's surname is Niu and his given name is Niu Jian. He is tall and strong, but he is often sick. Therefore, this physical education class is particularly rare. Moreover, this physical education class is taken together with the aristocratic class. After lining up and running around the playground twice, it is free time. Su Yan, come and play ball with us. Huang Yaofei, a boy from the same class, extended the invitation. Okay. Su Yan readily agreed and decided to see if he could solidify basketball into a skill. He would then spend some time brushing up on it to a proficient level, even though the reward was only a primary lottery and 2 free attribute points. But he doesn't mind. Chapter 3 Conspiracy. Soon, some boys in Class 7 divided into 2 teams and started fighting on the basketball court. A few minutes later, Su Yan heard a system prompt tone. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully solidifying his basketball skills. The next moment, Su Yan pulled out the system panel and took a look, and sure enough, there was an additional basketball skill. The shade of the playground. Xiaonan was chatting and laughing with a girl in the same class. At this moment, Huang Shuawei came over. Xiaonan, I want to talk to you about something. The two walked to the side, and Xiaonan said impatiently, tell me, what's the matter? I want you to help me teach Su Yan a lesson. A hint of hatred flashed in Huang Shuawei's eyes. Hearing this, Xiaonan responded with a sneer, why should I help you? You don't have to help, but if someone only has less than a minute to help, don't blame me. Before Huang Shuawei could finish her words, Xiaonan's expression suddenly changed. He lowered his voice and roared, Huang Shuawei, shut up right there. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you. Will you help? Huang Shuawei asked with a smile. Just this once. Xiaonan's expression changed several times, but he finally compromised, also, don't use this matter to threaten me in the future. Okay, I promise you everything. Huang Shuawei responded proudly. Ding, basketball skill experience +1. Ding, basketball skill experience +1. Ding, basketball skill experience +1. After more than 10 minutes, Su Yan's basketball level had reached the entry level 22 points. He was originally just a basketball novice, but he actually scored 3 goals in a row. Of course, it was also because his classmates were too bad. After all, when we enter the 3rd year of high school, everyone is busy preparing for the college entrance examination, so how can we have so much time to play ball? Suddenly, a group of boys broke into the basketball court, led by Xiaonan from the aristocratic class. Do you dare to have a competition? The feelings of students in ordinary classes towards students in aristocratic classes are quite complicated. Some are envious, some are jealous, and some are disdainful. Generally speaking, students in the elite class only play with students from one class. This is the first time that Xiaonan has encountered such a situation. Don't you dare? Seeing that no one answered Su Yan, Xiaonan's mouth curled up slightly, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. After all, he was just a young man acting on impulse. Provoked by Xiaonan, Huang Yaofei immediately shouted, why should I be afraid of this? Su Yan, on the other hand, looked thoughtful. There are rumors that Xiaonan had dated Huang Shuawei before, so it is very likely that Xiaonan is coming for him. Suddenly, he felt a little more angry. He didn't care about Huang Shuawei, But the other party provoked him again and again. Did she really think he had no temper? At this time, Huang Yaofei began to call the roll. Liang, Johan, Wu Haiyu, and Su Yan, the 5 of us will go up, and the rest of you will be on the bench. Do you have any objections? Su Yan performed quite well on the court just now, so Huang Yaofei directly chose him to play. The news that the two classes were going to play a basketball game spread quickly. Therefore, many students from both classes came to watch the game. This also attracted the interest of PE teacher Niu Jian, who volunteered to act as a referee. The edge of the basketball court. 2 girls got together. Sister Lin, do you think our class has a higher chance of winning this game, or does Class 7 have a higher chance of winning? Of course. Shi Mulin said in a firm tone, except for Xiaonan, the other 4 are all from the school basketball team. The strength of the 2 teams is completely different. The result is already determined. Actually, what I am more concerned about is why Xiaonan did this? Tang Xian said disapprovingly, I guess he just wants to have fun. You don't know him. Shi Mulin shook her head. Xiaonan may be young, but he's extremely lustful. Under normal circumstances, he'd definitely be focusing on picking up girls. How could he possibly be involved in a basketball match? Suddenly, Tang Xian thought of something and said, I think I saw Huang Xuewei from Class 7 come to see Xiaonan. Upon hearing this, Shi Mulin suddenly looked thoughtful, then chuckled and said, I think I understand. Understand what? Tang Xian asked in confusion. Shi Mulin said confidently, if I'm not mistaken, Xiaonan is going after the boy named Su Yan from Class 7. Why? Tang Xian was puzzled. Have you forgotten the rumor from the past 2 days? Oh, I see. Is Xiaonan jealous of Huang Xuewei? Hearing this, Shi Mulin rolled her eyes speechlessly. You think a playboy like Xiaonan would be jealous of his ex? If I'm not mistaken, it should be Huang Xuewei who asked Xiaonan to help teach Su Yan a lesson. Suddenly, Shi Mulin changed the subject. Do you know who is Su Yan? That's Su Yan. Tang Xian pointed at Su Yan on the basketball court. A little handsome. Shi Mulin commented. What's the matter, Sister Lin, are you interested? Tang Xian joked. Don't move your ass. Shi Mulin rolled her eyes at Tang Xian. Although not all students in the aristocratic class were rich and powerful, her Shi family was one of the best in Dongha City. It can even be ranked among the top 10 in the entire Jiangbei province. Therefore, ordinary people are not in her eyes. On the basketball court, Xiaonan was whispering to his teammates, Gangzi Heiran, when the game starts, you must focus on that guy named Su Yan. Make sure he suffers, but don't show it too obviously. Don't worry, with our level of skills, it will be easy to deal with that guy. Shen Gang assured in a firm tone. Okay, tonight at the Twilight Bar, it's my treat, have fun. Xiaonan said with a smile. Hearing this, the other 4 people's eyes lit up. Twilight Bar is the top bar in Dongha City, and the consumption is very high. Although the 4 of them are much better off than ordinary families, it is still difficult for them to spend money at Twilight Bar. Unlike Xiaonan, this guy is a real rich second generation. It is said that his monthly living expenses are as high as 50,000. Soon, the basketball match between Class 7 of Grade 3 and the Noble class officially began. As the saying goes, an expert can tell whether something is good or not just by looking at it. In just 5 minutes, the Noble class scored 5 goals, while Class 3-7 didn't score a single goal. The technical gap was too big. Except Xiaonan. The basketball skills of the other 4 have reached a proficient level. On the other hand, in Class 7, Huang Yaofei's ball skills are around entry-level 50, and the other 3 skills are not much different from Su Yan's. For a moment, except Su Yan, the other 4 were a little discouraged. As for Su Yan, he was guarding against the people in the aristocratic class while gaining experience. As for winning or losing, he doesn't care at all. In a blink of an eye, a few minutes passed and Su Yan had already improved his basketball skills to the entry-level 32 points. Suddenly, he felt 2 malicious gazes. It was Huang Yaofei who passed the ball to him, and then Chen Gang and Li Haoren from the aristocratic class rushed towards him from the left and right respectively. These 2 guys are tall, strong, and extremely fast. Suddenly, Su Yan's heart trembled. These 2 guys were probably not coming for the ball, but for him. Then, he sneered in his heart. He deliberately ignored the other party's sinister intentions and continued dribbling forward. Bang! Bang! The next moment, the 2 rushed up at an extremely fast speed and seemed to collide with Su Yan uncontrollably. Then, Chen Gang and Li Haoren both groaned and retreated. Chen Gang managed to stand firmly, but Li Haoren fell to the ground with a confused look in his eyes. Because he felt that what he had just hit was not a physical body, but a wall. He had no idea that after using the genetic medicine, Su Yan's body was improved in all aspects. Chapter 4, High Vision. Shen Gang and Li Haoren actually have good physical conditions. Shen Gang has a physical condition of 73 points, and Li Haoren also has a physical condition of 71. Their physique is already outstanding among their peers. Sadly, they are just ordinary people. Unlike Su Yan, his body has been completely transformed by genetic medicine and has no shortcomings. Therefore, even if the two of them crashed into Su Yan together, they would not be able to cause any harm to him. Teacher, these two people committed a foul and hit me on purpose. At this time, Su Yan shouted to Niu Jian. Puff! Seeing Su Yan's bold move, Shi Nulin was amused. Huang Xuewei and Xiao Nan's faces turned dark. What's going on with you two? Niu Jian walked up and asked Shen Gang and Li Haoren. Teacher Niu, we didn't mean it, the two argued. Classmate, are you okay? Niu Jian asked Su Yan again. The part that was hit hurts a little, but it shouldn't be serious. Su Yan frowned. Whether you two did it intentionally or unintentionally, apologize to this classmate immediately. Niu Jian said in a deep voice, although he also felt that Chen Gang and Li Haoren had bumped into each other on purpose. There was no surveillance on the basketball court, and the two insisted that it was not intentional, so he had no choice. Of course, this is also the case when Su Yan was not injured, otherwise, this matter will definitely be investigated. Sorry, classmate, we didn't mean it. I'm sorry, classmates, please forgive us. Both Chen Gang and Li Haoren apologized very frankly. I haven't suffered any loss, so I'll accept your apology. Su Yan said this lightly, and when Chen Gang and Li Haoren heard these words, they immediately felt uncomfortable. Do you still want to continue the game? Oxbridge asked. Su Yan looked at Huang Yaofei, who had also realized something. Since the two players' skills were so different, he thought this was the perfect opportunity to end the match. So, he said, forget it, let's stop. The competition ended with a whimper and everyone went their separate ways. Su Yan, be careful, I feel like they are targeting you on purpose. Huang Yaofei patted Su Yan on the shoulder and said. Thanks for the reminder, I understand. Su Yan nodded. On the other side, Xiaonan felt a headache when he saw Huang Xuewei coming to him again. We are done with each other. Don't look for me if you have any problems in the future. But didn't you finish what you promised me? Huang Xuewei sneered. You saw it too. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be knocked away by Chen Gang and Li Haoren, but that guy is fine. What can I do? Xiaonan said helplessly. It is true that he is a rich second generation, but he is not stupid. It is okay to help Huang Xuewei once without getting into trouble, but it is not okay if it causes trouble. I don't care. A hint of resentment flashed in Huang Xuewei's eyes. You must help me teach him a lesson. Hearing this, Xiaonan also became angry. He stared at her fiercely and said, Huang Xuewei, I advise you not to push your luck. I helped you just now because of our past friendship. If you dare to act recklessly again, don't blame me for punishing you. Being stared at by Xiaonan's fierce eyes, Huang Xuewei regained her senses and took 2 steps back in fear. However, she still threatened unwillingly, aren't you afraid that I will? You can do it as long as you can bear the consequences. Xiaonan said this threateningly, and at this moment, Huang Xuewei also realized the gap in status between the two parties. His face suddenly turned pale, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Seeing this, Xiaonan sneered with disdain, get lost, don't show up in front of me again. The next few days. Whenever he has free time, Su Yan will brush up on his basketball skills. Because he discovered that he could gain experience just by hitting the basketball. Through his unremitting efforts, his basketball skills reached the entry level of 100, and the word upgrade was also mentioned later. After clicking on the upgrade, the suffix of the basketball skill became proficiency 0. At the same time, a lot of basketball experience was poured into his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching proficiency in basketball skills. You will be rewarded with 1 elementary lottery draw and 2 free attribute points. First, add the free attribute points to the spirit. His mental strength, which was originally only 78 points, also reached 80 points. These days, whenever Su Yan had free time, he would use the eye of detection to check other people's data. He checked all the students in class 7, and found that there was only one student whose mental power reached above 80 points. It was Su Lia who always ranked first in the exams. The opponent's mental strength is exactly 80 points. Even so, he always ranks first in Class 7 in every exam, and is also ranked in the top 10 in the entire grade. Su Yan tested it. I found that after my mental strength reached 80 points, both my memory and comprehension abilities had improved significantly. The same type of math problem used to take 7 or 8 minutes to solve, but now it only takes 3 minutes, and the whole process is quite smooth. What makes Su Yan even happier is that the time required to gain experience in high school liberal arts skills has also been shortened. There was also a primary draw, which was also used. System, use the primary lottery. Ding, start the primary lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving the proficiency level of Bajikwan. Would you like to merge it? It's actually boxing? Su Yan was delighted. After all, every man has a dream of becoming a martial artist. Fusion. Suddenly, a white light that only he could see merged into his body, and then, memories of practicing Bajikwan for several years appeared in his mind. In addition, there was a force spreading within his body, rapidly tempering his body. 2 minutes later, the fusion of Bajikwan was completed. Su Yan called up the system panel. Host, Su Yan. Age, 18. Height, 179 centimeters. Constitution, 85. Spirit, 80. Appearance, 75. Skills, running proficiency 35, high school liberal arts mastery 15, basketball proficiency 0, Bajikwan proficiency 0. Lottery, 0. Attribute points, 0. Haha, not bad. After seeing the physical fitness column, Su Yan couldn't help but laugh secretly. He didn't expect that after integrating the Bajikwan skills, his physical fitness would actually be increased by 3 points. I closed the system panel and calmed down. Su Yan took out the math test paper and started doing exercises. Su Yan, can you help me explain this problem? A girl with short hair walked up to Su Yan's seat with the test paper and said. The girl with short hair is called Zhouing. Although her appearance is not as good as Huang Shuiwei, her score also reached 81 points. These days she always comes to him with questions to ask. Su Yan is not stupid, so he naturally understands the other party's thoughts. If it were in the past, he would definitely be ecstatic. After all, a beautiful classmate with a score of 80 took the initiative to approach him. But after obtaining the system, his vision and requirements have also improved. When he looks for a girlfriend in the future, he will look for one with a score of at least 90. Besides, the college entrance examination is just over 2 months away. Dating now will not only affect your grades and distract your attention, but also make the chances of going to the same university in the future extremely small. In this case, why not date in college? So, Su Yan carefully told Zhouing his ideas for solving the problem. Suddenly, Su Yan felt a familiar pair of malicious gazes. Without probing, he knew that the owner of these gazes was Huang Shuiwei. This woman is really weird. I clearly didn't do anything to her. But the malice towards him is growing. Chapter 5 Ambush. That evening, a little after 9 o'clock. Dotty Billiard Hall. Huang Shuiwei, who changed her clothes and looked quite pure, appeared here. With a quick glance, she found the target she was looking for this time. Little Bear. Hearing the name Little Bear, Xiong Weiji frowned slightly and looked up suddenly. When he saw the pretty figure standing not far away, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be my sister-in-law. A year ago, he was still working under Brother Bai, and Huang Shuiwei was Brother Bai's girlfriend. Later, Brother Bai was arrested and sentenced for committing a crime, and he took over Brother Bai's position as the leader of the gang. Come to the rest area. Xiong Weiji asked the waiter to bring Huang Shuiwei a bottle of drink. He looked at her with a presumptuous look and asked with a smile, Sister-in-law, do you have something to talk to me about? To be honest, he was quite covetous of this young sister-in-law at first, but unfortunately, he didn't dare to touch her when Brother Bai was around. After Brother Bai was arrested, the other party disappeared. Unexpectedly, a year later, the other party actually came to him and asked for something from him. Yes, I want you to help me teach someone a lesson. Huang Shuiwei said in a deep voice. Who? Xiong Weiji asked in a deep voice. Just a high school student. It's just a high school student, it's no big deal. Hearing that he was just teaching a high school student a lesson, Xiong Weiji's expression suddenly became relaxed. I need to break his right hand. Huang Shuiwei sneered and said, it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. If Su Yan's hand is broken, he will not be able to take the college entrance examination. Did that kid offend my sister-in-law deeply? Xiong Weiji frowned again. Yes, he has indeed offended me deeply. Xiao Xiong, can you help me with this? Huang Shuawei stared at Xiong Weiji. Xiong Weiji's eyes became extremely presumptuous, and he kept wandering over Huang Shuawei. I can help you, but what will my sister-in-law give me as a reward? As long as you break that boy's right hand, I will be your woman. Huang Shuawei gritted her teeth. Okay, it's a deal. The next morning, on the rooftop of a building in Wanzhou International City, Su Yan, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, was practicing Bajiquan, which he had just won yesterday. A round of boxing only takes 5 or 6 minutes. He has fought 3 times now. Experience also increased from proficiency 0 to proficiency 3. He practiced Bajiquan twice more and raised his experience level to proficiency 5 before taking the elevator downstairs. He lives on the 16th floor. His family originally lived in the countryside. Later, his parents made some money by doing small business in other places, and then they bought this house in Dongha City. Nowadays, my parents still do business in other places and only come back during the Chinese New Year. Therefore, he was the only one at home. After taking a shower and changing his clothes, Su Yan put on his school bag and headed towards school. He originally rode a bicycle to school. After obtaining the Heaven's Reward for hard work system and solidifying his running skills, he jogged to school every day, which not only improved his running experience but also exercised his body. He jogged all the way to school and bought a cup of soy milk and 4 large meat buns at the breakfast shop outside the school. Then he ate and drank while walking towards the school. As my physique improved, my appetite also increased a lot. Before he got the system, he could be full with 2 big meat buns, but now he only feels 70% full after eating 4. Fortunately, my parents gave me a lot of living expenses. When he arrived at the classroom, he had already finished his breakfast and threw the garbage into the trash can in the corner. Su Yan walked towards his seat slowly. After stuffing his school bag into his desk, he took out his review materials and started reviewing. Time flies quickly when you review seriously. After the self-study get out of class that night, Su Yan checked the system panel and saw that his high school liberal arts experience had reached 22 points. According to his current progress, he will definitely be able to make it into the top 10 in the class by the next monthly exam. After leaving the school with his school bag on his back, Su Yan trotted home again. When passing by a remote area, someone suddenly rushed out from the side and hit him on the back with a stick. Caught off guard, Su Yan was startled and suddenly accelerated, rushing out a few steps to avoid the opponent's attack. However, at this moment, suddenly, 2 men with sticks appeared in front. He subconsciously looked back and found 2 more people behind him. Together with the person who attacked him, there were 5 people in total. Boy, I advise you to accept your fate and let us break only one of your hands. If you don't cooperate and get injured elsewhere, don't blame us. The man who attacked Su Yan suddenly spoke. Su Yan didn't ask the stupid question of who sent you, because it was useless to ask. He quickly scanned the 5 people. Then he locked onto the person who was speaking, and a fighting spirit surged in his heart. He just acquired Bajiquan yesterday. Isn't this the right opportunity for him to practice? So, boom! Su Yan stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, and the whole person flew out like an arrow. Bang! Ho Yong felt a darkness before his eyes. Then he received a heavy blow on the chest, and the whole person flew off the ground and fell heavily several meters away. After struggling for a few times, he was unable to get up. So you can't stand being beaten? Seeing Ho Yong being knocked away by him with the Iron Mountain kick, he realized that he had underestimated Bajiquan. I'll go. Let's go together. The other 4 thugs were shocked when they saw Ho Yong being knocked away, and then they all waved their sticks and attacked him from the front and back. Seeing this, Su Yan sneered and once again used Bajiquan to attack the opponent. After a while, he knocked all 5 thugs to the ground, and then he took out his cell phone and called the police. Soon, the police arrived. After understanding the situation, they tortured the 5 thugs. However, Su Yan also needed to go back to the police station to take a statement. When taking a statement, Su Yan told the police that he did not know the 5 thugs. He suspected that someone had ordered them to ambush him and hoped that they could find out who was behind it. The person who took his statement was a young policeman. He was very interested in the fact that he could beat up 5 thugs and kept asking him what kind of martial arts he practiced. By the time I got home from the police station, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. Call up the system interface and take a look. Su Yan was pleasantly surprised to find that after a real fight, his Bajikwan experience had increased by 5 points, reaching a proficiency of 10. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but do a few more rounds of boxing and gain 5 experience points before washing up and going to bed. The next day, when Su Yan came to the classroom, he subconsciously looked at Huang Shuawei, because he felt that the group of people who ambushed him last night should have some relationship with the other party. Feeling his gaze, Huang Shuawei glared at him fiercely. Isn't it her? Su Yan withdrew his gaze, because he did not feel that the other party was guilty. It was also possible that the other party was an actor who could hide his emotions. Seeing Su Yan withdraw his gaze, Huang Shuawei breathed a sigh of relief. Because she received a message from Xiong Weiji last night, who told her that he had sent 5 people to ambush Su Yan, but unexpectedly, the guy turned out to be a master. All 5 people he sent were beaten and eventually arrested by the police. He was going to go out of town to avoid the limelight and come back after the matter had settled down. He also told her to be careful and not to provoke the high school student. Chapter 6. The thief's heart is still there. The next few days. Su Yan lives a fairly regular life. I get up in the morning to practice boxing, run to school, do homework, play basketball during breaks, then run home and continue practicing boxing. As a result, his running skills, high school liberal arts, basketball skills, and Bajikwan skills have all steadily improved. Currently, his running skill is at proficiency 60, and his high school liberal arts skills have reached a period of rapid growth after his mental strength broke through 80 points. Now his level is control 99, and he is only one step away from reaching the perfect level. As for basketball skills, it has reached proficiency 20, and finally, Bajikwan skills, it has reached proficiency 65 points. It seems that the liberal arts in high school is just one step away from perfection. Su Yan directly took out a new set of math test papers. After finishing this set of test papers, he should be able to upgrade. Upgrading to mastery grants an intermediate draw and 5 free attributes. So if you upgrade to the perfect level, what kind of rewards can you get? Su Yan is full of expectations for this. Just then, the cell phone rang. It was a call from the police station, asking him to go to the police station today. Put away your phone. Su Yan began to practice questions seriously. Half an hour later, a beautiful reminder sounded in my ears, High School Liberal Arts +1. Pulling up the system interface and taking a look, the suffix of the High School Liberal Arts has become Master 100, and the word upgrade has been added after the number. After clicking on the upgrade, the control 100 suddenly became a perfect 0. At the same time, a large amount of knowledge also poured into Su Yan's mind at this moment, and this knowledge quickly merged with him. At this moment, Su Yan had a feeling that even if he were to take the college entrance examination now, he could easily become the top scorer. Ha! Suddenly, Su Yan discovered a problem. Why did all the liberal arts subjects in high school reach perfection, and why were there numbers behind them? Is it possible to continue upgrading? However, before he could verify it, the system prompt sounded, "Congratulations to the host for winning a high-level lottery, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 free attribute points." Su Yan was delighted again. His eyes fell on the system panel. Currently, his physical and mental fitness had both reached 80 points, with his physical fitness at 85 points and his mental fitness at exactly 80 points. So, these 10 free attribute points are still used to increase spirit? The stronger the spirit, the stronger the learning ability. However, he had already achieved perfection in both liberal arts subjects in high school and could easily take the top spot in any exam, so there was no point in adding more energy. Moreover, after being ambushed, he also developed a certain sense of crisis. So, I hesitated a little. He chose to consume 5 free attribute points to increase his physique to 90 points, and then consumed another 3 free attribute points to increase his spirit to 83 points. As for the remaining 2 points, Su Yan added it to his appearance, bringing it to 77 points. After the points were added, Su Yan prepared to draw the lottery. System, use advanced lottery. Ding, start the advanced lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a 1000 cubic meter storage space ring. Would you like to claim it? Receive. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yan felt a bronze ring in his hand, and at the same time, the method of opening it appeared in his mind. Just put it on your finger, and the space ring will automatically collect the host's blood to bind and recognize the owner. Sure enough, after Su Yan put on the ring, he felt a slight tingling sensation, and then the ring became a part of his body. He could clearly sense the storage space of 1000 cubic meters. Hide. The space ring can be hidden, but it is too strange for a high school student to wear a ring, so Su Yan chose to hide the ring. Receive. With a thought, a pencil on the table was put into the space ring. As long as any dead object is within 1 meter of his body and he can move it, he can put it into the space ring. With this space ring, I will be poor for the rest of my life. Su Yan said secretly. If you make good use of this space ring, you can easily make tens of millions a year, not to mention millions in minutes. However, the space ring is just one of the system's prizes. Su Yan would naturally not throw away the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. As long as he continues to learn skills and obtain upgrade rewards, he will be able to obtain a lot of wealth in the future. It was noon. After lunch, Su Yan came to the police station. After communicating with the police officers, Su Yan was not satisfied because the 5 people who ambushed him insisted that they had hit the wrong person, and Su Yan was not injured. So, at most they will be detained for a period of time, and of course, he can also get compensation. If you are willing to write a letter of apology, you will receive more compensation. I can't write a letter of apology. Su Yan shook his head. After the police learned of Su Yan's intention, they said there would be results in the next few days. Night. In the classroom of Class 7, Grade 3. Su Yan was still concentrating on solving problems. Finally, after he finished 3 sets of test papers in a row, the system prompt sounded, High School Liberal Arts +1. Oh my god, this perfect experience is so hard to get. Su Yan let out a breath. Even though his mental strength had reached 83, he only gained 3 points of experience after studying for 1 day. Can I still level up after reaching 100 consummation experience? Su Yan said secretly. According to his current learning progress, it will take more than a month to reach 100 perfect experience points. However, he felt that this was not necessary. Anyway, he has already fully mastered the high school knowledge. Instead of continuing to practice questions, it is better to learn more other skills. As for the high school liberal arts skill, he does not need to practice it deliberately. It is estimated that he can reach a perfect 100 points before the college entrance examination. Su Yan, I don't know how to do this question. Can you help me explain it? As he finished doing the exercises, a girl came over with a math problem. The person who came this time was not Zhou Ying, but a girl named Han Jian. This girl's appearance score was only 79 points, but her figure was 88 points, and her family background should be good. Because the other person usually wears and uses famous brands. Okay, this question should be like this. Soon, Su Yan broke down the math problem and explained it to Han Jian. Han Jian, do you understand? Su Yan frowned slightly because he found that the other party seemed to be distracted. Ah, Su Yan, I didn't quite understand. Can you explain it again? Han Jian woke up as if from a dream and said embarrassedly. Then be serious. Su Yan was somewhat speechless. It just so happens that I don't know the answer to this question either. Can I listen along? But it was Zhou Ying who came over. Teaching one person is teaching 2 people is also teaching. Su Yan naturally had no objection, but Han Jian felt a little unhappy. This Zhou Ying was really annoying. On the other side of the classroom, Huang Shuawei felt very unhappy when she saw Zhou Ying and Han Jian taking the initiative to get close to Su Yan. At the same time, she secretly cursed Xiong Weiji in her heart for not being able to handle such a small matter. At the same time, she was also thinking about what method to use to teach Su Yan a lesson. Suddenly, she had an idea and came up with a vicious plan. However, she was a little hesitant in her heart, because if this method succeeded, Su Yan would definitely be in trouble and even go to jail, but her reputation would also be damaged. Chapter 7 Submit your paper early. After the evening self-study get out of class, Su Yan left the school with his school bag. He had just jogged a distance when someone called his name from behind. What's up? Su Yan turned around and asked Huang Shuawei, who was catching up with him panting. At this moment, Huang Shuawei was cursing in her heart. Su Yan ran too fast, and she had to use all her strength to catch up with him. Huang Shuawei calmed her breath and said sincerely, Su Yan, I was wrong about what happened before. I apologize to you. Can you forgive me? Hearing Huang Shuawei apologizing to him, Su Yan felt a little strange, and then he turned on the eye of detection. But after he glanced at the favorability column, he couldn't help but feel speechless, because the other party's favorability towards him had reached 42. How could the other party sincerely apologize when he hated him so much in his heart? He must have other motives. However, he didn't expose the other party, nodded and said, okay, I accept your apology. It's getting late, I'll go back first. Watching Su Yan leave, Huang Shuawei couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Her plan was simple, to ease her relationship with Su Yan first. Then she would find an opportunity to get the other person drunk, and then take the initiative to have sex with Su Yan. She would then call the police and say that he had raped her. In this way, Su Yan would definitely be arrested and put in jail. Of course, if this matter gets out of hand, it will not be good for her reputation. However, she just wants to see the other party suffer. As long as the other party suffers, she is willing to sacrifice some reputation. However, she plans to arrange this plan after the college entrance examination. Isn't Su Yan studying very hard recently, hoping to get into university? Rather than letting the other person fail to get into college. It would be better to let the other person get into college, but then be unable to go to college because he has to go to jail, making his months of hard work go to waste. Think of this. Huang Shuawei felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure in her heart. The next morning, Su Yan just came to his seat, took off his school bag and put it in the drawer. Huang Shuawei came over and pretended to be ambiguous. Su Yan, I bought you breakfast, please finish it. Seeing this scene, the classmates were all confused. What was going on? Was Huang Shuawei going to pursue Su Yan? However, it must be said that in just 20 days, Su Yan has undergone tremendous changes. First, the other person's grades soared from the bottom to 30th in the class. Although there is still no hope of getting into a key university, it is no problem to get into an ordinary university. Don't you see that Su Yan is still working hard? Maybe if I'm lucky enough, I can get into a key university during the college entrance examination. Secondly, Su Yan has become more handsome and seems to have grown taller. Didn't you see that the other two beauties in the class, Zhouing and Han Jian, were actively approaching him? Although these two are not as good as Huang Shuawei, they are not short of suitors. Now, even the class beauty Huang Shuawei took the initiative to deliver breakfast to Su Yan, making the boys in the class envious and jealous. Take it back, I've already eaten it. Su Yan glanced at the breakfast on the table and said, but he was secretly thinking in his heart, is Huang Shuawei trying to make me fall in love with her and then dump me? I've given you the things, do with them as you please. Although Huang Shuawei was intending to ease the relationship with Su Yan, she still couldn't control her inner anger after hearing his words, and turned around and walked towards her seat. Whoever didn't have breakfast, take it. At this time, Su Yan said to the classmates around him. I didn't eat it. Zhao Feng in the front row said immediately. Get lost. You ate 2 big meat buns this morning and didn't even wipe the grease off your mouth. Zhao Feng's deskmate immediately exposed him, then flattered Su Yan and said, Brother Yan, I didn't have breakfast. Can I take it away? Take it. Su Yan nodded. Thank you, Brother Yan, you were so generous. Feng Yu said gratefully, reaching out to take the breakfast that Huang Shuawei brought him. He first smelled it and said in an intoxicated manner, oh my god, the breakfast bought by the goddess smells so good. Zhao Feng didn't find it strange. Did the goddess buy it for you? She bought it for Brother Yan. At this point, Zhao Feng turned around and said flatteringly, Brother Yan, can you share some of your experience? How do you make beautiful women chase you? To be honest, if he didn't see him every day, he would have suspected that Su Yan had gone to Korea for plastic surgery, and that he had grown taller and his grades had improved. All good things happen to him alone. It's so unfair. So enviable. Su Yan smiled and said, if you bloom, the fragrance will come naturally. As long as you work hard to improve yourself, good things will naturally come to you. Brother Yan, this kind of chicken soup is outdated. Zhao Feng joked. Then there's nothing I can do. Su Yan waved his hand, then took out the review materials and started studying. Huang Shuawei, who had been paying attention to Su Yan's situation, saw him give breakfast to Feng Yu. Her face darkened and she cursed Su Yan in her heart again. Zhouing and Han Jian, who also saw the scene, laughed secretly. She confessed her love to you before but you refused, and now you want to go back to her. How despicable. After a while, Yuan Jingshan, the head teacher and math teacher, entered the classroom holding a stack of freshly printed math test papers. She knocked on the desk with a blackboard brush, and the classroom became quiet instantly. Exam, if you need to go to the bathroom, go now. Everyone has long been accustomed to this kind of sudden test. After all, there are too many exams, big and small, in the senior year of high school. A few minutes later, the students who went to the toilet came back one after another. After seeing that everyone was gathered, Yuan Jingshan directly announced the start of the exam. Now, Su Yan's high school liberal arts ability has reached the perfect level, so after roughly scanning the questions, he estimated that it would take him 20 minutes at most to finish this math test. As Su Yan expected, it only took him 18 minutes to finish the entire test paper. He then spent a few minutes checking it again and found no mistakes. Although the in-class examination is not as long as the college entrance examination, it is at least 90 minutes. Only 20 minutes have passed, and I have to sit there for more than an hour. Su Yan felt it was a waste of time. So he raised his right hand decisively. "What's up? Teacher Yuan, I want to hand in my paper early." Upon hearing this, Yuan Jingshan was immediately displeased. Her impression of Su Yan had improved somewhat, but she hadn't expected him to become so arrogant after just a little success. So she asked in a deep voice, "Are you all done?" Su Yan nodded, "It's all done, and it's been checked." "Then check it twice more," Yuan Jingshan said unhappily. "Teacher Yuan, I don't think there's any need to check. I want to hand in my paper." Seeing that Su Yan still refused to listen, Yuan Jingshan became even more unhappy. "You can hand in the paper, but you can't leave the classroom." "Okay." Su Yan stood up and walked to the podium with the test paper. In fact, Yuan Jingshan misunderstood him. He just didn't want to waste time and didn't want to leave the classroom. Huang Shuawei sneered secretly when she saw the scene, grandstanding. Returning to his seat, Su Yan took out the review materials and looked through them. Although he knew them all, he still needed to gain experience. After a while, Yuan Jingshan's eyes fell on Su Yan's test paper. When she glanced over several multiple-choice questions in succession, her expression suddenly became serious because she had answered all of them correctly. Then, she patiently read through the remaining multiple-choice questions. All correct. She originally thought that Su Yan had chosen randomly, but she didn't expect that not only did he not choose randomly, but he did everything right. So she simply looked through the remaining questions. Then, she showed a shocked expression, and at the same time, there was a hint of surprise between her brows. Chapter 8, Real Estate Worth 5 Million. Su Yan's progress was beyond her imagination. If she remembered correctly, Su Yan only scored 102 points in mathematics in the last monthly exam. This test paper was not as difficult as the monthly exam, but it was not much easier either. However, he got full marks. For this reason, she was sure that it would not be difficult for Su Yan to get 140 points in the next monthly exam. The college entrance examination is like a huge competition. One extra point can eliminate many competitors. A few dozen extra points is simply. Moreover, this is just the progress in mathematics. If Su Yan can make such great progress in every subject, then the other party's progress is really huge. For a moment, she couldn't help but look thoughtful. Perhaps because there are too many exams, the teacher's efficiency in grading exam papers has been improved. Mathematics tests during morning self-study and the first period. By the fourth period of school, Yuan Jingshan had finished revising all the test papers. She walked into the classroom with a smile on her face and said, "This test was relatively easy, and everyone did well. I won't criticize anyone this time. However, I want to praise Su Yan in particular. He and Su Lia both got full marks this time." No one was surprised that Su Lia scored a perfect score, but it was shocking and surprising that Su Yan also scored 150 points. Yuan Jingshan continued, "Everyone knows Su Yan's previous grades, but after a period of hard work, he got a perfect score. So, classmates, as long as you are willing to work hard, you will always be rewarded. Su Yan is a living example." This time, before Yuan Jingshan gave the order, someone took the initiative to applaud and led other students to applaud together. Even Huang Shuawei had to applaud, but she was extremely unhappy inside. The better Su Yan performed, the more uncomfortable she felt. After class, Yuan Jingshan suddenly said to Su Yan, "Su Yan, come to my office after lunch." "Okay, Teacher Yuan." After having lunch in the cafeteria, Su Yan went to the teacher's office. I found that not only Yuan Jingshan was there, but also English teacher Gaoingzi, and the two of them were having dinner together. "Teacher Yuan, Teacher Gao." Su Yan greeted politely. "Su Yan, take this English test." Gaoingzi handed Su Yan a test paper. "Okay." Relatively speaking, English is much simpler than math, so it only took him 16 minutes to finish the entire test. "Teacher Gao, I've finished writing." "So soon?" Gaoing, who was drinking water after finishing his meal, was a little surprised. "Let me see." Su Yan handed the test paper to the other party, and Gaoingzi began to mark the papers. She already had the correct answers in her mind, so she marked the papers very quickly. All correct. When she finished correcting the topics except for the composition, she was shocked to find that Su Yan had not made any mistakes. Restraining her inner shock, she quickly glanced at the English composition written by Su Yan. According to her standards, you can get full marks. If you encounter a strict examiner, at most 1 or 2 points will be deducted. Therefore, Su Yan's final score was at least 148 points. How was it? How much did you get in the exam? At this time, Yuan Jingshan asked. Full marks. Gaoingzi first glanced at Su Yan, who had a calm expression, before speaking. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jingshan's expression became extremely bright. She then looked at Su Yan and asked, Su Yan, if I asked you to take the Chinese test, what score do you think you could get? Above 140 points. Su Yan said modestly. What about liberal arts? Yuan Jingshan asked again. 290 points is no problem. Su Yan said modestly again that he was 100% sure that he would get 300 points in the comprehensive liberal arts exam, but he couldn't guarantee that for the Chinese language exam. After all, the writing was too uncertain and anyone could deduct 1 or 2 points from you for any reason. You've made such great progress in such a short time. Have you mastered some trick? Yuan Jingshan couldn't help asking. There's no secret. I just work harder and sweat more than others. Su Yan said seriously. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jingshan couldn't help but roll her eyes. If she hadn't been teaching Su Yan for almost 3 years, she would have actually believed his nonsense. However, she didn't intend to delve into it. After all, it was a good thing for her if a student at the bottom of the class suddenly saw his grades soar. So, she warned him, Su Yan, the college entrance examination is just over 2 months away. I don't want you to surpass your current score. You just need to maintain this score until the exam. Can you do that? I'll try my best. Su Yan nodded. With the God rewards for hard work system in place, it would be hard for him not to make progress. Wait for Su Yan to return to the classroom. Many students gathered around. Brother Yan, why did Lao Yuan ask you to go to the office? Of course it's to do the test paper. Do you think you can treat me to a meal? Su Yan said with a smile. No one doubted this, because it was a common practice for teachers to ask students with good grades to go to the office to do some papers. Wanzhou International Community, Building 17, Floor 16. Su Yan, who had just returned from evening study, was making egg noodles. In the past, when he was hungry, he would go directly to the late-night snack shop outside the community to get something to eat. But today, he specially bought eggs and noodles, intending to develop his cooking skill. Just when he thought that he had to cook a few more times before his cooking skills would be revealed. Unexpectedly, as soon as the egg noodles came out of the pot, my cooking skills were solidified. Another new skill. Looking at the skill bar on the system panel, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. As usual, he should continue to review. However, his liberal arts skills were already perfected in high school, so he no longer needed to deliberately gain experience. So, he went to the roof. After performing 5 rounds of Bajiquan in a row, I gained 25 experience points. The total experience of Bajiquan was also pushed to the level of proficiency 100, and the word upgrade appeared after the number. Click upgrade. Suddenly, the proficiency level of Bajiquan was promoted to the control level. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning an intermediate lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 free attribute points. As usual, add attribute points first. Appearance is directly excluded. 77's appearance is completely sufficient, and he has no plans to fall in love now. The current physique is 90 points and the spirit is 83 points. After thinking about it, Su Yan added 3 points to physical fitness and 2 points to mental fitness. System, start the intermediate lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a property worth 5 million. Afterwards, Su Yan had a golden card in his hand. This card was called a property card. As long as he ordered it to be activated, he could get a property worth 5 million in any city. This year is 2013. Dongha City is the most prosperous city in Jiangbei province besides the provincial capital. Its housing prices are no lower than those in provincial capitals. Therefore, the housing price in Dongha is between 6,000 yuan and 10,000 yuan. If you use this property card in Dongha City, you can definitely get a big villa. However, Su Yan thought about it and decided to stay. He will use this property card when he goes to college. With his current grades, he has the choice of universities all over the country. He only needs to consider which city to go to, not which university. Because, with the hard work system in place, even if he goes to the worst university, he is destined to become the best person. Chapter 9 Full marks in 3 subjects. In order to gain some cooking experience, Su Yan got up 20 minutes earlier than usual. Take the elevator to the rooftop. Unfold the rack and start punching. I have to say that Bajiquan that has been promoted to the control level is different. Its power has at least doubled. Moreover, there was also a lot of strength gathered in his body, but this kind of strength was not much, and it would be used up after he threw 3 or 5 punches. He tried to throw a powerful punch, and the destructive power it produced was quite terrifying. If such a punch hit an ordinary person, even the bones would be broken. After completing a round of boxing, Su Yan found that he had gained 2 points of experience. Practice 5 times in the morning and 5 times in the evening, and you can gain 20 experience points a day. In other words, within 5 days, he could bring Bajiquan to perfection. After practicing boxing. After returning home, Su Yan made himself another pot of egg noodles. Cooking experience increased by 10 points. After washing the pots and dishes, Su Yan trotted towards school with his school bag on his back. Go to school and pull out the system panel to take a look. My running experience has reached proficiency level 90. As expected, I will be able to upgrade tomorrow. It seems that I need to develop a few more skills, so that I can get upgrade rewards every day. Su Yan said thoughtfully. Su Yan, here, breakfast. Yesterday Huang Shuawei delivered bread and milk, and today she delivered buns and soy milk. I've already eaten. Su Yan said calmly, because he had used the eye of detection to check the other party's favorability, and it had increased to 50 points. Even though he hated him so much, he still brought him breakfast. Su Yan didn't dare to eat it. I'm giving it to you, do with it as you please. Huang Shuawei smiled and turned away. Which of you didn't have breakfast? I didn't. Zhao Feng said. Me neither. Feng Yu also said. Then you two can split up. Su Yan said. Brother Yan is so generous. Thank you, Brother Yan. Seeing that Su Yan gave breakfast to other people again, Huang Shuawei's face darkened slightly. She knew that Su Yan was still wary of her, and that was why he refused to eat her breakfast. After a while, morning self-study began. Chinese teacher Fan Zhibing arrived with the test paper. Fan Zhibing is a veteran Chinese teacher. Although he is old, he is not rigid. Instead, his lectures are quite humorous. Many students like him. Of course, this is also because he is not the class teacher. Similarly, Lao Fan asked everyone to go to the toilet first, and then take the exam after they came back. Su Yan, I heard you've made great progress recently, getting full marks in both math and English. You better not slack off in Chinese. Fan Zhibing walked to Su Yan's seat and said with a smile. Don't worry, Lao Fan, I will never let you down. Su Yan has no intention of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Since he has the ability, he will show it. Then I'll wait. After a while, the Chinese language test officially begins. After getting the test paper, Su Yan started writing quickly. For any question, he only needed to look at it once and he would have the correct answer in his mind without having to think at all. Yuan Jingshan and Gao Wingzi had already discussed this with him. So, as soon as the exam started, Fan Zhibing stood behind Su Yan and watched him answer the questions. Every time Su Yan did a question, he would check the answer in his mind. 1 question is correct. 2 questions are correct. 3 questions are still correct. It was not until he saw Su Yan writing the composition that he suddenly realized that this boy was even more capable than he had imagined. Because of the composition, Su Yan took more than 30 minutes to finish this Chinese test. Teacher Fan, can I hand in my paper now? Su Yan turned around and asked Fan Zhibing. Can. Fan Zhibing nodded. If you feel bored, I allow you to go out and play. Teachers are always more tolerant towards top students. Moreover, he watched Su Yan finish the test paper. Not only did he get all the other questions right, but he couldn't find any faults in the composition. Even if the teacher was the strictest in grading the questions, this composition would get at least 58 points, and most would give it 60 points. No need, Mr. Fan, just take the test paper away. I'll read for a while. Su Yan smiled and said. That's fine. If you're bored, just go out by yourself. Fan Zhibing took away Suyan's paper. Suyan's deskmates and the people in the front row were secretly envious when they heard Fan Zhibing's words. They thought, old Fan is too tolerant of Suyan. The exam is over. Fan Zhibing came to the teacher's office with the test paper. Teacher Fan, please correct Suyan's paper first, so that we can see how well he can score in Chinese? Gao Yingzi said impatiently. Yes, change Suyan's first. Another teacher also followed up and said that there were no secrets in the office. The fact that Suyan had scored full marks in both math and English had spread among the teachers, so everyone was quite curious about his Chinese score. I've finished the changes. Fan Zhibing smiled and took out a corrected test paper. While invigilating, he had corrected Suyan's test paper, with a full score of 150 points. Let me see. Gao Yingzi reached out and took the test paper. Looking at the word 150 points, she couldn't help but say, another 150 points. Let me take a look too. The other teachers all leaned over to watch. Oh my god, he got full marks in all 3 subjects. Even if he only scored 250 points in liberal arts, he will definitely be the top student in liberal arts, said a teacher enviously. Yes, Mr. Yuan, congratulations. Your class is going to have a top scorer in the liberal arts. The other teachers all looked envious. Hearing these compliments, Yuan Jingshan was quite happy, because last year's top scorer in liberal arts only scored 674 points. Even if Suyan did not get full marks in Chinese, mathematics and English in the college entrance examination, as long as he worked harder in liberal arts, it would be relatively easy for him to win the top spot in the college entrance examination. Yuan Jingshan, feeling happy in her heart, said modestly, alright, stop being jealous. We haven't even started yet. Besides, the test questions this time were relatively simple, so Suyan was able to get full marks. He won't be able to do that next time when the difficulty increases. I have to say that the teacher is very good at spreading gossip. During the second class in the afternoon, the news that Suyan had scored full marks in Chinese, math, and English spread among the senior class. Noble class, corridor. Tang Xian came hurriedly and said to Shi Mulin with a gossipy look on her face, Sister Lin, I just heard a piece of news. Suyan scored a perfect 150 in all 3 subjects this time. Some people say that he has a great chance of becoming the top scorer in the liberal arts in this year's college entrance examination. So what if I'm the top scorer in the college entrance exam? I'll still just be working for someone else in the future. Xiaonan happened to pass by, and after hearing this, he subconsciously said in a somewhat disdainful tone. You are just born better than others. What qualifications do you have to look down on others? Shi Mulin said lightly. Those who enter the elite classes are those whose academic performance is not very good and can only go to overseas universities to gild their resumes. Hearing Shi Mulin's words, Xiaonan smiled awkwardly, Sister Lin, don't make a big deal out of it. I was just saying it casually. You may not be good at studying, but you can't look down on those who are good at studying. Shi Mulin said again. Okay, Sister Lin, I really know I was wrong. Xiaonan admitted his mistake again. There was a big gap between his family and the Shi family, and he couldn't afford to provoke Shi Mulin. Chapter 10 Special Treatment. Principal's Office. Yuan Jingshan knocked on the door and entered. Teacher Yuan, please take a seat. Principal Huang greeted us warmly. Teacher Yuan, what would you like to drink, tea or coffee? Faced with such a polite Principal Huang, Yuan Jingshan was not panicked, but she felt a little uneasy. Principal, don't be so busy, just tell me what's the matter. Principal Huang smiled and said, Teacher Yuan, I heard there's a student in your class who got full marks in Chinese, math, and English? That's what happened. Yuan Jingshan nodded and understood why Principal Huang called her here. That's really great. Principal Huang couldn't help but clap his hands and said, there are 7 high schools in Dongha City, only Mingmen High School is private, and the other 6 are public. Mingmen Middle School was founded only 8 years ago, and the only thing it boasted was its elite classes. However, the existence of the aristocratic class cannot be exaggerated, and it has even been reported many times. If the school board of the famous middle school was not strong enough, it would be questionable whether the aristocratic class could continue to operate. Therefore, famous middle schools urgently need to prove themselves with outstanding performance in order to attract better teachers and high-quality students. And producing a top scorer in the college entrance examination is undoubtedly the best way to prove oneself. Today, Mingmen Middle School ranks only 6th among the 7 middle schools, and the one at the bottom is a vocational high school. Everyone knows what the situation is like in vocational high schools, so, to put it bluntly, famous middle schools are still at the bottom. In terms of hardware, Mingmen Middle School is better than other public schools, but there is a certain gap in software. First of all, the teaching staff, and secondly, the quality of the students enrolled. By the way, Mr. Yuan, how are Suyan's liberal arts scores? Principal Huang suppressed his inner emotions and asked. Yuan Jingshan said, I asked him about it, and he answered quite confidently, saying that getting 280 points wouldn't be difficult. In fact, Suyan said 290 points, but Yuan Jingshan said 10 points less to be safe. I can get 280 points. Principal Huang muttered that even if Suyan did not get full marks in the 3 subjects in the college entrance examination, and only scored 140 points in each subject, the total would be 700 points, while last year's top scorer in the liberal arts in Jiangbei province only scored 674 points. Teacher Yuan, do you think this will work? Can you arrange for Suyan to take a comprehensive liberal arts test right away? Principal Huang said with eagerness in his expression. That's no problem. Yuan Jingshan thought about it and nodded. To be honest, she was also curious about how many points Suyan would get in the comprehensive liberal arts exam. So, after the 3rd class in the afternoon, Suyan was personally taken by Yuan Jingshan to an empty office. Suyan took a quick look and said inwardly, wow, are they going to hold a 3-court trial on him? Because there were not only 3 principals, 1 principal and 2 vice principals, but also the dean of studies, the grade director and his subject teachers. In addition, there were also several teachers from other classes. Student Suyan, don't be nervous. I called you here because I want to give you a comprehensive liberal arts test. If you can get full marks, I will reward you with 10,000 yuan. If you get above 290 points, I will reward you with 5,000 yuan. If you get above 280 points, I will reward you with 2,000 yuan. Principal Huang said with a smile. Is there such a good thing? Suyan's eyes lit up and he said, please rest assured, Principal. I will do my best. Okay, let's take the test. A comprehensive liberal arts test paper was handed to him, and paper and pen were prepared on the table. Suyan sat down directly, picked up the pen and started answering the questions. He continued to answer questions quickly, finishing all the questions in just 20 minutes. After spending a few minutes checking them, he looked up and said, Principal Huang, Teacher Yuan, I'm done. Hurry up and correct the papers. Principal Huang gave the order impatiently. The history teacher came forward, took the test paper and began to correct the history answers. After making the revisions, he handed it to a second teacher for revision. Soon, the liberal arts test paper was revised. How many points? Principal Huang couldn't help but ask. History teacher, I'm completely correct. Geography teacher, that's my side too. Political science teacher, I'm still right on this one. That's 300 points. Principal Huang clapped his hands vigorously, his voice full of excitement. Great, that's really great. Principal Huang is now almost dancing with excitement. If Suyan becomes the top scorer in the college entrance examination, he as the principal will definitely receive a generous bonus, and the reputation of the famous middle school will also be spread. He is not worried that the school directors will remove him. Show me the test paper. Principal Huang reached out and took the test paper. Looking at the neatly written paper and the red ticks on it, his chubby old face flushed with excitement. Ahem. The next moment, Principal Huang put down the test paper, looked at Suyan with a bright smile and said, Student Suyan, your performance is really unexpected. Here is the 10,000 yuan bonus I promised you. Thank you, Principal. Suyan accepted the 10,000 yuan bonus without hesitation. Student Suyan, can you maintain this grade until the college entrance examination? If you have any requirements for the school, you can raise them. Principal Huang said in a gentle tone. Principal, I will study hard in the coming period and will not let you and Teacher Yuan down. Suyan said loudly. Get on the road. Principal Huang said secretly. As for my requirements, I don't have anything else. Just maintain the status quo. Suyan said. Good boy. Principal Huang was somewhat touched, so, in order to give you enough energy to study, you will have lunch and dinner in the teacher's restaurant on the 2nd floor of the school cafeteria. This is not good. Suyan hesitated. What's wrong with that? If other students can achieve your results and bring honor to the school, they can also enjoy such treatment. Principal Huang waved his hand and said, "By the way, I will ask the school directors. If you can take the top spot in the college entrance examination this time, the school will reward you with 1 million yuan." "Thank you, Principal. I will strive to win the top spot in the college entrance examination." Su Yan quickly said that 1 million yuan was not a small amount. As far as he knew, 2 years ago, Dongha No. 1 Middle School produced a provincial top scorer in science, and the school rewarded them with 300,000 yuan. Principal Huang promised 1 million this time, which is definitely a huge investment. The last class in the afternoon. Yuan Jingshan arrived and called Su Yan outside the classroom. She then handed him a stack of meal coupons. "This is the meal coupon the school gave you. Each meal comes with 3 dishes and a soup, and you can order in advance. The school treats you so well, so don't let them down." "Hey, don't worry, Teacher Yuan, I will definitely not let you and the school down," Su Yan said after taking the meal voucher. "Okay, let's go back to class." Yuan Jingshan waved her hand. After school in the afternoon, Su Yan came to the cafeteria and went straight to the teacher's restaurant on the second floor. In fact, the teacher's restaurant is also open to students, but the price will be more expensive. Therefore, some students with sufficient living expenses also come to the teacher's restaurant for meals. There are also waiters in the teacher's restaurant. Su Yan handed the meal voucher directly to the waiter, who immediately smiled and said, "It's Su Yan, right?" Su Yan nodded. The other party said enthusiastically, "According to Principal Huang's arrangement, you can order 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup dish. This is tonight's menu." Su Yan ordered a plate of shredded pork with green peppers, a plate of stewed beef brisket with potatoes, a plate of stir-fried broccoli and bok choy and tofu soup, and half a pound of rice. "Please wait." Soon, the food was served. Su Yan tasted each dish and found that they all tasted good, much better than those in restaurants outside. 20 minutes later. After finishing his meal, Su Yan was about to leave when 2 girls came towards him. "Su Yan, I'm Shi Mulan from class 10, nice to meet you." Chapter 11, A Date with a Beautiful Girl. "Hello, Mr. Shi." Su Yan responded with a smile, thinking to himself how beautiful she was, and subconsciously activated his detection eye. The opponent's data was also presented in front of him. Detection target, Shi Mulan. Age, 18. Constitution, 70. Spirit, 72. Appearance, 95. Body type, 85 centimeters. Special, 100. Favorability, 50. "Hello Su Yan, my name is Tang Xin, and I'm her best friend." The girl next to him followed suit, looking at Su Yan with a hint of curiosity. Their aristocratic class has always been well informed about the news. Therefore, they all learned about the 3 exams in the afternoon and knew that Su Yan scored 300 points. As long as Su Yan maintains his current performance, he will easily become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. After a while, the 3 of them arrived at a milk tea shop outside the school. The 3 of them had a pleasant chat. The families of students who can attend the elite classes are generally well off. Su Yan felt that Shi Mulan was a person with very cultured manners and elegance in every move, but she was not overbearing. After chatting for more than half an hour, the 3 of them added each other on WeChat and left. On the way back. The aristocratic class does not take the college entrance examination, so there is no evening self-study. Shi Mulan went to the teacher's restaurant for dinner tonight just to meet Su Yan. Tang Xin asked curiously, "Sister Lin, you don't have any feelings for Su Yan, do you? You don't always have love in your mind." Shi Mulan rolled his eyes at Tang Xin. "Isn't it normal for me to pretend to be in love at my age? Besides, this is the first time I see you take the initiative to approach a boy." Tang Xin argued cunningly. Speechless. Shi Mulan rolled her eyes at Tang Xin, but after thinking for a moment, she explained, "You should have heard of the rules of our Shi family. When you become an adult, you can get a sum of start-up capital. If you perform well, you will receive family support. If you fail, you will only be able to become a parasite receiving family relief funds. Among the younger generation, I don't have an advantage in other aspects except my appearance." "I understand. You want to recruit Su Yan to work for you, right?" Tang Xin suddenly realized. Shi Mulan nodded, "I just had this idea." "So what do you think of him after meeting him?" Tang Xin asked curiously. "He is more mature and stable than most of his peers. As for other aspects, it is difficult to judge because we have not had enough contact with him. Shi Mulin said thoughtfully. The other side. After Su Yan returned to the classroom, he directly asked Feng Yu in the front row, Feng Yu, do you know Shi Mulin from the noble class? I know. Feng Yu immediately replied, the other party's background is quite impressive. She is one of the daughters of the Shi family. This Shi family is quite powerful. Next, Feng Yu recounted everything about the Shi family. The Shi family owns 3 group companies, namely Dongyu Real Estate, Dongfei Investment, and Dongting Pharmaceutical. Dongyu Real Estate is rooted in Dongha City and is the largest real estate company in Dongha City. Its subsidiaries also include hotels, restaurants, construction companies, etc. As for Dongfei, its investment scale is also quite large. It is said that it has invested in many large domestic companies and even overseas companies. Finally, Dongting Pharmaceutical is the foundation of the Shi family, because the Shi family started out by selling medicine. As for how much money the Shi family has, some rumors say it's tens of billions, while others say it's over hundreds of billions. However, because the Shi family is involved in too many and too diverse industries, it is impossible to explain them all. In a word, they are not short of money. Then, as the daughter of the Shi family, Shi Mulin's status is particularly noble. But why would such a young lady take the initiative to look for me? Su Yan couldn't help but wonder. He had seen Shi Mulin's favorability towards him, which was only 50 points. After half an hour of communication, the increase was 2 points. With a favorability of 52 points, we are not even friends. Therefore, the other party did not have any affection for him between men and women. Brother Yen, you ask this, you don't mean you want to pursue Shi Mulin, listen to me, she and I are not from the same world, give up. At this time, Feng Yu spoke again. What are you thinking about? I was just asking casually. Su Yan shook his head. Although Shi Mulin was very beautiful and eye-catching, he had no intention of pursuing her. That's good. I heard a little rumor. Feng Yu lowered his voice and said, there was once a rich second-generation kid in the aristocratic class who wanted to pursue her. After being rejected by Shi Mulin, he continued to pester her, which angered Shi Mulin. In the end, within 3 days, he dropped out of school. After evening self-study, Su Yan still ran home. As soon as I entered the community, I heard a system prompt, running experience plus 10. When I opened the system interface, I saw that my running skill experience had reached 100 points, and the word upgrade appeared at the end. I clicked on the upgrade button with my mind, and the suffix after the skill changed to control 0. At the same time, a reward reminder also arrives, rewarding 1 intermediate lottery and 5 free attribute points. The current physical strength is 93 points and the mental strength is 85 points. After a moment of hesitation, Su Yan added 5 free attribute points to spirit. His spirit also broke through 90 points. Suddenly, Su Yan hummed softly, because he found that after his mental strength reached 90 points, all his memories from the moment he was born to the present appeared clearly and completely in his mind. Moreover, his comprehension and understanding also soared at this moment. Thinking of this, he quickly returned home. I found a book, quickly flipped through more than 10 pages, and then closed my eyes. The content I had just read came clearly to my mind. Photographic memory plus scanning. He did not read the content carefully, but just glanced at it roughly, but still wrote down the content. Moreover, after he thought about it for a while, he understood all the contents. What a pervert! But I love it. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh foolishly. 90 points of mental strength is really too strong. With his current ability, it only takes 1 day to master the knowledge that others may not be able to master in a month. Hey, won't I lose the joy of learning this way? Immediately afterwards, Su Yan took out the review materials and started looking through them. High School Liberal Arts Experience plus 1. High School Liberal Arts Experience plus 1. A series of prompt sounds rang out one after another. More than 20 minutes later. High School Science and Technology can directly reach a perfect 100 points. The word upgrade did not appear at the end, but the word non-upgradable appeared. At the same time, the system prompt sounded, congratulations to the host for improving a skill to 100 points and winning a special lottery. Special draw? Su Yan's eyes lit up, and he directly ordered the system to start a special lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a wealth badge. Would you like to claim it? Receive. The next moment, Su Yan had a golden badge in his hand, and at the same time, relevant information appeared in his mind. This wealth badge can be activated once a month, and each activation provides an opportunity to make a fortune. After a slight hesitation, Su Yan chose to activate it. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from the badge of wealth and sank into Su Yan's eyebrows. Immediately afterwards, some more information and images appeared in his mind. This is the pool halfway up Green Cloud Mountain. The image given by the wealth badge is an obese middle-aged man wearing the clothes of the Republic of China sinking a wooden box filled with gold into a pool halfway up the mountain. The pool happens to be Green Cloud Mountain, more than 20 kilometers away from the outskirts of Dongha City. In the first half of their second year of high school, their class activity was to climb Green Cloud Mountain together, and he had also seen the pond. But he was not sure how deep the pool was. It seems that I need to solidify a swimming skill. Chapter 12. The God-given hard-working system is not rigid. If you want to solidify your swimming skills, you don't have to go swimming. As long as you do things related to swimming, you can also solidify your swimming skills. It is like the science and technology in high school, any subject can be used to gain experience. Su Yan decisively filled a basin of water and placed it on the table, then took a deep breath and buried his face in the basin. After holding your breath underwater for several times, the swimming skill was solidified and displayed on the skill bar. Haha, not bad. Seeing the extra swimming skills, Su Yan couldn't help laughing out loud. So he continued to gain swimming skill experience by holding his breath underwater. It took almost half an hour. The swimming skill has reached entry level 100 and meets the upgrade requirements. After clicking on the upgrade, you will get a primary lottery and 2 free attribute points. Continue holding your breath underwater. But after reaching the proficient level, the experience points you gain each time you hold your breath will be reduced a lot, and you can only gain 2 experience points at a time. But thinking of the gold in the pond, he continued to gain swimming experience. Finally, after more than 2 hours, he advanced again with experience and reached the control level. He also gains 5 free attribute points and a mid-level draw again. That's enough. After taking a look at his swimming skills that had reached the mastery level, Su Yan felt that it was completely sufficient. He would go and retrieve the gold tomorrow night. I'm hungry. So Su Yan went to the kitchen and made himself a pot of egg noodles, and gained 5 points of cooking experience by the way. While eating noodles, Su Yan ordered the system to conduct a primary lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the car spending double card. Would the host like to claim it? Receive. The next moment, a silver card appeared in his hand, and the instructions for use also appeared in his mind. He could use this card after purchasing a car, and then he could get a reward of 2 times the car purchase funds. However, there is a limit on the purchase amount, which is between 2 million and 5 million yuan. If the amount of the car purchased by the host is less than 2 million, the refund will be 2 million. If the purchase amount exceeds 5 million, the refund will only be 5 million. Su Yan silently calculated his own net worth. I originally had about 20,000 yuan in pocket money, and today the principal gave me a reward of 10,000 yuan, which makes 30,000 yuan. However, he still has a cashback card that he has not used. But that cashback card can only give a maximum of 10 times the cashback. Even if he spends all the money he has and gets a 10 times cashback with extreme luck, he can only get 300,000. However, he also has a property card worth 5 million yuan. Once he cashes in the property and takes it to the bank as collateral, he should be able to borrow 3 million to 4 million yuan. If he can get 10 times the cash back when using this money for consumption, his net worth will immediately reach tens of millions. There's something going on. Su Yan thought to himself that his summer vacation life would become more colorful. There are still 2 intermediate prize draws, use them both. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the special skill Danger Sense. Would you like to claim it? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a clone card. Would you like to claim it? Get them all. The next moment, a ball of white light and a silver card appeared in his hands. The ball of light was the danger sensing skill. After Su Yan ordered it to be used, it flew into his eyebrows. As for the clone card, after he orders it to be used, a clone can be created randomly, or he can create it himself. Of course, there are great limitations to the creation. Since he couldn't use the clone for the time being, he put the clone card into the space ring. Finally, there are 7 free attribute points. Seeing that his constitution was 93 points, he decisively added all 7 free attributes to his constitution, bringing it to 100 points. It's getting late. Su Yan hurriedly finished his egg noodles, washed the dishes, and went to bed after a quick wash. The next morning, Su Yan felt a little uncomfortable as soon as he woke up. He doesn't like to wear pajamas when sleeping, and of course he won't sleep naked either. He usually wears underwear. But now, the underwear is very tight. Wrong. Suddenly, Su Yan realized something, looked down, and instantly became happy. It seemed that the 7 free attributes he added last night were not in vain, and he was developing again. My underwear has become smaller and is not comfortable to wear. He decided to go to the supermarket outside the community to buy new underwear. But when I put on clothes, I felt that the clothes became smaller, and when I put on pants, the pants became shorter and became cropped pants. Call up the system panel and take a look. As expected, his height increased again, from 179 cm to 183 cm. He went downstairs to buy some underwear to change into, and then Su Yan went to the rooftop to practice boxing as usual. After gaining 5 experience points, he wanted to continue practicing his cooking skills, but found that he did not have enough time. So I decided to have breakfast at school. Brother Yan, what have you eaten recently? It seems you have grown taller again. As soon as he arrived in the classroom, Zhao Feng stared at Su Yan for a while. Secondary development. Su Yan answered casually, and then Huang Shuiwei came over with breakfast. This woman hasn't given up yet. Su Yan subconsciously used the eye of detection, and Huang Shuiwei's favorability dropped another level, reaching 60. This woman is sick. It seems like she didn't do anything. Su Yan was speechless. Then, without waiting for Huang Shuiwei to leave, he threw the breakfast directly to Feng Yu. Su Yan, I sincerely apologize to you, can't you forgive me? Huang Shuiwei looked at Su Yan aggrievedly, with a tearful expression. I forgive you, but I hope we won't bother each other, okay? Su Yan said in a deep voice. Since you've forgiven me, why don't you eat the breakfast I gave you? Brother Yan, you should eat it yourself. Feng Yu tactfully placed the breakfast back on Su Yan's table. I forgive you, but I don't have to eat the breakfast you sent me. Also, please don't send me breakfast in the future. The college entrance examination is not far away, and we should focus on studying. Su Yan said seriously. Okay, I got it. Huang Shuiwei nodded obediently and left. Brother Yan, you're awesome. Even a goddess throws herself at you, you don't even accept her. Feng Yu gave Su Yan a thumbs up. Su Yan just wanted to say, shit, this woman's favorability towards me is minus 60, he doesn't dare to accept such a woman who is throwing herself at him. Just focus on your studies, and you'll have everything you need in college. After saying this, Su Yan buried his head in looking through the review materials. Unfortunately, his liberal arts skill had already reached the maximum level in high school, so he couldn't gain any more experience and it was useless to read through them. After evening self-study get out of class that night, Su Yan did not go home. Instead, he walked to the school and took a taxi straight to Lion Mountain. After about half an hour, the taxi arrived at the foot of Green Cloud Mountain. After paying the fare, he took out his flashlight and started to climb the mountain. Soon, he arrived at the pond halfway up the mountain. Thinking of the gold in the pond, he felt excited. He took off his clothes, put them into the space ring, then jumped directly into the pool and dived underwater. The water in the pool is not deep, and you can see the bottom after diving 5 or 6 meters. He also found the wooden box, but it had rotted and the gold bricks inside were scattered around the box. Take it. Take it. I'll take it. After locking these gold bricks and putting them into the space ring, Su Yan quickly dived up. He climbed up the pool and shook off the water stains on his body. He took out a towel from the space ring to wipe the water stains, changed into a pair of underwear, put on his clothes, and then quickly turned back. Chapter 13 Relaxation. When Su Yan returned home, it was almost dawn. Took a shower first. After changing into comfortable clothes, he took out 20 gold bricks from the space ring. Looking at these 20 gold bricks piled together still caused quite a shock to Su Yan. He took out his phone and searched, and learned that these gold bricks are also called big yellow croakers, and each one weighs 312.5 grams. Su Yan checked the current gold price again and found that the market price of 1 gram was around 230 yuan. Then a piece of yellow croaker is worth about 71,000 yuan, and the craftsmanship during the Republic of China was not as good as it is now, so it is estimated that it could not reach the level of pure gold. Then calculated based on 70,000 yuan. 20 large yellow croakers are worth 1.4 million. Yes, this wealth badge is quite powerful. Su Yan nodded in satisfaction. He could come here once a month. If he could earn more than 1 million every time, wouldn't that be more than 10 million a year? Now he had no place to spend the money, so Su Yan directly put the gold bricks into the space ring and stored them. Then I went to the kitchen and cooked a bag of frozen dumplings. After all, I was a little tired of eating egg noodles for several days in a row, so I wanted to change the taste. Time flies and a few days pass. Because he had already maxed out his liberal arts skills in high school, Su Yan deliberately focused on gaining experience in basketball skills at school. After a few days, his basketball skills had reached a proficiency level of 87. After 2 more days of practice, he could level up again. After returning home, he stopped reviewing and spent all his time practicing boxing. As a result, he has mastered 85% of Bajikwan and his internal strength has increased several times. He tested it and found that it took 12 consecutive punches to use up all the energy. Su Yan, come with me. Su Yan walked out of the classroom and asked, Teacher Yuan, what's the matter? That's good, we'll know when we get to the principal. After a while, Su Yan followed Yuan Jingshan to Principal Huang's office. Teacher Yuan, Su Yan, please take a seat. Xiao Yang, pour 2 cups of tea. Principal Huang said to his secretary while greeting Su Yan and Yuan Jingshan. Thank you, Principal. Su Yan said politely. Next, Principal Huang first asked about Su Yan's study and life with concern, and said that he could come to him if he encountered any problems in life or study. Su Yan naturally thanked Principal Huang again. Suddenly, Principal Huang changed the subject. Student Su Yan, I have already applied to the school board, and the board has approved it. If you can win the top spot in the liberal arts section of the college entrance examination, I will reward you with 1 million yuan. Thank you, Principal. You have worked hard. Don't thank me. If you don't have the ability, you can't take the 1 million. Principal Huang smiled and said, By the way, I just received news that the city will arrange a joint exam in 3 days. As long as you take first place in this joint exam, the school will reward you with another 100,000 yuan. Su Yan, do you have the confidence to do so? Have. Su Yan said confidently. Okay, then, study hard for the next 3 days. Of course, don't put too much pressure on yourself. After leaving the principal's office, Yuan Jingshan gave Su Yan a few more instructions. 3 days passed in a flash. The city joint examination also arrived. The examination process follows the college entrance examination standards and lasts for 2 days. The first day is for Chinese and math, and the second day is for English and liberal arts or science. Moreover, the invigilators are all teachers from other schools. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the first subject, Chinese, officially began. Compared with the last Chinese test, Su Yan answered the questions faster this time. After finishing the composition, Su Yan looked at his watch and saw that only 27 minutes had passed. So, after checking it twice, he fell asleep on the table. Seeing this, the invigilator thought Su Yan was a poor student, so he walked to his examination table. However, when he glanced at the test paper filled with Su Yan's answers, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. However, when he looked at a few questions carefully, he found that the sleeping student seemed to have answered them all correctly. So he ignored Su Yan and started his inspection directly. In the afternoon math test, Su Yan answered the questions faster, and it took him exactly 20 minutes including checking. The invigilators are still the same 2 from this morning. The teacher who had looked at his test paper in the morning came to his desk again. He was a math teacher, so he was still a little unsure about Chinese. Therefore, after patiently reading Su Yan's math test paper, he couldn't help but show a look of shock. Not only did he finish answering so quickly, but he also got all the answers right. This student is too amazing. Finally, the city-wide joint examination is over. Candidates have a day off. On the way back, Su Yan had already arranged tomorrow's itinerary. Because his physical fitness has reached 100, the sizes of his clothes and pants are a little small. He plans to buy a few sets of clothes tomorrow morning, find a good restaurant for lunch, and watch a movie in the afternoon to relax. After all, he had been working hard to gain experience during school. Don't be a slave to experience, play when it's time to play. That night, Su Yan took the opportunity to increase his Bajikwan experience to 100 points. Click on Upgrade. Bajikwan has been upgraded to the level of Perfection 0. At this moment, Su Yan felt that a new kind of power was born in his body, but the new power was very different from the previous one. The previous power gave people a feeling of masculinity and vigor, but the power that is born now is feminine and has strong penetrating power. At the same time, a lot of martial arts experience also emerged in Su Yan's mind. Then, he understood the names of the 2 kinds of strength. The masculine and vigorous strength is called Ming Jin, and the feminine and penetrating strength is called In Jin. With a thought, Su Yan walked to the wall and pressed it lightly. The moment he pressed it, the dark energy in his body reached his palm and seeped out. When he put down his hand, a faint palm print appeared on the wall. Seeing this, Su Yan chuckled. This hidden power was perfect for using to harm others. He has only just entered the realm of dark energy, and his energy is small and weak. But he was not in a hurry. With the God Rewards hard working system, he would be able to master the dark energy to perfection in a month at most. The next morning, Su Yan slept until 9 o'clock before getting up. It feels so good. After a lazy nap, Su Yan stretched out his body, and his bones crackled all over. Get dressed, get up and wash up. He took his wallet and went out. I ate 3 tails of beef noodles at the noodle shop upstairs, and then took a taxi to the China World Trade Center in the city center. This China World Trade Center is a large shopping mall that opened just a year ago. There are 6 floors in total, with an underground parking lot on the first floor, a supermarket on the first floor, and clothing stores on the second floor, including various international brand stores. The third floor is a home appliance store, and the fourth floor is Chinese and Western restaurants, hot pot and barbecue restaurants, etc. As for the top floor, there is a cinema and a fitness club. Ever since the China World Trade Center was built, the flow of people has been quite huge. After all, coming to this place not only satisfies various shopping needs, but also provides food, drink, and entertainment. You won't feel bored even if you spend a whole day there. In a taxi, Su Yan logged into Mobile QQ. He first browsed the messages in the class group, and then found that Huang Shuawei sent him a QQ message. He clicked it and saw, Su Yan, are you free today? I want to invite you to dinner. Eat some poop. Su Yan was speechless for a while. This woman was simply haunting him. At the same time, he was a little annoyed. He had to think of a way to teach this woman a lesson. Did she really think that a tiger that didn't show its power was a sick cat? Chapter 14 Zhang Shangya. Su Yan didn't want Huang Shuawei to ruin his good mood, so he simply blocked her QQ account. This woman had ill intentions towards him, so there was no need to be hypocritical with her. The other side. Huang Shuawei had been keeping an eye on Su Yan's QQ avatar, and she couldn't help but feel annoyed when she found out that he hadn't replied to her for several minutes after coming online. So, she edited another message and prepared to send it. Su Yan, why don't you reply to me? Do you hate me so much? But after clicking send, she received a prompt that she had been blacklisted by the other party. Ah! Huang Shuawei was so angry that she ran away on the spot, and she lost her mind and cursed Su Yan, calling him a stinking idiot and son of a bastard. Su Yan naturally didn't know what impact his behavior had on Huang Shuawei. At this moment he was chatting with Feng Yu and Zhao Feng. These two guys were dominating the internet cafe and invited him to join them. But Su Yan rejected it. Because the two of them were playing games, they didn't chat much. About 10 minutes later, the taxi arrived at the China World Trade Center. After paying the fare, he strode towards the entrance of the China World Trade Center and took the elevator to the second floor of the building. There are many clothing stores on the second floor. If you are a woman, you will definitely want to visit every women's clothing store. But Su Yan wasn't interested. Because he came here with the intention of picking out a few sets of clothes that would fit him. So, next, Su Yan bought a set at Highland Home, a set at Adidas, 2 sets at Nike, and also bought 2 pairs of sneakers. The total cost was 3,820 yuan. However, while buying clothes, the shop assistants were extremely enthusiastic, and one even took the opportunity to touch his abdomen. This made Su Yan realize that perverts are not only men, but women can also be perverts. I glanced at the time and it was just after 10 o'clock. It's too early to eat now. So Su Yan simply went to the cinema on the 5th floor and found that a movie was starting at 10:20, so he bought the ticket without hesitation. After watching the movie, it was just in time for lunch. After buying the ticket, Su Yan came to the waiting area to wait for ticket checking, but his eyes were attracted by a pure and lovely figure. Subconsciously opened the detection eye. The opponent's data also appeared in front of him. Detection target, Zhang Shengya. Age, 18. Constitution, 66. Spirit, 88. Appearance, 93. Height, 92 centimeters. Special, 100. Favorability, 0. After looking at the opponent's data, Su Yan was a little shocked. He didn't expect that the opponent not only had a good appearance and a good figure, but even his mental strength had reached 88 points. Moreover, he vaguely felt that the name Zhang Shengya sounded familiar. He thought carefully and remembered who the other person was. Zhang Shengya is a student at Dongha No. 5 Middle School. She is a top student and once won the first place in the city in a joint examination. It's just that at that time Su Yan was the last in the class, so he didn't care who ranked first. Therefore, even if he heard someone talking about Zhang Shengya, he would forget it. If his mental strength had not reached over 90, to the point of photographic memory, he would not have been able to recall who she was. Zhang Shengya felt Su Yan's gaze on her and looked up. Their eyes met, and Su Yan smiled at her and took the initiative to greet her. "Hello, are you Zhang Shengya from No. 5 Middle School?" "Well, you are?" Zhang Shengya was a little surprised. How did this boy know her name? "My name is Su Yan, from Mingmen Middle School." Su Yan introduced himself with a smile. "You are from a famous middle school, so how do you know me?" Zhang Shengya asked. "It's simple, because you're well known. After all, you have such good grades, and your photos are circulated among students. It's not surprising that they know you." "That's right." Zhang Shengya nodded in agreement. Since they were both senior high school students, they could naturally find a lot of common topics, so the two of them started chatting. After a while, the broadcast reminded everyone to start ticket checking. Su Yan and Zhang Shengya bought the same movie, so naturally they were screened in the same theater. What's more, their seats were next to each other. "It seems we are destined to be together." Su Yan joked with a smile. "No, don't talk nonsense." Zhang Shengya rolled her eyes at Su Yan, but her expression was a little shy. Although she was a girl with high IQ, she was also at an age full of fantasies. In No. 5 Middle School, not only was her academic performance outstanding, but her appearance and figure were also top-notch. But no one pursued her, not even a friend. Because she is so outstanding, people subconsciously feel that she is difficult to approach. Over time, she left people with the impression of being aloof and difficult to approach, and no one would take the initiative to contact her. Soon, the movie began. Unfortunately, it was not a horror movie, but a comedy, so Zhang Shengya naturally would not jump into his arms out of fear. After leaving the cinema, Su Yan took the initiative to invite, "Want to have dinner together?" "No need, my home is nearby and my family is waiting for me to go back for dinner." Zhang Shengya shook her head. "Okay then, see you again." Su Yan waved his hand and prepared to leave. If the other person was unwilling, he would not pester him. "Wait, let's add each other on QQ." Zhang Shengya called Su Yan. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Su Yan's face. "Okay." At the same time, he curiously used the eye of detection again and found that Zhang Shengya's favorability towards him had reached 65. Obviously, the other party already regarded him as a friend. After saying goodbye to Zhang Shengya, Su Yan went to the 4th floor and prepared to find a restaurant for lunch. In the end, out of curiosity, he chose a steak restaurant. Half an hour later, Su Yan felt a little disappointed when he walked out of the steak restaurant. The steak was not as tasty as expected. Moreover, a steak costs more than 80, which is not enough to fill you up. Su Yan, who was not full, found a Chinese restaurant to eat before taking a bus back home. "What are you doing this afternoon?" Su Yan said secretly. After thinking about it, he decided to go to the city library to read. After arriving at the city library, Su Yan selected several famous domestic and foreign novels from the novel area and started reading. Gradually, I was immersed in the world of the book. However, he didn't notice that Zhang Shengya, who had just separated from him at noon, also came to the library. After choosing the book, she found Su Yan who was concentrating on reading, and there was a hint of surprise and unexpectedness in her eyes. Donghai is such a big city, and she actually ran into him twice in one day. When she thought about buying adjacent tickets at the cinema, she couldn't help but wonder, could this really be fate? As if possessed by some mysterious force, she walked towards Su Yan with a book in her arms and sat down opposite him. At first, she was still a little restless and kept glancing at Su Yan from time to time. But gradually, I was immersed in the world of books. After about half an hour, Su Yan finally finished reading a book. The moment he looked up, he inadvertently discovered that there was another person opposite him, and it was Zhang Shengya. He was about to say hello, but found that the other party was reading a book seriously, so he did not speak, but picked up the second book and started reading. Chapter 15: The Proud Old Huang. A little after 5 in the afternoon, at the city library. Su Yan closed the book in his hand and whispered to Zhang Shanya across the table, "Zhang Shanya, it's getting late. How about we go have dinner together?" The two had greeted each other in the middle of reading, but it was not convenient to chat in the library, so they continued to read their own books. "Then wait a minute, I'll put the book back first." Zhang Shanya looked up and responded. "Then together." A few minutes later, the two walked out of the library together. "Student Zhang Shanya, what do you want to eat?" Su Yan asked. She thought for a moment and said, "I know there's a wonton shop nearby. They have a wide variety of fillings, and each one is delicious. Why don't we go there to eat? What do you think?" "Okay, let's go there." Su Yan nodded. The wonton shop that Zhang Shanya mentioned was not far from the library and they arrived there in a few minutes. The shop is run by a middle-aged couple. He warmly invited them to sit down. Zhang Shanya ordered 2 tails of wontons with mutton filling, while Su Yan, who had a big appetite, ordered 3 tails of wontons with pork filling. Soon, 2 bowls of wontons were served. Zhang Shanya said, "Try it quickly and see if I'm lying to you." Su Yan scooped up a piece of wonton with a spoon, blew on it near his mouth, and then put it into his mouth. With a light bite, the thin dough broke open, and then a soup with a strong aroma spread in his mouth. After chewing a few times and swallowing the wonton, Su Yan nodded and said, "It's delicious." Hearing Su Yan say this, Zhang Shanya felt a little happy and proud. "I knew you would like it too." Afterwards, the two stopped talking and quietly ate the wontons in their respective bowls. Su Yan ordered more wontons than Zhang Shanya, but he finished them first. At the same time, he still felt a little unsatisfied, so he said to the middle-aged couple, "Boss, your wontons are really delicious. I want to pack some to take home for a midnight snack. Can you sell some to me?" "Sure, as much as you want." The middle-aged couple was very happy that their things were recognized, and naturally would not refuse Su Yan's request. "Is £1 okay?" "Sure." "Okay, how much do you want for the 2 bowls?" "Student Su Yan, I'll pay." "You pay next time." "I've packed it up this time," Su Yan said with a smile. Zhang Shanya thought about it, then nodded. "Then next time, you can't rush to pay." "Don't worry, I won't." After coming out of the wonton shop, Su Yan sent Zhang Shanya to the car before heading home. When they parted, he used the eye of detection to check Zhang Shanya's favorability, which had reached 68 points. As long as you reach 70 points, you will reach the level of good friends. When it reaches 80 points, it is the ambiguous stage, and when it reaches 90 points, it is the lover's stage. After returning home, Su Yan put the wontons into the refrigerator first. "Just as I was about to turn on the TV, I suddenly had an idea and took out my cell phone to call my mother. My parents opened a small restaurant in Zhonghai City. My father is the boss and chef, and my mother is the boss lady and cashier. In addition, he also hired 2 waiters and a kitchen helper, and his annual net income is about 200,000 yuan. Otherwise, he would not be able to afford this apartment in Wanzhou International City. 3 years ago, my parents paid the full amount for this house. Buying a house and renovating it almost used up all their savings, so they had to stay in Zhonghai and continue to run the shop to earn money for his wife. The call with my mother didn't last long, because she was busy at that time. However, after get off work that night, his mother called Su Yan again. The mother and son chatted for about half an hour. His mother also said that as the college entrance examination was approaching, he needed more nutrition, so she gave him an extra 1,000 yuan for his living expenses in the next 2 months. Although Su Yan repeatedly refused, his mother still insisted on giving it to him. This touched Su Yan so much that he almost asked the couple to return to Dongha. But he finally held back. "Let's talk about it after the college entrance examination. If he gets a 1 million yuan bonus from the school, he will give it to his parents so that they can go back to Dongha and open a better restaurant so that they don't have to work so hard." At this moment, at Mingmen Middle School, the principal's office was brightly lit. Suddenly, Xiao Yang, the secretary who had been staring at the computer, shouted, "Principal, an email has arrived. Open it quickly." Principal Huang urged that this email recorded the ranking of the top 300 students in liberal arts and science in this joint examination. Xiao Yang opened the email and found 2 lists. "Look at the liberal arts first," Principal Huang ordered. So, Xiao Yang quickly opened the file of liberal arts rankings. When he saw the name of the first place in the liberal arts joint examination on the screen, Principal Huang couldn't help laughing. "Oh my god, he actually got 748 points." Xiao Yang couldn't help but say. It's stable. Principal Huang smiled proudly. This joint examination was more difficult than the previous college entrance examination, but Su Yan still scored 748 points. Even if he performed poorly in the college entrance examination, it should not be difficult to get 700 points. Okay, Xiao Yang, it's getting late, you should go back first. At this time, Principal Huang waved his hand. Okay, Principal. Xiao Yang got up and left the office. Only after Xiao Yang's footsteps faded did Principal Huang pick up his phone and dial a number. Director Chen, this is Huang Ping. I have good news for you. In this joint entrance exam, Su Yan from Class 7 of Senior 3 took first place in the liberal arts category with a score of 748. After the call, Principal Huang continued to report the good news to several other directors. After calling the director, he dialed another number. The owner of this number is the principal of Dongha No. 5 Middle School. Among the 7 middle schools in Dongha City, Dongha No. 5 Middle School has the highest teaching level. The call just got connected. Principal Huang asked proudly, Old Wang, have you received the joint entrance exam rankings? Principal Wang, I'm at home. I'll find out when I go to school tomorrow. Principal Huang, by the way, I have good news for you. The top scorer in the liberal arts exam is from our school. Principal Wang, congratulations, Old Huang, you finally won first place. Principal Huang could naturally hear the sarcasm in Principal Wang's words, because Dongha No. 5 Middle School had won first place too many times. Principal Huang wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said, yes, it was not easy. It's a pity that our student only scored 748 points, not a perfect score. Suddenly, Principal Wang fell silent. Their school has won first place many times, but no one has ever reached 748 points in liberal arts. For a moment, he cursed in his heart, damn it, this time that bastard old Huang got the limelight. Next, Principal Huang called the principals of several other schools and boasted about them, which was considered a way to vent his anger. As the saying goes, it is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. After calling the principals of other schools, he notified 2 other vice principals and asked them to tell the news to other teachers to make everyone happy. Yuan Jingshan's home. After hanging up the phone with the head teacher, Yuan Jingshan couldn't help but wave her fist vigorously. Her husband saw this and asked, what happened? Why are you so happy? My student Su Yan won the first place in the liberal arts in the joint examination this time with a score of 748. Yuan Jingshan said proudly. So amazing. Her husband was surprised and said, if you can get this score in the college entrance examination, you will definitely be the top scorer. If you teach a top scorer, won't you get a promotion and a raise? Chapter 16, Becoming Famous. The next morning. After waking up, Su Yan, full of energy, first washed up briefly and then went to the rooftop to practice boxing. I did 5 rounds of boxing as usual, but my experience points only increased by 2 points. I went home and cooked the remaining wontons and ate them before running to school. Just arrived at school. Su Yan discovered that a large number of senior high school students gathered where the honor roll was posted. Needless to say, the results of the joint entrance examination must have been released. Generally speaking, only the top 100 students in the grade are listed on the honor roll. Su Yan, who was quite confident in himself, did not join in the fun, but walked straight towards the classroom. Just stepped into the classroom. However, he found that everyone looked at him with a bit of strangeness and curiosity. After a little thought, he realized that the classmates in the class probably already knew his ranking. When he came to his seat, Feng Yu couldn't help but ask excitedly, Brother Yan, do you know your ranking in this joint exam? There were too many people, I didn't see it. First place. Feng Yu emphasized his tone, his face full of envy, you are not only number 1 in our class, but also number 1 in the grade and the whole city. That's amazing. How did you do it? Could it be that you were possessed by an alien? Feng Yu's suspicion was not unreasonable. After all, Su Yan's progress was too fast. In just about a month, he went from last in the class to first in the city. Yes, I have been possessed by an alien. You know too much. Do you think I should steam you or stir-fry you? Su Yan said speechlessly. The other side. Dongha No. 5 Middle School. When Zhang Xianya came to the classroom, she found that her classmates looked at her strangely. She didn't delve into it and quietly went to her seat. Xianya, have you seen the ranking on the honor roll? My deskmate Mao Yenling asked in a low voice as soon as I sat down. I haven't had time to see it yet. Zhang Shangya said. Your first place was taken away from you, you are only second this time. Mao Yanling stared at Zhang Shangya and said. Oh, I see. Zhang Shangya responded indifferently, her expression seemed calm, but deep down she was curious. Who took away her first place? The scene returns to Class 7 of Grade 3 in Mingmen Middle School. Yuan Jingshan came to the classroom with a brisk walk. Although she already knew last night that Su Yan won first place in the city, she was still very excited at this moment. Have you seen the rankings on the honor roll? Yuan Jingshan asked. I've seen it all. Everyone said in unison. Well, let's give a big round of applause to congratulate Su Yan for taking first place in the liberal arts section of the city's joint entrance exam. Yuan Jingshan said in an excited tone. Suddenly, a wave of applause rang out in the classroom. Huang Shuawei was also clapping, but if you looked closely, you would find that her expression was full of gritted teeth, because the better Su Yan performed, the more unhappy she was. At the same time, she felt a surge of regret. If Su Yan had confessed his feelings to her, and she hadn't rejected him, then. Yuan Jingshan, now, we would like to invite Su Yan to come up and say a few words. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Yan came to the podium. He did not act out of the ordinary, but spoke a few words in a proper manner to inspire everyone. Yuan Jingshan is quite satisfied with this. At this moment, the aristocratic class. Tang Xian whispered to Shi Mulan, Sister Lin, Su Yan took first place in the joint exam and scored 748 points. That's incredible. I know. Shi Mulan nodded. Ever since she had the idea of winning over Su Yan, she had specially collected a lot of information about him. More than 20 days ago, the other party was the toughest student in Class 3-7, with the worst grades. However, after confessing his feelings to Huang Shuawei and being humiliated, he began to work hard. In just less than a month, it became the number one in the city and will be the number one in the province in the future. If the other party has been pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, it is normal. But if the opponent only took 1 month to defeat all the students in the province from the bottom student, then he cannot be described as a genius, but rather a monster. She was not sure if she could subdue this monster with super learning ability. Then when will you start? Tang Xian asked. She was also very interested in the drama of Shi Mulan conquering Su Yan. It's hard to say. Shi Mulan shook her head. I still need to investigate. She has ordered people to collect Su Yan's test papers from the first to the third year of high school for analysis, so as to determine whether he is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, or whether his real results are like this. If it is the former, she will consider conquering the other party. If it is the latter, she will have no choice but to give up her plan to conquer him and cooperate instead. Geniuses can be conquered, but although monsters can be conquered, it is not something she can do. She has this self-awareness. After morning self-study, Zhang Shangya went to the teacher's office to find the head teacher. Teacher Meng, I want to know who is the number one in the city this time. Teacher Meng said in a somewhat complicated tone, the winner this time is Su Yan from Class 7, Grade 3, Mingmen Middle School. It's him! Zhang Shangya exclaimed in her heart. Teacher Meng continued, this student is amazing. He actually scored 748 points. Furthermore, the 2 points he lost were for his Chinese composition. I heard that it's understandable that he didn't lose those 2 points. If he had a different teacher grading his paper, he would probably have gotten full marks this time. So amazing. Zhang Shangya was shocked. She had originally planned to catch up with Su Yan next time, but after knowing Su Yan's score, she no longer had this idea. You know, her test score this time was only 692 points, which was more than 50 points behind Su Yan. Even if she tried her best to catch up, it would be impossible for her to do so in just 2 months. Don't be discouraged. Teacher Meng smiled and comforted, as long as you perform consistently in the college entrance examination, you can choose between Kyoto University and Mizuki University. Thank you, Teacher Meng. I understand. After walking out of the teacher's office, Zhang Shangya thought for a while, took out her mobile phone to log into QQ, and then sent a message to Su Yan, congratulations on getting the first place in the city. Unfortunately, after waiting for a while, there was no response from Su Yan. So she first quit QQ, put away her phone and went back to the classroom. The other side. Su Yan thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being a celebrity and being watched by everyone. Because Principal Huang specially convened a commendation meeting for all the teachers and students in the school, Su Yan was publicly awarded 100,000 yuan. 5 other students also won awards, but their prize money could not be compared with Su Yan's. The highest is only 10,000. They had no objection to this. They were among the top 3 in their grade in the school, but in the entire city, they were ranked outside the top 50. After winning the award, Su Yan gave another inspiring speech at the school's request. After the commendation meeting was over, he was surrounded by his classmates, especially Feng Yu and Zhao Feng, who were clamoring for him to treat them. Su Yan did not refuse this. It means that every student in the class will be invited to drink milk tea at noon today. Go back to the classroom and give the class monitor the flavor you want, and then buy it in bulk at noon. Chapter 17 Aura Badge. After lunch, Su Yan brought Feng Yu and Zhao Feng back and bought more than 60 cups of milk tea. There are only 60 students in Class 7 of Grade 3. After Su Yan's mental strength increased greatly, not only his learning ability but also his emotional intelligence and so on increased. So, when buying milk tea, the teachers was also included. Anyway, he just received a 100,000 yuan reward today, so how much money can he spend on buying a few more cups of milk tea? Sure enough, after Su Yan delivered the milk tea to the teacher's office, several teachers including Yuan Jingshan and Gao Yingzi were very relieved. It was not that they lacked this cup of milk tea, but that Su Yan still remembered them. After delivering milk tea, Su Yan returned to the classroom and logged into Mobile QQ with his mobile phone. He happened to see the message Zhang Xiangye sent him: "Congratulations on getting the first place in the city." After thinking about it, Su Yan edited a text and sent it over. It was just luck. Unexpectedly, as soon as he sent it, Zhang Xiangye immediately replied, "Is getting 748 points also a fluke? I heard from Teacher Meng that if the teacher who graded your essay wasn't so strict, you might have gotten full marks this time." Su Yan, really? That's really a pity. By the way, how many points did you get in the exam this time? Zhang Xiangye, I'm far worse than you, I only scored 692. Su Yan, it's already very strong. Last year, the top scorer in liberal arts in our province only scored 674 points. Su Yan discovered that Zhang Xiangye doesn't talk much in real life and seems a little aloof, but on the internet, she seems to be quite talkative. Therefore, the two of them chatted until the bell for the first class in the afternoon rang. In the next few days, Su Yan experienced the troubles of being a celebrity. First, wherever he went, people would watch and point fingers at him. Second, many more people wrote him love letters, including some little girls in the first year of high school and the third year of junior high school. Su Yan ignored all of this. You're almost graduating from high school, why bother dating? Wouldn't it be better to do it in college? Now let's talk about skills. Basketball skill has grown to proficiency 99 points. It's on the verge of upgrading. So, after school in the afternoon and dinner, he went to the court to play a game of basketball, and his basketball skills were upgraded to Control 0, and he was rewarded with 1 intermediate lottery and 5 free attribute points. On the other side, the Shi family. Shi Mulan was carefully reading an analysis report sent by his subordinates. In the past few days, she asked someone to get Su Yan's previous test papers and analyze them carefully. After reading the analysis report provided by her subordinates, she felt both excited and disappointed. What excited her was that Su Yan was indeed a genius. A month ago, his grades were indeed at the bottom, and he was not pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Once she cooperated with such a person, it would be easier for her to succeed in the future. Disappointingly, it was because Su Yan was too strong. It would not be easy to reach a cooperation with such a monster. After all, Su Yan was still young and was probably full of confidence in himself. How could such a person easily be inferior to others? After playing basketball, Su Yan returned to the classroom and called up the system interface. The physical fitness is already 100 points, the spirit is 90 points, and the appearance is 77 points. Now there are 5 more free attribute points. After thinking about it, Su Yan continued to add points to his constitution, but he was reminded that 5 free attribute points were needed to add 1 point to his constitution. Oh my god, it's increased 5-fold. Su Yan thought to himself, so he simply added 5 free attribute points to spirit. And the spirit also reached 95 points. There's also an intermediate lottery. System, let me use the intermediate lottery. Ding, the intermediate lottery begins. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the Aura badge. Would you like to claim it? Receive. The next moment, a 3-leaf badge appeared in Su Yan's hand, and at the same time, relevant information also appeared in his mind. The Aura badge contains 3 auras that can be switched freely. The first aura is the aura of a noble gentleman. As long as this aura is activated, it will exude an aura of elegance, easygoingness, and gentleness like jade, and enhance one's own masculine charm. The second aura is the devil's aura. Once this aura is activated, it can cause considerable pressure on people nearby, making people feel afraid, suppressing their intelligence, and increasing their fear. The third aura is the bewitching aura. After activating this aura, it will be easier to gain the trust of others and increase the credibility of one's own words. Especially when used for speeches, it can inspire and amplify the listener's sense of conviction and admiration. Damn it! Seeing the introduction of this third aura, Su Yan was shocked. If this aura was stimulated to engage in pyramid schemes, wouldn't it be possible to develop hundreds of downlines in minutes? However, he has received 9 years of compulsory education and has a system. He cannot do something like pyramid schemes that harm others and himself. With a thought, Su Yan chose to wear the aura badge. Suddenly, the badge turned into golden light and sank into his body. However, as long as he did not activate it, the 3 auras would not appear. But he wanted to try the effect of the aura badge. So, he chose to activate the Demon King badge. When he activated the Demon King badge, all the students within a 3-meter diameter of his body felt a chill on the back of their heads, as if they were being stared at by some ferocious beast, and their muscles were subconsciously tensed. Feng Yu subconsciously turned around and met Su Yan's gaze. But the moment his eyes met Su Yan's, Feng Yu subconsciously felt a sense of fear in his heart, his pupils began to dilate, and even his body became stiff. Seeing this, Su Yan quickly turned off the devil's aura. "Oh my god, Brother Yan, the look in your eyes just now was so scary." Feng Yu shuddered. "Really? Why didn't I feel that?" Su Yan said with a smile. "Maybe I'm dazzled." Feng Yu shook his head and made eye contact with Su Yan again, but he didn't feel anything strange. Su Yan secretly warned himself not to activate the devil's aura casually, otherwise it might bring psychological trauma to others. Suddenly, a sly smile appeared on Su Yan's lips. Huang Shuawei had bad intentions towards him, so perhaps he could use the devil's aura to teach her a lesson, because when he used the eye of detection on her again, he found that Huang Shuawei's favorability had increased to 70. Even though he had done nothing, the woman's hatred for him continued to grow, as if he had dug up her family's ancestral graves. It is worth mentioning. He has been chatting with Zheng Xiangya on QQ these days. After a few days of flirting, the relationship between the two became closer and closer, and Su Yan's understanding of Zheng Xiangya became deeper and deeper. Unfortunately, the two never had the chance to meet. Su Yan secretly guessed that Zheng Xiangya's favorability towards him should have exceeded 70 points. The next day, Su Yan received a call from the police station. The case of his ambush has been reviewed and filed. The 5 people killed the wrong person and did not cause any harm to Su Yan. The police could only detain them for a period of time and at the same time pay Su Yan 5,000 yuan in mental damages. Su Yan only needs to go over and sign to receive the money. Su Yan asked if he did not accept the money, would he be sentenced longer? But the police told him that even if he did not accept it, he would only be detained for 3 months. Since the result will not change, Su Yan went to the police station at noon and signed to receive the 5,000 yuan compensation. Chapter 18 Let Go Shi Mulan. After school that afternoon, Su Yan had just walked out of the teaching building. But he saw Tang Xin coming towards him. "Su Yan, come with me, our sister Lin wants to discuss something with you." "What's the matter?" Su Yan asked subconsciously. "You'll know when you get there." Soon, Su Yan followed Tang Xin to the school gate, where a black Mercedes-Benz sedan was parked. "Don't just stand there, get in the car." Tang Xin opened the car door and urged. "Good." Knowing that Shi Mulan had no ill will towards him, Su Yan calmly got into the Mercedes-Benz, but he was a little curious in his heart as to why Shi Mulan did this. About 20 minutes passed. The Mercedes-Benz drove into the underground parking lot of a building. After getting off the car, Su Yan followed Tang Xin into an elevator that required a password. The elevator stopped all the way to the 12th floor. As he walked out of the elevator, Su Yan saw 2 antique doors, in front of which stood 2 burly men in black suits. "This is the guest sister Lin invited," Tang Xin said to the 2 men in suits. "Please." The 2 men pushed open the door and made a gesture of asking in. During this period, Tang Xin had been observing Su Yan and found that this guy came from an ordinary family and should not have much experience, but in this situation, he could still remain calm. He was worthy of being the pervert who jumped from the bottom student to the first in the province in just 1 month. It seems that there is no hope for Sister Lin to conquer him. The reason why Shi Mulin didn't just find a random place to talk to Su Yan was actually to play up the status difference, in order to intimidate Su Yan and facilitate their negotiations. It now appears that their deterrent effect has clearly failed. After entering the gate, there is a magnificent hall. A tall, beautiful woman in a cheongsam came forward and said with a smile, "Miss Tang, Mr. Su, the lady is waiting for you in the Qingyu Hall." Soon, the three of them arrived outside the Qingyu Hall. The cheongsam beauty raised her hand and knocked lightly on the door, making a kaka sound. Then Shi Mulin's voice came from inside, "Come in." The cheongsam beauty pushed open the door, and Su Yan subconsciously looked inside. This is an elegant room. At this moment, Shi Mulin is wearing an exquisite silk dress, and her elegant demeanor exudes an atmosphere of tranquility and peace. Her eyes were deep and focused, as if the teacup had turned into a world. I saw her carefully use a teaspoon to take out some tiny tea leaves and put them into the boiling water. Suddenly, a fragrance spread. At this time, she raised her head, revealing her swan-like white neck. Under the light in the room, it emits a snow-white halo. "Now that you're here, please take a seat," Shi Mulin said softly. Puff. But at this moment, Su Yan couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Suddenly, Tang Xian gave him a reproachful look, blaming this guy for destroying the beautiful atmosphere for no reason. Shi Mulin, whose movements were originally smooth, froze after hearing Su Yan's laughter. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Su Yan quickly apologized. The reason he laughed was because he realized that all of this was deliberately created by Shi Mulin. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be fooled. However, Su Yan, whose mental strength reached 95, had relatively little life experience, but after a little thought, he vaguely guessed Shi Mulin's intention. It was just that the other party was too young and not mature enough, so he felt like he was trying to draw a tiger but ended up with a dog. "Fine." Shi Mulin shook her head awkwardly. Her rhythm was disrupted, making her feel a little flustered. So, he simply stopped pretending and picked up the teapot, poured 3 cups of tea, and handed one to Su Yan. "Good tea." Su Yan picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then praised. But Shi Mulin's face froze again. At this time, Su Yan asked directly, "Student Shi Mulin, you put on such a big show to invite me here. Is there something wrong? If so, please speak up. Do you know the Shi family?" Shi Mulin asked with a desperate mood. "I've heard about it from others and have a general understanding of it, but I'm not sure about the specific details," Su Yan said honestly. After hearing what Su Yan said, Shi Mulin gave a brief introduction to the Shi family's situation. Shi Mulin continued, "We have a rule in the Shi family. When the younger generation reaches adulthood, they can receive a sum of startup capital from the family. This capital can be squandered or used to start a business. But if I squander this money, I will lose my qualification as an heir in the future. But if I use this money to start a business, failure is inevitable, but if I succeed, I will have the opportunity to become the heir of the Shi family. So what does it mean to be successful?" Su Yan also became interested and asked. Shi Mulin explained, "The startup capital is 100 million, and the probation period is 5 years. If you can turn this 100 million into 500 million, or assets worth 500 million, within 5 years, you'll have passed the test." "Then why are you telling me all this?" Su Yan asked Shi Mulin. Shi Mulin said with some shame, "To be honest, in my generation, apart from appearance, I don't have any advantages in other aspects, so I don't have the confidence to pass the family test." Hearing this, even if Su Yan was stupid, he understood Shi Mulin's plan, so he asked tentatively, "You want me to help you?" "Right." Shi Mulin nodded, "I don't have the ability myself, so I'll find someone who is capable to help me pass the test." "Classmate Shi Mulin, you think too highly of me. I'm just an ordinary high school student. How could I have the ability to help you?" Su Yan shook his head. "No, you do." Shi Mulin said seriously, "More than a month ago, you were a student at the bottom of the class, but in just 1 month, you've become number 1 in the province. Your learning ability is truly terrifying, beyond our comprehension. It's no exaggeration to call you a monster. But you also said that I can only study. Being able to study doesn't mean I can make money." Su Yan argued cunningly, but at the same time he was secretly praising Shi Mulin for his good vision. "Su Yan, you don't have to rush to refuse. Listen to my conditions first," Shi Mulin said in a deep voice. "Then tell me. After I graduate from high school, I will be able to receive 100 million in startup capital. If you are willing to cooperate with me, I can give you half of the shares. Shi Mulin said to Su Yan. Hearing Shi Mulin's offer, Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. Do you trust me so much? I can't do it myself anyway, so I might as well give it a try. Shi Mulin said seriously, what if it succeeds? You put a lot of pressure on me. Su Yan said in a complicated tone. So, you agree? Shi Mulin said excitedly. Su Yan thought for a moment and said, how about this? You won't receive the funds until after the college entrance exam anyway. I'll think about it first and give you an answer before the exam. Oh well. Seeing that Su Yan did not agree directly, Shi Mulin was a little disappointed. Tang Xin on the side was a little dissatisfied. Sister Lin offered such good conditions, but this guy still had to consider it. He was too proud. But just as she was about to say something, she was stopped by Shi Mulin. In fact, she didn't think there was anything wrong with Su Yan's consideration. After all, he agreed, which meant he was almost tied to her, so he should be more serious. Chapter 19 The Shi Brothers and Sisters. That night, after Shi Mulin returned to the Shi family, she met her second brother Shi Mukin. Little sister, come with me, I have something to tell you. Shi Mulin followed her second brother into a small courtyard. The other brother looked at her and asked, are you in love? Hearing this, Shi Mulin was stunned and said speechlessly, who told you that? Don't worry about who told me this, I'm just asking you if it's true, right? Shi Mukin's tone also became heavy. He was 24 years old this year and had also accepted the family test at the age of 18. As a result, he failed, and the reason for his failure was because of a woman who approached him with ulterior motives. Therefore, he was also worried that his sister would follow in his footsteps. I don't. Shi Mulin said seriously. Shi Mukin frowned and asked, then why did you send a car to pick up a boy this afternoon? Second brother, you really misunderstood. Suddenly, Shi Mulin was a little amused and said that she sent someone out to pick up Su Yan in order to discuss cooperation with the other party. What kind of cooperation are you talking about? Shi Mukin asked. After a moment of hesitation, Shi Mulin continued, brother, you know I don't have any advantages over Shi Muyuan and Shi Muzin from the second branch, and Shi Moheo from the third branch. I will definitely not be able to compete with them in the future. But you also know the family rules. Others from the clan are not allowed to interfere. I have no choice but to seek external help, and Su Yan is the partner I'm looking for. The three peers from the second and third houses have already started the test. Judging from the current situation, their chances of success are very high. As the eldest wife, their eldest brother died unexpectedly and their second brother failed the test. If they want to maintain their position as the eldest wife in the Shi family, she must succeed in the test. Otherwise, in the future, the first wife's property may be completely swallowed up by the second and third wives. That Su Yan is also a high school student, right? Shi Mukin asked with a frown. Yes. Shi Mulin nodded, although he is a high school student, he is a monster. Next, Shi Mulin recounted how Su Yan made a comeback and became the number one in the province in just 1 month. After hearing this, Shi Mukin was somewhat shocked and surprised, but he did not agree with his younger sister cooperating with the other party. He said, little sister, I don't deny that he has a strong learning ability, but he is full of unknowns in other aspects. You are too willful to choose to cooperate with him. Otherwise, I will introduce you to some professional talents to assist you. Shi Mulin could feel her second brother's concern for her, but she still wanted to stick to her own insistence, because Su Yan was discovered by her, and she had a feeling that with Su Yan's help, she would definitely succeed, so she said, second brother, thank you for your concern, but I believe in my choice. Seeing that his younger sister refused to accept his proposal, Shi Mukin couldn't help but feel a headache. At the same time, he also suspected that Su Yan might be a trap set by the second and third wives. After all, he had fallen for such a trick in the first place. Although there was no evidence, he believed that the woman was closely related to the second and third rooms. How about this, I'll help you test that guy and see if he's qualified to cooperate with you. Seeing that persuasion failed, Shi Mukin changed his strategy and said, no. Shi Mulin immediately refused. She had not reached any cooperation with Su Yan today, and the other party was still considering it. If her second brother rashly intervened, it might backfire. Seeing that his younger sister refused so decisively, Shi Mukin felt a little angry, and thought to himself, what kind of magic potion did that guy feed his younger sister to make her trust him so much? Well, since you don't want me to get involved, then tell me how you plan to cooperate with him, so I can give you some advice. Shi Mulin felt a little embarrassed for rejecting her second brother who cared about her, so she told him her plan. After hearing Xiaojie's plan, Shi Mukin couldn't help but widen his eyes. Xiaojie, you are actually going to give him 50% of the shares. Even if he is a genius, he is only a high school student. Is it worth this price? How do you know if you don't try? What if I succeed? Shi Mulin said stubbornly. You're hopeless. Shi Mukin was speechless, feeling that his little sister had been poisoned by that high school student. No, I don't agree to this. If you insist, I will tell my parents about this. You dare. Shi Mulin couldn't help but get anxious. If you ruin my plan, I will ignore you. Also, even if you tell my parents, it will be useless because of family rules. People within the family cannot interfere in the test. You. Seeing his little sister like this, Shi Mukin was so angry that he didn't know what to say. Forget it, I don't care about you. Looking at his second brother who left in a rage, Shi Mulin felt a little guilty, and then murmured to himself, Su Yan, please don't reject me. For you, I almost fell out with my second brother. The other side. After leaving, Shi Mukin quickly calmed down. He said he didn't want to care about his younger sister, but he was still quite concerned about Shi Mulin. So, he called his men over. Ion, send someone to investigate a student named Su Yan from Mingmen Middle School. Focus on whether he has had any private contact with certain people. Okay, second young master, I'll do it right away. Ion responded immediately. Mingmen Middle School, Class 7, Grade 3. Su Yan, who was attending evening self-study, was not focusing on his studies, but was thinking about cooperation with Shi Mulin. Agree or not? I have to say that the conditions offered by Shi Mulin are still very sincere. As long as he agrees, he can get shares worth 50 million. But then again, with his systematic approach, he has accumulated a considerable fortune in just over a month. After the college entrance examination, if he makes some more operations, his net worth will immediately reach tens of millions. So, these 50 million are nothing. But he understood that by cooperating with Shi Mulin, on the surface he would only get the 50 million shares, but in fact, he could also gain some of the Shi family's connections and background. With the Shi family's background and connections, the road to success in the future will be more stable. The analysis ends here. He already has a bias in his heart. With a sudden thought, he took out his cell phone and browsed the news on the internet. Time flies and a few days pass. The influence of the first place in the joint entrance examination gradually subsided, and Su Yan's life gradually returned to normal. During these few days, Su Yan spent most of his time studying various news on the internet and policies issued by the country. At the same time, I also took time to go to the library to borrow a lot of books on economics and business management. This solidified a new skill for him: business. At present, his business skills have reached the entry level of 97. As long as he reads another business book, he will be able to advance to the proficient level. So, he decisively took out an autobiography of a business tycoon from his school bag and started reading. With his mental strength reaching 95 points, he absorbs knowledge very quickly. In just 20 minutes, he had fully grasped the essence of the book. And the business skill also successfully reached the entry level of 100 points. Chapter 20, Brainwashed Shi Mukin. Upgrade. At Su Yan's command, business skills began to upgrade. Soon, the skill was upgraded successfully. At the same time, some business knowledge also appeared in Su Yan's mind. After comprehending this new knowledge, he couldn't help but sigh. He never thought that doing business would involve so many twists and turns. It was indeed true that the business world was like a battlefield. At the same time, the system also rewards a primary lottery and 2 free attribute points. Attribute points naturally add spirit. This brings the mental strength to 97 points, only 3 points away from the maximum value. System, use the primary lottery. Ding, start the primary lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the basic driving skills and a Class C driver's license. Would you like to claim it? Receive. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yan's mind was filled with many memories about driving. At the same time, a black driver's license appeared in his hand. Looking at the driver's license, I saw his portrait on it, and the license was issued 3 days ago. I have to say, the system is awesome. Concentrating his mind, Su Yan continued to read business books. Before I knew it, it was time for the evening self-study get out of class to end. I checked my business skills and found that I had reached 20 points of proficiency. He planned to improve his business skills to the perfect level before replying to Shi Mulin. Following the footsteps of other students, Su Yan walked out of the school with his school bag on his back, and then left in different directions. After walking a distance, a middle-aged man blocked his way and said, "Su Yan, my young master wants to talk to you. Please come with me." "Who is your young master?" Su Yan looked at the other person warily. "You'll know when you go there." Ayang took a step forward and approached Su Yan, as if to say, "If you dare to refuse again, I will take action." "I'm sorry, I don't know your young master, and I won't go with you." Su Yan shook his head. "That's not up to you." Ayang grinned, with a bit more sinister air, and then he stretched out his hand and clawed towards Su Yan's left shoulder. He used a grappling technique. Once he pinched the shoulder, ordinary people would instantly lose control of their body. Although Su Yan had practiced Bajikwan to perfection, he had never seen other martial arts. However, not having seen any of them did not mean that he was afraid. Instead, he was somewhat excited at the moment because he discovered that this middle-aged man was also a martial artist. Because he had long wanted to find a martial artist to fight with. So, he decisively used the tiger-breaking mountain climbing technique from Bajikwan and rushed straight towards Ayang's face. Bajikwan is a very powerful form of boxing. Su Yan, who had cultivated to the perfect level, attacked with such force that he was quick and fierce. Oh my god! Ayang felt his eyes go dark and he felt a giant tiger pouncing on him. It was too late to dodge and he could only hastily put his arms in front of his cheeks. Bang! Su Yan's fist hit Ayang's arm hard, and a strong stinging pain came over him. The experienced Ayang immediately realized that his arm was broken. At the same time, a strong force instantly broke his fist frame, forcing him to retreat several steps before he could barely stabilize his body. But at this moment, Su Yan's second attack arrived. Tai's Han Lin. Bang! Ayang's body was hit like a torn sack and flew into the air, falling several meters away. So weak? Seeing that Ayang was easily dealt with by him, Su Yan was a little disappointed. You know, he did not use either obvious force or hidden force in these two moves. Ahem, little brother, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. With a pale face, Ayang covered his chest with some difficulty and stood up from the ground to explain. As a martial artist, he knew that at least 3 ribs in his chest were broken, and it would take several months of recuperation for him to recover. Who is your young master? Su Yan asked in a deep voice. Little brother, my young master actually has no ill intentions, he just wants to chat with you. Ayang explained. Who is he then? It's me, my name is Shin Yukin. At this time, a handsome young man in a casual suit ran over quickly. He was in a car not far away just now. Although the light was dim, he could still see clearly that Ayang was knocked away by the other person with 2 moves. Although Ayang is not considered a top master in their Shi family. But after all, he is a veteran warrior who has entered the Ming Jin realm for many years. Who is Shin Yulin to you? Su Yan looked at Shin Yukin and asked. He had wanted to use the devil's aura to force Ayang to tell him who the young master was, but he didn't expect the other party to show up on his own initiative. Hello, brother Su Yan, Shin Yulin is my sister, dear. Shin Yukin said quickly. Look at this, if you had told me earlier that it was Shin Yulin's brother who wanted to see me, there wouldn't have been such a misunderstanding. Su Yan said to Ayang. Blame me, it's all my fault. I didn't explain myself clearly, cough cough. Ayang quickly said that he should take the blame, but he thought in his heart that this kid was only 18 years old, but his skills were so agile. He must have reached the peak of Ming Jin and would definitely be able to step into N Jin in the future. And Jin masters would also be treated as guests of honor in the Shi family. So, if Su Yan wanted to pass the blame, he could only take it. Of course, it was also his fault for being too arrogant and not taking a young boy seriously, and wanting to control him. More than 10 minutes later. In a private room of a coffee shop. Su Yan put his school bag on the sofa and sat opposite Shin Yukin. Su Yan, to be precise, I am Mu Lin's second brother. Shin Yukin took the initiative to speak and broke the silence. Oh, hello, what do you want to talk to me about? Su Yan pretended to be stupid and asked, but in fact, he had already guessed Shin Yukin's intention in looking for him. Shin Yukin continued, a few days ago, my younger sister approached you about a collaboration. Oh, you're here for this, I haven't agreed yet. Su Yan said lightly. You haven't agreed yet? Shin Yukin was stunned, why don't you agree? Shin Yukin was a little puzzled. Those were shares worth 50 million. How could a high school student withstand such temptation? He originally thought that Su Yan had agreed, but now it seems that he had made a mistake. Why should I agree? Su-Yen smiled, and without waiting for the other party to speak, he continued, "Are you trying to say that 50 million is a huge sum of money for a high school student like me, right?" Shimukin smiled awkwardly and said nothing. With a thought, Su-Yen activated his bewitching aura and continued, "To be honest, although 50 million is a lot, I really don't take it seriously. Do you think I'm arrogant? If you continue to listen to me, and after I finish, you won't think I'm crazy anymore. First of all, your sister received 100 million in startup capital, so she must have invested it in her business. Even if she gave me 50% of the shares, that would only be nominal. I wouldn't get any real benefits, right?" Shimukin nodded subconsciously. "Instead, I have to work hard for these 50 million shares to prove my worth, don't you think?" Under the bewitching aura, Shimukin only felt that Su-Yen's words made sense and nodded again, but he didn't think about whether Su-Yen had the ability. "So, your sister seemed to have done something stupid, but she used these shares to trap me. I guess you've also researched my information. You know that a little over a month ago, I was a mediocre student at the bottom of the class. But in just a month, I became a top student who stood out from the crowd. This shows that my learning and comprehension abilities are quite strong. With this ability, even if I can't become the top in the industry, as long as I'm good at learning from others' successful experiences, it shouldn't be difficult for me to succeed, don't you think?" Yes, indeed. Shimukin's brain was no longer able to function on its own, and he was completely following Su-Yen's train of thought. "As for other things, I won a 100,000 yuan bonus in the last joint entrance examination. The principal has promised that if I take the top spot in the college entrance examination, I will be rewarded with 1 million yuan. By then, the district and city governments will probably also give me a bonus. By then, I will have almost 2 million yuan. I could definitely use this 2 million to start a business, and maybe it would take me a while to succeed, but I'm only 18 now and have plenty of time to figure things out. That's why I didn't agree to work with your sister right away, do you understand?" Half an hour later, Su-Yen had been gone for a while. Shimukin, who was leaning on the sofa in the box, suddenly came to his senses, his face turning blue and red. Recalling the previous scene, he felt extremely embarrassed. Because he was completely led by the high school student, the rhythm of the entire conversation was controlled by the other party, and he could only nod or answer yes like a yes man. At the same time, he was somewhat relieved that there was no one else in the box. Otherwise, if his embarrassing scene were to get out, how would he live his life? Although he is now just a second-generation rich man who has lost the opportunity to inherit the family business, he is also a man who cares about his reputation. However, after thinking about it carefully, he came up with a different opinion. People who are successful are often quite good at bewitching people. He has a strong learning ability, is good at misleading people, and is also quite skilled. If he had met such a person when he started his business, would he have avoided failure? For a moment, he even envied the good luck of that silly sister. No, that guy doesn't seem to have agreed to cooperate with me yet. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but panic. If what he did today destroyed the cooperation between his younger sister and that boy, wouldn't his younger sister hate him for the rest of her life? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. He decided to go back and discuss it with his younger sister to facilitate their cooperation as soon as possible. Chapter 21: Su-Yen's Speculation. At this moment, Su-Yen has returned to his home. Recalling the conversation with Shimukin in his mind, he couldn't help but sigh that this bewitching aura was really useful. Wouldn't it be easy to use it for business negotiations or to fool investors in the future? However, a blacksmith must be strong himself. You can fool people for a while, but you can't fool people forever. Therefore, Su-Yen felt that it would be safer to upgrade his business skills to the maximum level as soon as possible. So, after making himself a midnight snack, he picked up a business book and started reading it. The next day, morning self-study class had just ended. Shimulin and Tang Xian appeared outside the classroom of Class 7, Grade 3. "Classmate, please call Su-Yen out. I have something to talk to him about," Shimulin said politely to a boy who walked out of the classroom. This boy was Fengyu, who was sitting in front of Su-Yen. "It's actually Shimulin." Seeing Shimulin's pure and beautiful face clearly, Fengyu cursed inwardly and immediately ran towards Su-Yen's seat in the classroom. "Brother Yen, you're awesome. Shimulin from the noble class came to me on her own initiative and is waiting for you outside the classroom." "Okay, I got it." Su-Yen closed the book in his hand, walked out of the classroom, and saw Shimulin and Tang Xian. At this moment, Shimulin's face was a little nervous and uneasy. When she saw Su Yan, she immediately explained, Su Yan, last night my second brother. This is not the place to talk. Let's go to the rooftop. Su Yan said to her. Good. So, Su Yan walked in front, and Shi Mulin and the other two followed closely behind, with a hint of the air of a young wife. Feng Yu, who was hiding in the classroom and watching this scene, couldn't help but secretly call out fuck and was full of admiration and envy for Su Yan in his heart. At the same time, many students also saw this scene. Shi Mulin actually took the initiative to find Su Yan. Could it be that Shi Mulin was pursuing Su Yan? For a moment, many students exchanged glances secretly, and only after Su Yan and the others left did they start to communicate in low voices. After a while, Huang Xuewei and her good friends returned to the classroom. After hearing the news, her face became as ugly as it could be. She knows more about Shi Mulin's family background than ordinary students. If Su Yan hooked up with Shi Mulin and got the support of the Shi family, he would have to work less for at least 30 years. The rooftop of the teaching building. Xinshin, you stay here and watch the door. Su Yan and I want to talk alone. As soon as they reached the rooftop, Shi Mulin said to Tang Xin. Oh well. Tang Xin nodded subconsciously, but she had the illusion that a young lady was secretly meeting her lover and the maid was helping to keep watch. Su Yan, I'm sorry. I didn't know that my second brother came to see you last night. He didn't give you any trouble, did he? Shi Mulin apologized to Su Yan. It's okay, I don't take it to heart. Besides, I had a very pleasant chat with your second brother. Su Yan said disapprovingly. Real? Of course. Su Yan nodded, thinking to himself, I almost fooled him silly, what could happen? Suddenly, a sense of evil interest arose in his heart, and he asked, by the way, what does your second brother think of me? At the same time, he turned on the eye of detection and found that Shi Mulin's favorability towards him had reached 75 points, reaching the level of good friends. This favorability surged a bit too fast. Shi Mulin smiled faintly. My second brother has a very good impression of you and even praised your ability. I think I found the right person to work with you. He also said with regret that if he had met you at the beginning, his test would not have failed. Hearing this, Su Yan looked a little strange. Was Shi Mulin affected by the bewitching aura, or did he really think I was capable? However, he thinks the former is more likely. You're too kind. I'm not that good. Then are you willing to cooperate with me? Shi Mulin stared at Su Yan and asked. Can. He had originally planned to perfect his business skills before revealing his cards, but since it had come to this, he might as well agree to it. Very good. Shi Mulin showed excitement, I'll have someone prepare the contract right away. How about signing it after school this afternoon? Can. After talking with Shi Mulin, Su Yan returned to his classroom. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, he found that all his classmates were staring at him. With his intelligence, he understood without hesitation that it was all caused by Shi Mulin coming to see him. Brother Yan, I admire you so much. Yes, we admire you so much, can you teach us a few moves? As soon as he returned to his seat, Zhao Feng and Feng Yu ran up behind him, massaging his shoulders and speaking flatteringly. There's nothing between Shi Mulin and me, we're just ordinary friends. Su Yan said speechlessly. Brother Yan, aren't you too modest? That's right, don't worry, we are all family, we promise not to say anything. Let me make it clear again, there is nothing between her and me. As for whether you believe it or not, I can't do anything about it. Su Yan said speechlessly. But this guy still didn't give up. Fortunately, the class bell rang in time, allowing Su Yan to get rid of the entanglement. School was over that evening. Su Yan came to a private room in a tea house outside the school. Shi Mulin had arrived early with a female lawyer in a suit and tie, but Tang Xin did not come with them this time. Su Yan, this is the contract, please take a look first to see if there are any problems. Good. Su Yan took the contract and looked through it carefully. Soon, Su Yan finished reading the contract. The contract was quite generous and particularly beneficial to him. There are no text traps or anything like that. So Su Yan signed the document very happily. After the contract was signed, Su Yan and Shi Mulin each got a copy, and the lawyer took one away for safekeeping. Su Yan, to celebrate the success of our collaboration, let's have a meal together? All right. So, the two of them chose a more upscale restaurant nearby and asked for a small private room. Su Yan, what kind of projects do you think our company should run? While eating, Shi Mulin couldn't help asking. Su Yan could feel that Shi Mulin was a little excited, but he could also understand. After all, it was their first time starting a business, and they were full of energy and anticipation for the future. Su Yan said thoughtfully, I've been watching a lot of news and reading about national policies lately. I think both real estate and the Internet of Things are good sectors. However, real estate has already started to take off, and 100 million yuan isn't enough. There's no need to rush, though. We can do some speculation first and then get involved once we've expanded our assets. How to speculate? Su Yan analyzed, a month ago, our city got a new mayor. I've studied his resume and he's a good hand at economics. He came to Donghe with the intention of boosting Donghe's economy. During this period, he has been traveling around to conduct research. I have studied his past. I suspect he wants to replicate the policies he implemented in a certain county and create a development zone. Having said that, Su Yan took out his mobile phone, opened the map of Donghe City, pointed to a location in Jinyang district and said, according to my guess, he wants to build a development zone. This place is the most suitable in terms of demolition and transportation. We just need to acquire some properties here and wait for demolition, and we will definitely make a lot of money. After listening to Su Yan's analysis, Shi Mulin felt her eyes sparkle, but she still said with some worry, what if this area is not demolished? Will we lose money? Won't. Su Yan shook his head. If a city wants to develop, it must expand to the surrounding areas, and Jinyang district is undoubtedly the best choice. This area is located in a strategic location. Even if they don't build a development zone, I estimate that this area will be demolished in the next 1 or 2 years. Hearing this, Shi Mulin hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and made a decision. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll immediately have someone register the company and then get the 100 million yuan from the family. Chapter 22. No need to complicate. While Su Yan and Shi Mulin were having dinner, Huang Xuewei also received a call. So she hurriedly left the school and went to a hotel room near the school. Sister-in-law, I've been missing you so much lately. As soon as Xiong Weiji saw Huang Xuewei, a lewd look appeared on his face. He walked up to Huang Xuewei and hugged her in his arms affectionately. But Huang Xuewei reached out and pushed the other person away. What's wrong, sister-in-law? The smile on Xiong Weiji's face disappeared and he asked in a deep voice. Little bear, you haven't finished what you did last time, right? Huang Xuewei said dissatisfiedly. You can't blame me for this. Xiong Weiji said angrily, speaking of this makes me angry. In order to help you, 5 of my brothers were killed. In order to appease them and stop them from talking nonsense, I gave a large sum of money to their families. I don't care. If you want to get me again, you have to break one of that guy's hands. Huang Xuewei said with resentment on her face that Su Yan had been very successful during this period. Not only did the teachers treat him like a treasure and win him a 100,000 yuan bonus, but the school also gave him special care and allowed him to eat for free in the teacher's restaurant on the 2nd floor. Although Su Yan didn't show off in front of her, she still felt unhappy and resentful. How could Lu Jie, who had been rejected and humiliated by him, become more and more outstanding and be sought after by so many people? In fact, what made her most uneasy was that the guy seemed to have hooked up with Shi Mulin. If she didn't deal with him now, she might not have another chance in the future. Don't worry, even if you don't tell me, I won't let that kid go. After all, he caused 5 of my brothers to be locked up. Xiong Weiji said, and then he went to hug Huang Xuewei again. But Huang Xuewei dodged again. She looked at Xiong Weiji coldly and said, if you want to touch me, you have to see that guy lose one of his hands. Otherwise, forget it. Xiong Weiji was also a little annoyed for a moment. He stared at Huang Xuewei and asked, don't you believe me? Seeing Xiong Weiji about to turn hostile, Huang Xuewei panicked slightly and took the initiative to approach him. Xiong, it's not that I don't trust you, but I'm just feeling very angry right now. Can you teach him a lesson for me first? After that, you can do whatever you want. Seeing Huang Xuewei acting like a spoiled child, Xiong Weiji's inner anger slowly dissipated. Then, a fierce gleam flashed in his eyes. Okay, I'll teach him a lesson tonight. Hearing this, Huang Xuewei was overjoyed and kissed Xiong Weiji on the face. Thank you, little bear, Muma. That night. Evening self-study get out of class is over. Su Yan walked home with his school bag on his back as usual. After jogging for a distance, his eyebrows twitched twice, and then a picture flashed through his mind. It was a motorcycle chasing him from behind, and the man on the back seat swung a baseball bat and hit him hard. The picture ends here. Is this the danger sensor taking effect? Su Yan thought to himself, and at this moment, he heard a rapid sound of a motorcycle engine. Looking back, he found that a motorcycle was rushing towards him more than 10 meters away. There were two men on the motorcycle, both wearing helmets, so their faces could not be seen clearly. Seeing this, Su Yan quickly jumped onto the flower bed on the side of the road, and at the same time turned on his detection eye towards the two people on the motorcycle. According to the information provided by the detection eye, the man riding the motorcycle is Xiong Weiji, 25 years old. The person in the car was Li Dajuan, 23 years old. Seeing Su Yan jumping onto the flower bed, Xiong Weiji was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect this guy to be so vigilant. "Boss, what should we do? Should we get out of the car and deal with him?" Li Dajuan asked. "Let him go today." A fierce light flashed in Xiong Weiji's eyes, and he drove away unwillingly. Considering the opponent's ability to fight 1 against 5 and remain unscathed, the two of them had no chance of winning alone. As he watched the two men leave, a cold light flashed in Su Yan's eyes. He had a hunch that these two people were closely connected to the people who ambushed him last time. Thinking of this, he immediately took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Shi Mulin, asking her to help investigate Xiong Weiji and Li Dajuan. Soon, Shi Mulin replied to his message, "Okay, I will send someone to investigate right away." "Su Yan, thank you." "Shi Mulin, you're welcome." When he returned home, Su Yan was still holding his breath. He was in no mood to read, so he went straight to the rooftop to practice boxing. He worked himself to exhaustion before returning home. However, his Bajiquan experience increased by 5 points. Reached 47 points. The hidden energy in the body naturally increased as well. The next day at noon, Shi Mulin asked Su Yan to meet her in a private room in a tea house near the school. When Su Yan arrived, she handed him a file bag. "Here's the information about the two people you wanted. They're both hooligans. Did they provoke you? If necessary, I can ask my family to deal with them." Su Yan did not respond, but opened the file bag and looked at it. Just as Shi Mulin said, these two men were gangsters, among whom Xiong Weiji was the leader of this group of gangsters. Xiong Weiji owned a billiard hall. In addition, they also looked after a bar and a foot massage parlor. As for Li Dajuan, he is a younger brother whom Xiong Weiji trusts more. Putting down the information in his hand, Su Yan said thoughtfully, "Some time ago, on my way home from school, I was ambushed by 5 people. I eventually defeated the 5 people and called the police, but they insisted that they had mistaken me for someone else. Last night, Xiong Weiji and his younger brothers tried to attack me on a motorcycle, but I avoided them in advance. I suspect that the 5 people before were also sent by Xiong Weiji, but I have never had any intersection with them. Therefore, I suspect Xiong Weiji and his gang were instructed by someone else." Hearing that his partners had been attacked one after another, Shi Mulin's expression suddenly turned cold and he asked, "Do you suspect anyone?" "Have." Su Yan nodded, "I suspect it was Huang Shuawei who did it." "It's her." Shi Mulin looked thoughtful. "Last time on the court, Xiaonan wanted to hurt you by playing with you, and Huang Shuawei also talked to Xiaonan for a while." "Wait a minute, I'll make a call." At this point, Shi Mulin took out her phone and dialed a number. "Xin, go find Xiaonan and ask him who instructed him to target Su Yan on the court last time. If he doesn't want to tell me, just say I want to know." Seeing Shi Mulin's arrogance and attitude, Su Yan nodded secretly. This was more like the eldest daughter of the Shi family. When Shi Mulin asked him for cooperation before, he thought it was a little weak. Now it seems that Shi Mulin is only weak towards him, or rather, she is so weak because she needs something from him. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't see this side of her. About 5 minutes passed. Tang Xin called, "Sister Lin, it's Huang Shuawei." "Okay, I got it." Shi Mulin hung up the phone, looked at Su Yan and asked, "Did you hear that?" Su Yan nodded. Shi Mulin said, "Xiong Weiji's group was most likely recruited by Huang Shuawei." At this point, her face became more gossipy. "I heard that you confessed your feelings to her. Why does she have such a strong hatred towards you?" "I'm so surprised." Su Yan was helpless. "I don't know why she has such a strong hatred towards me, but there are all kinds of people in the world. So what are your plans?" Shi Mulin asked again, "It's not convenient for you to take action now, otherwise, I will help you." "Thank you very much." Su Yan nodded. Shi Mulin was slightly stunned and said with a smile, "I thought you would refuse? Why do you think so? Isn't it said that people with abilities are quite proud? If you want revenge, you have to do it yourself." Shi Mulin said jokingly. Aren't we partners now? Su Yan also smiled. Besides, it would be much easier and more convenient for your Shi family to handle this matter. There is no need for me to complicate things, don't you think? Well, you're right. Shi Mulan nodded. I'll give you a satisfactory answer in 3 days at most. Next, the two stopped talking about this matter and started talking about company matters. Chapter 23, Evil will be repaid with evil. The failure of the sneak attack on Su Yan that night made Xiong Weiji feel very embarrassed, so he did not contact Huang Shuawei for the next 2 days. That night, he was taking Li Dajuan and 2 other younger brothers to a few princesses to drink and sing in a private room of Jiangnan KTV. Just when we were having a great time, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open. Before Xiong Weiji could speak, Li Dajuan cursed, "Who the hell are you? Who let you in? Get out of here." Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie with a slicked-back hair walked in, followed by a group of people. After they came in, they closed the door of the box directly. To survive in society, first, you must have good judgment so as not to offend people you shouldn't offend. Second, you must have a sense of crisis, otherwise you will easily be cheated and harmed by others. Xiong Weiji had good eyesight and recognized the middle-aged man with slicked-back hair at first sight. He was already 7/10 drunk, but suddenly sobered up 3/10. He stood up immediately and said respectfully, "Sixth Master, why are you here? Do you have anything to tell me?" The nickname of the Sixth Master is Lao Lu, because he is the sixth in the family. At the beginning, the 6 brothers of the Du family came to Dongha City to make a living. They made a name for themselves in Dongha by their fighting ability, courage, and ruthlessness. Later, the 6 brothers of the Du family were too overbearing and did things without leaving any room for others. The other forces in Dongha joined forces to set up a trap. In the end, 4 of the 6 brothers of the Du family died, 1 was seriously injured, and only Du Laolu was slightly injured. He escaped with the seriously injured Du Laosan. Since then, Du Laolu disappeared in Dongha for 2 years. But 2 years later, he reappeared in Dongha and quickly gathered a group of people to make a comeback. Du Laolu seemed to have received secret support from a big tycoon. His power developed rapidly. In just half a year, he had swallowed up the territories and personnel of several forces. He became one of the masters of the underground forces in Dongha City. Just when the other dealers thought that Du Laolu would continue to attack other forces, he calmed down and focused on developing his own career. After several years, Du Laolu became Lu Yi. It can be said that he has both money and connections. Few people in Donghedo have not heard of the name of Lu Yi. I command you, are you worthy? Du Laolu looked at Xiong Weiji with a sneer. He was able to make a comeback because he was appreciated by the Shi family. At the same time, he could not become the 6th master today without the support of the Shi family. Otherwise, without the support of the Shi family, how could the other underground forces tolerate him? Take away. Du Laolu didn't want to waste time talking to Xiong Weiji. If the Shi family hadn't personally ordered it, there would be no need for him to personally take action against a small-time gangster like Xiong Weiji. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 strong men walked out from behind Du Laolu and went straight to Xiong Weiji and Li Dajuan. Stop, or don't blame me for being rude. Li Dajuan grabbed a beer bottle and yelled at the person walking towards him. As for Xiong Weiji, he did not resist, but his face turned pale, because he knew that in front of Du Laolu, there was no point in his resistance, as the other party was obviously well prepared. It turned out to be just as he expected. One of the men who rushed towards Li Dajuan rushed in front of him and slashed his neck with a palm knife, and Li Dajuan fell down. Half an hour later, inside an empty warehouse in the suburbs, Xiong Weiji and Li Dajuan were both tied to a pillar. Du Laolu sat on a chair in front of them. He lit a cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. Then, his eyes suddenly became sharp. Xiong Weiji, tell me, who asked you to attack Su Yan? Hearing this, Xiong Weiji was suddenly stunned. He never dreamed that Lu Yi would come to him because of this matter. He calmed himself down and pleaded, 6th Master, if I tell you, can you spare my life? Bang! A slap landed on his face, stinging with burning pain, and then he was met with a shout of scolding, how dare you negotiate in front of 6th Master? You are tired of living. Tell the truth and you'll live. At this time, Du Lalio's voice sounded faintly. In the past 2 years, he has also begun to slowly clear his name and does not want to easily get involved in someone's life. Of course, he wouldn't mind if the Shi family needed it. Upon hearing this, Xiong Weiji's eyes sparkled with hope. 6th Master, it's Huang Shuawei, and the other party is Master Su's classmate. No lies? Xiong Weiji quickly said, I dare not. Hearing this, Du Laolu looked thoughtful. I'll give you two choices. First, I'll break both of your legs and get you out of Dongha City. Second, you'll teach that woman a lesson, but you can't implicate anyone else. Then you'll have to break one of your arms and leave Dongha City. Which one do you choose? Sixth Master, I choose the second one, the second one. Xiong Weiji shouted immediately, with a flash of resentment in his eyes. If it weren't for that woman Huang Shuawei, how could he have ended up like this? So, even if Sixth Master didn't ask him to, he would take revenge on Huang Shuawei. I'll give you 1 day. If you can't finish it, I'll help you choose one. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Laolu stood up and left. One of his men stepped forward and untied the rope on Xiong Weiji. The next morning, when Su Yan arrived in the classroom, he first took out his English book, then took out a business book and put them in between to read. After class, he casually glanced at Huang Shuawei's seat, but found it empty. Then he didn't see Huang Shuawei appear during the 4 classes in the morning. At noon, still in the private room of the tea house, Shi Mulin smiled and said, the matter has been resolved. Do you need to know the outcome? Could it be that the person is gone? Su Yan asked. Not really. Shi Mulin shook her head. Xiong Weiji and Li Dajuan were taught a lesson and left Dongha. As for Huang Shuawei, she won't show up at school before the college entrance exam. Thank you. Su Yan expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. We are partners. By the way, the company has been established, and I have sent people to acquire the real estate there. Shi Mulin said excitedly, although the family test did not allow family members to interfere. But it's no problem for the family to provide a few people to run errands. The next few days, every noon, Su Yan would meet Shi Mulin in the teahouse box. The real estate acquisition went very smoothly. The houses in that area were dilapidated and old. Although there were rumors of demolition there was still no sign of it after 7 or 8 years, and many people had given up hope. In addition, the price offered by the people sent by Shi Mulin was quite fair, about 20% higher than the market price, so the acquisition was quite smooth. In just a few days, Muyan's company had more than 100 properties under its name. At the same time, these few days, I need to concentrate on brushing up my Bajikwan and business experience. Therefore, my business skills have reached proficiency 97, and I can be promoted to the control level today. Bajikwan has reached a perfect level of 62 points. In the afternoon, in the classroom of Class 7 of Grade 3. After Su Yan finished reading a business book, his business skills experience directly reached 100 proficiency. So, Su Yan smiled and clicked the upgrade button at the back. Chapter 24 Shi Mulin, I listen to you. At the moment when his business skills were upgraded, a lot of business knowledge was poured into Su Yan's mind, which he absorbed thoroughly, and his business knowledge also increased several times. The understanding of the future business trends of Xia State has become increasingly clear. I have a vague feeling that the real estate industry has reached a point where it is booming, and in a few years, it will probably go downhill. Therefore, you can intervene in the real estate industry, but you cannot go too deep. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. After the business skill is upgraded to the mastery level, you will be rewarded with 1 intermediate lottery and 5 free attribute points. With a thought, the system panel appeared. Host, Su Yan. Age, 18. Height, 183 centimeters. Constitution, 100. Spirit, 97. Appearance, 79. Skills, Running Mastery 35, High School Liberal Arts Perfect 100, Basketball Proficient 99, Bajikwan Perfect 62, Cooking Beginner 85, Swimming Mastery 10, Business Mastery 0, Driving Proficient 0. Special Skills, Detection Eye, Danger Sense. Special Items, Wealth Badge, Cashback Card, Real Estate Card, Car Purchase Cashback Card, Wealth Badge, Aura Badge. Lottery, Intermediate Lottery X1. Attribute Points, 5. Add 3 free attribute points to Spirit, bringing the Spirit level to 100 points. Whether it is physical or mental, 100 points has reached the limit for ordinary people. At the moment when his mental power reached 100 points, Su Yan felt that his intelligence, memory, calculation ability and analytical ability had made considerable progress. He added the remaining 2 free attribute points directly to his appearance, bringing it to 79 points. Who would dislike being too handsome? System, use the intermediate lottery. Ding, the intermediate lottery begins. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a food and wealth card. Would you like to claim it? Food generating wealth card? With some curiosity and doubt, Su Yan chose to receive it. Then a colorful card fell into his hand, and soon after, the introduction information appeared in his mind. So that's what it means. After reading the introduction information in his mind, Su Yan suddenly realized that, in simple terms, as long as this food-making card is activated, when enjoying food, the enjoyer's pleasure value will be collected, and then multiplied by the price of the food. The final number is the cardholder's bonus. The lowest happiness value is 0 and the highest is 100. If the price of this delicacy is 1,000 yuan, and the pleasure value generated when enjoying it is 80, then you can eventually win a bonus of 80,000 yuan. Don't think the bonus is small. Because there are no regulations on the food and wealth card, you can only enjoy one dish per meal, and only one person can enjoy it. Cardholders can also invite 3 beautiful women with a beauty score of 90 or above to enjoy the meal together. The pleasure value generated by the guest can be superimposed with that of the cardholder. If there are 3 beautiful guests, each generating an average of 80 points of happiness, the total is 240 points. Adding the cardholder's happiness value, the total is 320 points. A table of dishes costs 10,000 yuan. Then, the cardholder's earnings can reach 3.2 million. What makes Su Yan most satisfied is that this food-making card can be activated 10 times in a row. If handled properly, it could bring him tens of millions in profits. Not bad, very good. Su Yan nodded in satisfaction and put the food and money card into the space ring. Now there was no room for this card to be used. He couldn't invite people to eat the delicious food in the cafeteria. Even if they vomited after eating, they wouldn't make much money. I still have to find an opportunity to use it during the summer vacation. 3 more days passed. Still in the tea house box. Shi Mulan continued to report to Su Yan on the progress of the house acquisition. She said, "We've almost spent all of the 100 million. Do we still need to continue acquiring companies?" Su Yan asked thoughtfully, "How many units did you acquire in total?" Shi Mulan said, "We have already purchased 236 units, spending a total of 96.54 million. Hearing this, Su Yan drummed his fingers on the table while thinking. After a while, he looked up and asked, "How many suites are there in total?" Shi Mulan said without hesitation, "There are about 3,200 sets. Is there any way to mortgage the property to the bank and get a loan so that we can continue to purchase 300 units? Su Yan asked. "It should be no problem. Using our house as collateral, it shouldn't be difficult to get a loan of 50 million. That's what we'll do." After a slight hesitation, Shi Mulan nodded, "Okay, I'll arrange someone to do it." I have to say that Shi Mulan's execution ability is still quite impressive. In just 2 days, he secured a bank loan and borrowed 60 million yuan at one time. And used the 60 million to continue buying houses. However, because their actions were too large, they aroused the vigilance of local residents. At the same time, they also attracted a group of speculators, and the acquisition price also rose. Fortunately, they had already acquired nearly 300 houses, so Su Yan simply ordered to stop the acquisition. The remaining money in the company's account is just enough to repay the bank interest. Wanzhou International, rooftop of Building 17. In the dark night, a nimble figure is practicing boxing. His movements were not fast, but every time he threw a punch, one could faintly hear the sound of it breaking through the air. After 8 consecutive rounds of boxing, I gained 3 experience points. Su Yan took a towel and wiped the sweat off his face. I took the elevator to the floor where my home was. After calling up the system interface, I saw that my Bajiquan experience had reached a full 92 points. Calculated at 6 points a day, it would reach 100 points in 2 days at most. No words were spoken that night. The next day, just after the morning self-study class, Shi Mulan sent him a message, asking him to meet on the rooftop of the teaching building. "You're here." Seeing Shi Mulan with a bright smile on her face, Su Yan instantly guessed the other party's purpose of asking him to meet. "Su Yan, I have good news for you. The house we bought is going to be demolished?" So fast. Although Su Yan had already guessed the result, he still admired the man's decisiveness. He has only been in office for more than a month, but he is already making such a big move. "Yes." Shi Mulan nodded excitedly. The municipal government has already sent staff to conduct an inventory, and the housing authority has sealed the files. All houses are no longer allowed to be traded. Luckily, we acted quickly, otherwise it would definitely not be our turn. Suddenly, Shimulin changed the subject, but we are now faced with two choices. I want to hear your opinion. You say. Shimulin continued, we can wait for the government to demolish the house now. We will definitely make a lot of money, but I estimate it will take 2 to 3 months to get the demolition compensation. What about the second one? Su Yan asked. Shimulin said, our Shi family's real estate company also wants to get involved in this project. If you have this part of the property, it's like having an entry ticket. So, if you want to acquire the property from us, the price should be 3 times our purchase price. They spent about 140 million yuan to acquire nearly 300 properties. If they sold them at 3 times the price, that would be 420 million yuan. After paying back 60 million yuan to the bank, they would have 360 million yuan left. Add the 10 million in the company account, that is 370 million. In other words, in less than a month, they earned 270 million. Su Yan owns half of the shares, which is 135 million. It seems that this profit has exceeded the wealth brought by the system. Of course, the system brought him more than just wealth. Su Yan was still able to understand this clearly. Besides, if it weren't for the system, why would Shimulin beg to cooperate with him? So, he looked at Shimulin and asked, what do you think? I'll listen to you. Shimulin said without hesitation. At this moment, she was completely convinced of Su Yan. It had only been a short time since she made 135 million. With Su Yan's help, multiplying the principal 5 times was nothing. Su Yan was very satisfied with Shimulin's attitude, but he didn't get carried away. Since you listened to me, I'll sell it to your real estate company. First, we can get the money sooner, and second, we'll still be able to rely on the Shi family in the future. Chapter 25, Success, Reactions from All Sides. After getting Su Yan's permission, Shimulin hurriedly left the school. Anyway, students in the aristocratic class don't need to take the college entrance examination. Besides, the students in the class are from wealthy or noble families, so the teachers turn a blind eye to their management. Dongyu Group, General Manager's Office. Shimulin pushed the door open and walked in. Shibuatao, who was handling official business, raised his head slightly, and a doting look suddenly appeared on his serious face. My dear daughter, why are you here? Dad, doesn't your group want to acquire hundreds of properties from our company? Let me sign a contract with you. Shimulin said excitedly. You're worthy of being my good daughter. Don't worry, as soon as the contract is signed, I'll transfer the money to you immediately. Shibuatao said with a smile. Thank you, Dad. Shimulin responded happily. In less than half an hour, a transaction contract involving hundreds of millions was signed, and Dongyu Group took the initiative to bear the taxes generated by the transaction, which made Shimulin even happier. In the next 2 hours, a total of 420 million yuan arrived in Mu Yan's company account. Shimulin originally wanted to call Su Yan to tell him the news, but after calculating the time, he should be in class, so she sent him a text message. As the saying goes, there is no wall that is impenetrable. In addition, this transaction originally took place within the Shi family. Therefore, the news that Shimulin made hundreds of millions of dollars less than a month after accepting the family test spread within the Shi family. Longyuan Technology Company, Limited. After receiving a call, the founder and president Shi Muyuan's expression suddenly turned ugly, and there was a strong jealousy in his eyes. 2 years ago, she obtained 100 million yuan from her family and began to participate in the family test. She targeted the gaming market. She started out as a gaming agent, and after earning a certain profit, she started developing games. Although the first game developed was not a big hit, it could still provide the company with nearly 20 million in monthly turnover, and the net profit could reach at least 10 million. In addition, the monthly income from the agency of that game was also 8 million. Her company's stable monthly profit has reached 20 million. As a result, her company's valuation has reached around 300 million. At present, she is preparing to develop her second game. This time she is going to play big and plans to invest most of the profits into game research and development. Once this game is released, the company's revenue will definitely more than double. By then, it will be no problem for the company's market value to exceed 1 billion. The family test only needs to be increased from 100 million to 500 million to pass. But these 500 million are just the entry ticket to the battle for family heirs, so the better the performance in this round, the more resources the family will provide in the battle for heirs. Therefore, her goal is definitely not 500 million, but more than 1 billion. Originally, she didn't take the three brothers and sisters from the first wife's family seriously. After all, the eldest son of the first wife had died, and the second son Shimyukin was eliminated early, leaving only the youngest daughter Shimulin. But Shimulin is far inferior to her two brothers. It can be said that apart from her beauty, she has nothing else to show for herself. But Shimulin, whom she did not take seriously, actually launched a satellite. In less than a month after accepting the family test, he turned 100 million yuan into 420 million yuan, which made her feel great pressure. Thinking of this, she picked up her phone and called Shimuzin. "Asen, it's me. Are you free to have dinner tonight?" A slightly hoarse male voice came from the other end of the phone. "Okay, I was just thinking of asking you out." At this moment, Shimoheo from the third room also learned the news. Shimu Yuan is in the gaming industry, Shimuzin is in the financial industry, but he is in the investment industry. It has been exactly 1 year since he accepted the family test. Of the 100 million yuan, 80 million yuan had been spent, and he used this 80 million yuan to invest in more than 20 projects. 5 of the projects were destined to lose money, 6 were mediocre, and 7 made a small profit, but the performance of the last project was quite good. Therefore, the 80 million he invested has now become shares worth 150 million. As long as the last 3 projects continue to develop steadily, it will be easy to reach a value of 500 million in the next 4 years. But after learning that Shimulin had easily earned hundreds of millions, his mood suddenly became bad. That night, the evening self-study get out of class ended. Su Yan had just walked a distance away from the school when he received a call from Shimulin. After a while, Su Yan got into a black Mercedes-Benz. Then Shimyukin turned to him excitedly and said, "Brother Su, you're awesome. I admire you so much. Second brother, can you be more mature?" Shimulin in the back seat felt a little embarrassed and said unhappily, Sorry, it's mainly because I admire brother Su too much. He is simply my idol." Shimyukin praised without hesitation. At the same time, he felt a little jealous of his younger sister. He was so lucky. If he had met someone like Su Yan, he wouldn't have to become a second-generation rich man who received living expenses from the family. Although 100,000 yuan a month is enough for him to live a carefree life. But he still feels a little reluctant to enter retirement life at such a young age. Su Yan waved his hand modestly. "Brother Chen, you're too kind. I was just a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. In fact, Mu Lin's contribution is also indispensable. If it were someone else, they might not dare to trust me and gamble everything on it." After hearing what Su Yan said, Shimyukin looked thoughtful. "That's true. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to do that. My sister is a fool with good fortune." "Second brother, what do you mean?" Hearing this, Shimulin was very dissatisfied. "What does it mean that fools have good fortune? Isn't it because she has a good eye for people?" "Sorry, I said the wrong thing." Shimyukin hurried to remedy the situation. Then, Shimyukin looked at Su Yan again and asked curiously, "Brother Su, how did you figure out who was interested in that piece of land?" "It's really nothing, actually." Su Yan explained, "I studied his political career, learned about his research trajectory, and then studied the map of our Dongha city to come to this conclusion." Afterwards, Su Yan gave a detailed explanation of these points. Shimyukin nodded repeatedly, and finally couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "I admire you so much. I'm completely impressed." Su Yan smiled shyly. "Actually, I'm not 100% sure, but I think my country's real estate market will grow rapidly in the next few years. If Brother Chen has some spare funds, he might as well buy a few more houses in major first-tier cities across the country. In a few years, it shouldn't be a problem to double or triple the value." After hearing what Su Yan said, Shimyukin couldn't help but show a thoughtful look, and finally said, "Okay, I'll listen to Brother Su and buy a few more houses." Although he failed in his business venture, he did not spend all of the 100 million yuan, and there were still 20 to 30 million yuan left. With today's housing prices, if you use the money for mortgage and then use the rent to pay the installments, you can still buy a lot of houses. The three of them were talking and time passed quickly. More than 20 minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz stopped outside a quiet courtyard. Chapter 26: Medicinal Food and Money Making. As soon as the three got out of the car, the two tightly closed doors of the courtyard opened. The person who opened the door was an old man in his 60s. Shimyukin and Shimulin, brother and sister, both respectfully called the old man Grandpa Tan. "Hello, Grandpa Tan, let me introduce you, this is my good brother Su Yan." After entering the courtyard, Shimyukin introduced enthusiastically, "Brother Su, Grandpa Tan is the authentic heir of Tan family cuisine. Grandpa Tan is cooking for us tonight. You're in for a treat. Hello, Mr. Tan. Hearing this, Su Yan also greeted the old man politely. The old man looked at Su Yan with a scrutinizing gaze, which made the Shi brothers and sisters a little confused. At this moment, the old man suddenly spoke with some admiration. You are so young, yet your energy and blood are so vigorous. Your martial arts attainments are not low. After tonight, if you are impressed by my cooking skills, you may want to come more often. My medicinal food is of great benefit to those of you martial artists. No way, Grandpa Tan, you are too biased, aren't you? Hearing this, Shimukin couldn't help but start with a hint of jealousy. I begged you so many times, but you refused to make me a medicinal meal. This is Brother Su's first visit, and you actually took the initiative to make a medicinal meal for him. This is too much discrimination. Old Master Tan said angrily, you little monkey, stop trying to get hold of my medicinal food. It's not that I don't want to make it for you, but you're not a martial artist and can't retain the medicinal properties. It would be a waste to give it to you. Puff. Hearing this, Shi Mulin couldn't help laughing. Su Yan also smiled and said, thank you for your care, Mr. Tan. I will definitely come and try your medicinal food next time. Okay, they have my contact information. If you want to come, call a day in advance. Then I'll trouble you, old man. As they were talking, the group entered a side room, and then Mr. Tan went to the kitchen to busy himself. In order to liven up the atmosphere, Shi Mukin took the initiative to introduce the deeds of Mr. Tan. In fact, Mr. Tan is from Beijing and is the direct descendant of Tan family cuisine. During the special period, the old man's mother brought him to Jiangbei province to escape, and later settled in Dongha. After Mr. Tan became an adult, he went to work in a restaurant to hone his cooking skills, and thus met Kaicheng, the current chairman of the Shi family. Shi Kaicheng admired Mr. Tan's cooking skills very much and invited him to work as a private chef in the Shi family. Tan's cuisine is also known as Bangyan cuisine, and the ingredients used are quite precious. To be honest, it is difficult to come into contact with precious ingredients when working in an ordinary restaurant. Naturally, it is also not good for Mr. Tan's cooking skills of Tan family cuisine. So he accepted Shi Kaicheng's invitation and became one of the chefs of the Shi family. At the Shi family, Mr. Tan honed his cooking skills for Tan family cuisine. After finally achieving perfection, he worked for the Shi family for another 10 years and trained several apprentices to take over his position before leaving. After leaving the Shi family, Mr. Tan opened a high-end restaurant specializing in Tan family cuisine. Although the price is high, it has won the favor of many powerful people. 2 years ago, Mr. Shi retired from restaurant management and began to enjoy his retirement. But he, who has been cooking for a lifetime, can't sit idle. I simply opened a private restaurant in this yard. However, this private restaurant only serves 5 tables of food every day, 3 tables at noon and 2 tables at night. This way, Mr. Tan can satisfy his hobby of cooking without getting tired. In addition, Mr. Tan also masters several special medicinal foods. Medicinal food not only tastes great, but is also extremely nutritious. But it is not easy to eat Mr. Tan's medicinal food. Even though Shi Mukin is the young master of the Shi family, he only had access to it twice with his grandfather, and could only drink 1 bowl each time. Therefore, he has always been obsessed with Mr. Tan's medicinal food. After a while, Mr. Tan's apprentice served the first dish. 3 bowls of bird's nest in clear soup. Shi Mukin urged, Brother Su, eat quickly. You're welcome. Mr. Tan's cooking skills are unparalleled in Dongha, not to mention Jiangbei. There aren't many people in the country who can surpass him. Good. Su Yan nodded, picked up the spoon, scooped a spoonful and put it into his mouth. Suddenly, an indescribable fresh and fragrant taste burst out in his mouth. At this time, Shi Mukin introduced it again. Don't underestimate this small bowl of bird's nest, there are many details in it. The clear soup for cooking the bird's nest needs to be boiled with chicken, duck, pork elbow, scallops, ham, etc., and then combined with high-quality bird's nest. That's a bit extravagant. Su Yan, who came from an ordinary family, was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there were so many tricks to a dish. It was obvious that Shi Mukin was a foodie and quite knowledgeable. From then on, every time a dish was served, he would specially introduce it to Su Yan. I learned something new. Su Yan was enjoying the food while talking, and at the same time he was thinking that when summer vacation comes, he will invite 3 beautiful women with a 90-point look to dine here. However, he has only met 2 beauties with a score of 90 points so far, one is Shi Mulin and the other is Zhang Shangya. If you want to complete this task, you have to find a way to get to know a 90-point beauty. After all, if you have another 90-point beauty to dine with, the food-making card will cost you at least 800,000. The three of them spent about an hour eating this delicious meal. Su Yan asked curiously, "Brother Chen, how much does this table of food cost?" Shi Mukin said, "At Mr. Tan's restaurant, one like this costs 12,000, but the one Mr. Tan made himself costs 24,000. It seems that reaching the pinnacle of every profession is very profitable." Su Yan sighed and said, "The old man cooks 5 tables every day, that's 120,000 yuan. After deducting ingredients and other expenses, the profit is probably around 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. If we calculate based on 30 days in a month, that would be more than 2 million. Excluding the time the old man takes to rest, the net profit for a month can still reach 2 million. That's not it." Shi Mukin nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Su Yan's mind moved. "How much does the medicinal food cost?" "Don't worry, you can definitely afford it. After all, you just made over 100 million. Shi Mukin joked enviously. At this time, Shi Mulin interrupted and said, "I know the price of medicinal food. One pot is at least 100,000. Brother Su, if you come to eat medicinal food next time, can you take me with you? I'll just eat one bowl, and how about we split the cost?" Shi Mukin pleaded. "Okay, you all can come together then." Su Yan nodded with a smile. Even if there was only Shi Mulin, a 90-point beauty, at that time, he would order a pot of medicinal food and a table of dishes. That's also more than 100,000. Maybe you can win a bonus of 20 million at one time. Great, when do you plan to come? Shi Mukin asked impatiently. After this monthly exam. Su Yan thought for a while and said, "According to convention, there will be a day off after the monthly exam, but this time the monthly exam is after May Day, and according to national regulations, there are 5 days off. However, the situation of the senior year is special, so it is impossible to have 5 days off, but 3 days is still fine." At that time, he would see if he could invite Zhang Xianya as well, so that he could get several million more in bonuses. "When is your monthly exam?" Shi Mukin asked. "There are still 3 days left. The exams are on the 29th and 30th. We can come on the evening of the 30th. Su Yan thought for a moment and said, "Then it's a deal." Shi Mukin said happily. At the same time, Shi Muyuan and Shi Muzin, a brother and sister from the second branch of the Shi family, also met. Chapter 27 Beauty Wealth Card. The atmosphere was a little silent. After a while, Shi Muyuan took the initiative to break the silence. "It seems that we have all underestimated Shi Mulin. Could it be that Shi Buotao is secretly helping his daughter?" Shi Muzin said in a deep voice. "Don't rule out this possibility." Shi Muyuan nodded in agreement. After all, he controls the Dongyu real estate group. It's not surprising that he can get some inside information in advance and then reveal it to Shi Mulin. "Should we report this to Grandpa?" Shi Muzin narrowed his eyes, but there was a cold light in them. "Don't be silly." Shi Muyuan said calmly, "We don't have any evidence. This is just our guess. Do you think Grandpa will believe it?" 2. Shi Muzin's eyes flashed with resentment. "If Shi Buotao continues to secretly help Shi Mulin, she will be able to obtain more resources when we enter the second round of trials. This will be very disadvantageous to us." Just because we don't have evidence now doesn't mean we won't have evidence in the future." Shi Muyuan sneered. "Before, Shi Buotao and his daughter caught us off guard. Now, we just need to send someone to keep a close eye on Shi Mulin. As long as Shi Buotao makes a move again, we'll have evidence. Then, we'll go find the old man with the evidence, and Shi Mulin, who broke the rules, will be automatically eliminated." "Good idea." Shi Muzin's eyes lit up. "However, Shi Buotao is an old fox. It won't be easy to get evidence. So, we should cooperate." Shi Muyuan said, "Although we are competitors, we are siblings after all, and both of us are from the second house. No matter which of us becomes the head of the family, the meat will rot in the second house. It's better than letting the first house take advantage of it, don't you think?" "That's right, let's first work together to make Shi Mulin lose his qualification as heir, and then we can compete internally," Shi Muzin said with narrowed eyes. "Happy cooperation. Sister, happy cooperation." It was already after 11 o'clock when the Shi sisters sent Su Yan back home. After taking a look at the Bajikwan whose experience value had reached a perfect 92, he first went home to put his school bag away, and then went straight to the rooftop to practice boxing. After 8 consecutive punches, the experience value increased by another 3 points. And it was almost early morning. Su Yan went downstairs to take a shower and go to bed. The next morning, Su Yan has gained 3 more points of Bajiquan experience. He only needs to gain 2 more points tonight to bring his Bajiquan experience to a full 100 points, thus winning the special lottery. Come to the classroom and sit down. Su Yan still took out a business book to read. Suddenly, Feng Yu in the front row turned around and said, "Brother Yan, Huang Shuawei hasn't been to school for a while. Do you know what's going on?" "How should I know?" Su Yan shook his head. He did not delve into what happened to Huang Shuawei. He just wanted to know that this woman who inexplicably hated him would never appear in front of him again. At the same time, Zhonghai University, in the martial arts club. Chen Nicholas Tsai, who is tall and exudes a masculine aura, is instructing a schoolmate who has a good figure and beautiful appearance. Suddenly, his phone rang. "Sorry, Junior, I have to take a call first. You can practice on your own for a while." "It's okay, Senior, business is more important," the junior said reasonably. Picking up his phone, Chen Tingfeng walked outside the training room and answered the call. "Ming, you called me, but what happened with Xi Mulan?" He specially used Ming to monitor Xi Mulan. Ming's slightly anxious voice rang out, "Master, something terrible has happened. The 300 apartments that Miss Xi Mulan bought were sold at 3 times the price, making a huge profit of hundreds of millions." "What?" Chen Tingfeng exclaimed, "How is it possible?" "Young master, the news has been confirmed. It was Dongyu Group that acquired the property under her name." Ming said with a wry smile. "Doesn't the Xi family have a rule that members of the Xi family are not allowed to interfere in family tests?" Chen Tingfeng was puzzled. Ming explained, "Master, this doesn't count as meddling, because the properties Miss Xi Mulan purchased are located in a demolition zone. Dongyu Group acquired her properties in order to participate in a project led by the municipal government. This is a normal business practice and naturally doesn't count as meddling in the family's trials." Damn it! Upon hearing this, Chen Tingfeng was furious. He had planned to return to Dongha during the summer vacation to help Xi Mulan get to know some business friends so as to help her complete the family test. This will also help him gain Xi Mulan's favor and lay the foundation for proposing marriage in the future. As long as she marries Xi Mulan and helps him take the position of the head of the Xi family, even if he cannot control the Xi family, his Chen family will indirectly gain many benefits. Unexpectedly, Xi Mulan made hundreds of millions in one go. There is no need for his help. For a moment, he was angry and annoyed. Suddenly, he thought of a question and asked, "How did Xi Mulan come up with the idea of acquiring those properties?" Ming said, "Miss Xi Mulan found a partner and gave him 50% of the company's shares for free. I heard that Miss Xi Mulan also bought these properties based on that person's advice." "Who is that person?" Chen Tingfeng said, gritting his teeth. "That person's name is Su Yan, and he's a senior student at a prestigious middle school." "I'm asking about his background," Chen Nicholas said angrily. "Master, Su Yan doesn't have any special status, but he has excellent grades. It is said that he has already reserved the title of Jiangbei's top scorer in the liberal arts exam." "Then how did he hook up with Xi Mulan?" Ming hesitated and said, "I heard that Miss Xi Mulan took the initiative to contact Su Yan." Damn it! Chen Tingfeng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. How could a mere ordinary high school student dare to ruin his plan? Do your best to gather relevant information about Su Yan. I'll return to Dongha in a few days. Ming, yes. That night, on the rooftop. After practicing Bajiquan 5 times in a row, 2 experience points were obtained. And the experience of Bajiquan has also reached a perfect 100. Suddenly, a big change took place in Su Yan's body, and the bright force and dark force began to merge. Just 3 minutes. The 2 forces completed the fusion, and Su Yan also had an epiphany in his mind. This force was the transformation force. Under his control, the energy circulates throughout the body, emerging from any pore and reaching 3 inches away from the body. Just then, a mosquito flew towards the exposed skin of his left arm. Su Yan's mind moved, and a trace of energy rushed out from his pores, and with a puff sound, the mosquito was blown to pieces. This is what it means that not even a feather can be added and flies and insects cannot land. Su Yan showed a look of sudden realization. At the same time, the system also instilled in him a lot of experience in transforming strength. "System, is there another realm after Huajin?" Su Yan asked. Suddenly, another piece of information appeared in his mind. There is a realm after the transformation of strength, but Bajikwin cannot reach it. If he wants to break through to a higher realm, he needs to obtain a more advanced method of cultivation. Su Yan is not a martial arts fanatic, and he doesn't care too much about it, but he is concerned about the reward this time. As he expected, Bajikwin reached a perfect 100, triggering a special lottery and a reward of 10 free attribute points. System, use special lottery. Ding, start the special lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the Beauty Fortune card. Would you like to claim it? Chapter 28 Another monthly exam. Receive. As soon as he finished speaking, a pink card appeared in Su Yan's hand. At the same time, relevant information about the card also emerged in his mind. What is the function of this beauty wealth card? As long as the host establishes a relationship with a beauty and is recognized by the beauty's wealth card, it will bring continuous benefits to the user. Of course, the beauty wealth card also has requirements for beauties. First of all, the appearance must be above 90, the figure cannot be lower than 70, and the special points must be 100. Once included in the beauty wealth card, the user will be given a guaranteed reward of 10,000 yuan every day. If you want to get more rewards, you have to improve the other party's favorability. When the beauty's favorability reaches 60 points, you can get an additional reward of 30,000 yuan every day, plus the minimum guarantee of 40,000 yuan, which is 1.2 million yuan in a month. When the beauty's favorability reaches 70 points, you can get an additional reward of 50,000 yuan every day, plus the minimum guarantee of 60,000 yuan, and you can get 1.8 million yuan in income in a month. When the beauty's favorability reaches 80 points, you can get an additional 90,000 rewards every day, plus the guaranteed minimum of 100,000, and you can get 3 million rewards in a month. When the beauty's favorability reaches 90 points, the additional income per day can reach 190,000, plus the guaranteed minimum income is 200,000, and a reward of 6 million can be obtained in a month. When the favorability of a beauty reaches 100 points, an additional income of 990,000 can be obtained every day, plus the guaranteed minimum income of 1 million, and the monthly income soars to 30 million. See the favorability settings. Su Yan narrowed his eyes. This beauty wealth card wouldn't make me a bootlicker, would it? But then he smiled. Chasing women by licking them is just the lowest level method. In order to win the favor of women, Su Yan felt that he should read more books on the subject. After all, he is still an innocent boy and has almost no experience in this area. Anyway, there is no time limit for the beauty wealth card. He directly ordered the binding. When he gets a girlfriend in the future, he can activate it directly. Then, Su Yan's eyes fell on the 10 free attribute points. Both physique and spirit have 100 points, but if you want to increase them by 1 point after reaching 100 points, you have to consume 5 free attribute points. After thinking about it, he first consumed 5 free attribute points and added a little constitution. Suddenly, he felt tingling all over, and then something seeped out of his pores. He reached out and wiped his arm, and it felt greasy. Removing hair and washing marrow? Su Yan thought of a possibility, so he immediately took the elevator downstairs. In the closed elevator, he smelled a faint fishy odor coming from his body. He was somewhat relieved that there was no one else in the elevator, otherwise, he would have been killed. Finally, the elevator reached the 16th floor and he rushed out. When he got home, he quickly took off his clothes and pants, and found that they were stained with greasy stuff. So he threw his clothes and pants directly into the trash can, and then hurried into the bathroom. 20 minutes later, Su Yan walked out of the bathroom. After changing all his clothes, he called up the system interface. As expected, the physical fitness has become 101 points. What he didn't expect was that his appearance also improved a little, reaching 80 points. So Su Yan picked up the mirror and looked at himself, and found that he had indeed become a little more handsome. There are also 5 free attribute points. Su Yan added it directly to the spirit. As the spirit jumps from 100 to 101, it means that the points have been added successfully. Immediately afterwards, Su Yan felt that his senses became extremely sharp. If he concentrated and listened carefully, he could actually hear the sounds coming from the same floor. At the same time, he walked to the window and could clearly see the scene on the opposite floor even in the dark. That is to say, my mental strength has exceeded 100 points, and my vision and hearing have also been enhanced. 2 days passed in a flash, and the monthly exam came. Everyone is quite excited this time because the school has announced that there will be 3 consecutive days off after the monthly exams. 3 days of vacation is extremely rare for high school students. Su Yan is very familiar with the exam. No test questions could stump him. However, he found that the difficulty of this monthly exam had increased to a higher level and was even more difficult than the last joint exam. Soon, the 2-day exam is over. As soon as he walked out of the school gate, Su Yan received a call from Shi Mulin. After walking forward 100 meters, he saw the black Mercedes-Benz parked on the side of the street. He opened the back door and got in, and the car slid out. There was not only Shi Mulin in the car, but also Shi Mukin. "Brother Su, how did you do on the exam this time?" Shi Mukin asked. "It's okay," Su Yan replied with a smile. About 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the small courtyard where Mr. Tan's private dishes were served. However, this time it was not Mr. Tan who opened the door, but one of his apprentices. "3 guests, please come this way." Led by the other party, they came to the private room where they had dinner last time. "3 guests, the master is preparing a medicinal meal. If you are hungry, there are snacks on the table." After the explanation was completed, the other party retreated. "Su Yan, what should our company do next?" Shi Mulin asked at this time. She knew that Su Yan was going to take exams these days, so she didn't bother him with company matters. But she didn't know that Su Yan was not afraid of being disturbed at all. "I already have some ideas," Su Yan said with a smile. "Can you tell me about it?" Shi Mulin asked expectantly. At the same time, Shi Mukin also pricked up his ears. "I've said before that both real estate and the Internet of Things are good, so I plan to merge the two into one," Su Yan introduced calmly. "How do you merge the two into one?" Shi Mulin asked. "Simply put, it means renting a house online and cutting out the middleman." Afterwards, Su Yan gave a detailed introduction to his plan. Since he was optimistic about the future of real estate and believed that housing prices in the country's first-tier cities would definitely soar, his plan was to spend money to buy houses in the country's first-tier cities, renovate them, and then put them on the company's app for rent. After listening to his introduction, Shi Mukin frowned slightly. "Brother Su, although you have hundreds of millions of funds now, this money can't buy many houses, and it can't satisfy many users at all." Su Yan said, "Renting out our own house is the first step. The second step is to rent the landlord's house, renovate it, and rent it out. If your company provides renovations, wouldn't that be a huge loss?" What we burned at that time was the money for financing." Su Yan smiled. Shi Mukin's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands. "Brilliant." Just then, the door of the box was pushed open, and Mr. Tan came in personally carrying a pot of medicinal food. Seeing this, Shi Mukin couldn't help but stand up excitedly. "Finally, I can taste medicinal food again. Today's pot of medicinal food is quite strong. You 2 brothers and sisters can only drink half a bowl at most." As Mr. Tan spoke, he lifted the lid of the medicinal food pot. Immediately, an extremely tempting smell mixed with the fragrance of medicine spread out. "Ah, you can only drink half a bowl?" After sniffing the scent hard, Shi Mukin felt refreshed and said with regret on his face. Chapter 29 Bonus Arrival. Old Master Tan continued, "The first 2 times you used your grandfather's medicinal food, although he is a skilled martial artist, he is old and his chi and blood are declining. Therefore, the medicinal food I made for your grandfather was weak. But Brother Su is not only full of vitality, he is also exceptionally young, so the potency of the medicine must be enhanced." "Mr. Tan is thoughtful," Su Yan said with a serious expression. "You're welcome. These days, it's rare to find someone your age who can master kung fu to this level. I'm just excited to see such a great talent." Old Master Tan responded modestly, "Drink it while it's hot." As he spoke, Mr. Tan had already served 3 bowls of soup, half a bowl for the Shi siblings and a full bowl for Su Yan. Smelling the tempting medicinal aroma, Su Yan simply gave up the spoon, picked up the bowl, brought it to his mouth and took a big gulp. It's a little hot and a little bitter. But after swallowing it, the aftertaste is endless. Especially after the soup enters the stomach, the whole stomach becomes warm. So, Su Yan drank the whole bowl of soup in just a few gulps, but Shi Mukin and Shi Mulin could only drink it slowly in small sips using a spoon. "Good." Seeing Su Yan finishing a bowl of soup without changing his expression, Mr. Tan couldn't help but praise him and looked at him with more appreciation. "Another bowl." "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Tan." Su Yan handed him the bowl. Soon, Mr. Tan filled another bowl of soup for Su Yan. After drinking the second bowl of hot soup, Su Yan felt a slight heat all over his body, but he didn't sweat yet. On the other hand, Shimukin, after only drinking a few spoonfuls, was already flushed red, with beads of sweat on his forehead. Seeing this, Old Tan secretly shook his head and couldn't help but say, "She-boy, I advise you to be more restrained, otherwise you will regret it when you reach middle age." "Thank you, Grandpa Tan, for reminding me. I will." Shimukin smiled awkwardly, then lowered his head and continued to sip the soup. On the other hand, although Shimulin's forehead was sweaty and her cheeks were flushed, at least she was not as exaggerated as Shimukin. "Can I have another bowl?" Mr. Tan asked Su Yen with a smile. "No problem." Su Yen handed the bowl to the other party. "Is it the hidden power?" asked Mr. Tan. "Right." Su Yen had no intention of hiding anything. "Good fellow." Mr. Tan's eyes lit up. "It seems I underestimated you." So, he picked up a piece of ginseng as thick as his little finger from the pot and put it into Su Yen's bowl. "Eat this thing too." Su Yen nodded and looked at the ginseng in the bowl with some curiosity. He drank the soup in one gulp, then picked up the ginseng with chopsticks and put it into his mouth to chew. "This ginseng doesn't taste very good and still has a bitter taste." Soon, Su Yen chewed the ginseng into pieces and swallowed it. At this time, a large amount of heat began to spread from his stomach to his limbs and bones, making his skin slightly red. "Why, can you bear it?" Mr. Tan asked with concern. "If you can't help it, go boxing." "Another bowl before we go boxing." Su Yen took the initiative to hand the bowl to Mr. Tan. The other party served Su Yen another bowl, and Su Yen was not polite. He tilted his neck slightly and drank the whole bowl of soup. Bang! He put the bowl on the table, stood up suddenly, strode out of the box, went to the yard, took up his stance, and started practicing Bajikwan. Out of curiosity, Mr. Tan also followed out. "Little sister, let's go and see what's going on," Shimukin suggested. "Okay." So the brother and sister put down their bowls and went to the yard. In the past, when practicing boxing on the rooftop, Su Yen was very restrained and held back, fearing that it would affect the people downstairs. But at this moment, because of the medicinal power of the herbal food, he had no worries at all. This caused such a big commotion. The whole yard was like the waves, shaking and surging. "Oh my god, that's awesome." Shimukin, who came a step behind, saw the scene and couldn't help but exclaimed. But he didn't notice that Mr. Tan's eyes were shining. After a while, he uttered a sentence softly, "A master of Huajin, a master's style." "Mr. Tan, what did you say? Are you saying that my brother Su is Huajin?" Shimukin, who was standing next to him, asked. Mr. Tan just glanced at him indifferently without answering. Then, his eyes fell on Su Yen again. A few minutes later, Su Yen stopped practicing boxing, then opened his mouth and spurted out a snow-white air arrow, which flew more than 1 meter before disappearing. "Ha, what a delicious medicinal meal." Su Yen turned around, clasped his fists towards Mr. Tan and said that a few bowls of medicinal food together with the ginseng had actually increased Su Yen's energy by about 1/10. Ordinary people are not qualified to eat this level of medicinal food. Old Tan waved his hand disapprovingly. "Besides, it was an honor for me to prepare a pot of medicinal food for a young master." "Mr. Tan, you are too serious," Su Yen said modestly. Shimukin, standing by, was completely dumbfounded, then ecstatic. Then, he whispered to Shimulin with envy, "Silly sister, your luck is so good that it makes your brother jealous. My parents always say that I was born blessed." Shimulin was not modest at all, but said it proudly. Born in the Shi family, how could she not understand the value of the Grandmaster of Huajin? You know, the Shi family is a giant in the entire Jiangbei province, but the Shi family still does not have Huajin, but there are several people within Jin. But she found a collaborator who was not only extremely smart, but also a master of Huajin. Is this the legendary talent for both civil and military affairs? For a moment, there was a change in the look in her eyes when she looked at Su Yen. Afterwards, the group re-entered. There was still half a pot of medicinal food left. Although Su Yen was rich, he couldn't waste it. So, he slowly drank up all the remaining medicinal food. "Mr. Tan, how much is this pot of medicinal food?" When leaving, Su Yen went to pay the bill. "Grandpa Tan, let me pay," Shimukin called out. "Brother Chen, I'll pay for Mulin this time, you're not allowed to snatch it," Su Yen said seriously. If Shimukin paid, he wouldn't be able to activate the food wealth card. "Brother Su, how about this meal from me?" At this time, Mr. Tan said with a smile. "No, I have to pay." Su Yan was speechless. Why was it so difficult to pay the bill? Why, Brother Su looks down on an old man like me. Mr. Tan's face darkened. Don't get me wrong, that's not my intention. This isn't my first time treating you. It wouldn't be nice if I didn't pay. So, how about giving me a discount next time I come? Seeing Su Yan's insistence, Mr. Tan had no choice but to agree and said that he would only charge the cost price, a total of 120,000. Swipe the card. Su Yan took out his bank card and handed it to Mr. Tan, secretly saying that it was a close call. The money in his card was just over 120,000 yuan. If it was higher than this, he would have to pay with gold. After the bill was settled successfully, Su Yan and the other two said goodbye to Mr. Tan. In the car, Su Yan said to Shi Mulan, let's split the money. This herbal meal has bankrupted me. Puff. Hearing this, Shi Mulan couldn't help laughing, because the effect of the medicinal food had not yet subsided. Her cheeks were rosy, which looked very beautiful. Brother Su, how about this meal be on me? Shi Mulan laughed and joked. Really, no need. I have dividends. Su Yan waved his hand. How much dividend do you want? Shi Mulan asked. It doesn't have to be too much, just 10 million in dividends will be enough. Su Yan thought for a while and said. That's fine, but you have to pay 20% personal income tax, and the amount you will receive will only be 4 million. Shi Mulan said. 4 million is enough. Su Yan smiled and said that the gourmet wealth card had already started to settle. Back home. The gourmet wealth card has been successfully settled. First, the cardholder's happiness value is 100 points, multiplied by the price of the medicinal food 120,000, thus obtaining a bonus of 12 million. Secondly, the pleasure value of inviting the beautiful guest Shi Mulan is 90 points, multiplied by the price of the medicinal food, and a bonus of 10.8 million can be obtained. Therefore, the total prize money is 22.8 million. Would the host like to claim the prize? Receive. The next moment, Su Yan received a text message about the bank account arrival. When he saw the 8-digit account balance, the smile on Su Yan's face became particularly bright. It's a pity that Zhang Shangya was not invited to enjoy it together this time, otherwise the bonus would be even greater. Originally, he planned to invite Zhang Shangya, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was inappropriate, so he did not invite her. Chapter 30 Chen Tingfeng, killing two birds with one stone. Even though he knew he would have more wealth, it still took Su Yan several minutes to calm down his restless emotions after receiving more than 20 million for the first time. With a thought, the system interface appeared. The experience of Bajiquan did not change and remained at a full 100 points. But the energy in his body has obviously increased a lot. Since Bajiquan has reached its limit of improvement, he has no plans to practice it anymore. Instead, he took out a business book and started reading. Not long after, he received a message from Zhang Shangya, asking him to log in to QQ quickly. It was Zhang Shangya who contacted him on QQ. When she didn't get a reply, she sent him a message directly. After all, they had been chatting for so long, so exchanging phone numbers was no big deal. So, Su Yan logged into mobile QQ, started chatting with the other party, and agreed to meet at the city library at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Zhang Shangya, how did you do in this monthly exam? Su Yan, pretty good, probably still number 1. Zhang Shangya, I'm first too. Su Yan, that's because I'm not here. Otherwise, you'll always be second best. Zhang Shangya, hate it, stop using bad words. Su Yan, you are so dirty. I have to say, chatting with Zhang Shangya was quite interesting. He ended the chat only when his phone indicated that the battery was running low. The next morning. After washing up, Su Yan went downstairs to have breakfast, and then trotted towards the city library. As soon as he entered the library, he saw a beautiful girl looking towards the door from time to time. Who else could it be but Zhang Shangya? With a thought, Su Yan opened the eye of detection. As he expected, after this period of online communication, he became a good friend in Zhang Shangya's heart, with a favorability level of 72 points. Su Yan walked straight over to Zhang Shangya and sat down, then asked, "Have you had breakfast?" Zhang Shangya shook her head slightly. Then you. Su Yan directly placed a cup of soy milk and a meat bun on the table. I guess you didn't eat it, I brought it for you. Thanks. Then you eat first, I'll go pick out some books. Su Yan came to the business book area and selected 2 autobiographies of business tycoons, and then selected 3 professional books. How do you read a book like this? Zhang Shangya asked with some surprise. Su Yan smiled proudly. I am already invincible in the exam, so I read some extracurricular books to broaden my horizons. 2. Thinking of Su Yan's incredible achievements, Zhang Shangya couldn't help but nodded in agreement. Soon, the two stopped communicating and started reading their own books. In a blink of an eye, a morning passed. Su Yan's business skills soared significantly, reaching a control level of 70 points. The two of them had lunch together, and Zhang Shangya treated them, and they went to the same wonton shop. Are you going to the library this afternoon? Su Yan asked. How about we go shopping? After a slight hesitation, Zhang Shangya nodded and agreed. Time passed by unknowingly and it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Zhang Shangya answered a phone call and said to Su Yan, I should go home. I'll take you to the car. Su Yan nodded and then helped her call a taxi. After getting in the car, Zhang Shangya waved to Su Yan, goodbye, I'm very happy today, thank you. You're welcome, I'm happy too. After waving goodbye to Zhang Shangya, Su Yan found a Chinese restaurant and had a big meal. At this moment, a Bentley from the provincial capital got off the highway and drove towards the Dongha city. Sitting in the back seat of the Bentley was Nicholas Tsai, who had just returned from China overseas. After more than 20 minutes, the Bentley drove into a 3-story villa. After returning to the villa, Chen Nicholas first took a shower, then went to the study and summoned a Ming over. How's the investigation going for you? Chen Tingfeng asked with a cold face. Master, I have investigated Su Yan's 3 generations before him. They are all ordinary people. By the way, Su Yan's parents are also in Zhonghai. They run a small restaurant together. Also, during this period, Su Yan has been in frequent contact with Miss Shi Mulin. Besides that, Shi Mukin has also been quite close to Su Yan. Upon hearing this, 2 cold rays of light suddenly flashed in Chen Tingfeng's eyes. This kid dared to snatch food from his plate, he deserved to die. Create an accident and cripple him. This? Ming hesitated. Master, he is Miss Shi Mulin's partner now. If he gets into an accident, the Shi family will definitely investigate. Also, Miss Shi Mulin relies on his intelligence. Even if he is disabled, he can still provide Miss Shi Mulin with advice. He. Hearing this, Chen Tingfeng sneered. In fact, when he first learned the news, he wanted to kill Su Yan and be done with it. But now, he has a better plan. All they need to do is make the other person a cripple. Even if Shi Mulin has feelings for him, her feelings for him will be greatly reduced after he becomes a cripple, and the Shi family will not allow her to marry a cripple. At that time, he would marry Shi Mulin and let the disabled man continue to give advice to Shi Mulin. This would not affect his marriage to Shi Mulin and would also help Shi Mulin become the head of the Shi family. It would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So, he said in a deep voice, it doesn't matter. What I want is for him to continue to make plans for Shi Mulin. Go ahead and make the arrangements. Don't reveal any clues. If this young master gets involved in something bad, you'll be in trouble. Yes, young master, I will arrange it right away. Ming nodded and walked out. After Ming left, Chen Tingfeng picked up his phone and dialed a number. Xiaolin, this is your brother Tingfeng. I'm back in Dongha. How about having dinner together tonight? The Chen family is not a business family, but rather a martial arts family. At the same time, he also opened a security company that specializes in providing security services for the wealthy. Therefore, the Chen family and the Shi family can be considered old friends, and he has had a lot of contact with the younger generation of the Shi family. Shi Mulin's voice came from the phone. Sorry, brother Tingfeng, I have to have dinner with grandpa tonight. So, how about my second brother and I host a welcome party for you tomorrow at noon? Chen Tingfeng's face darkened slightly, but he responded, okay, see you tomorrow. At this moment, 3 generations of the Shi family lived together in the ancestral home. In previous family gatherings, Shi Mulin was always a nobody. But tonight, she became the focus of everyone's attention. The elders from the 2nd and 3rd houses praised her a lot, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Mulin, I really envy you. You just accepted the family test, and your achievements surpass the 3 of us. Shi Muyuan said with a smile on her face. Sister Muyuan, I'm just lucky. Shi Mulin said modestly, besides, this time it was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. I won't be so lucky in the future. Although she is still young, she does understand certain things through osmosis. Although Shi Muyuan looks smiling, she doesn't know how he is scolding her in his heart, so she doesn't take his compliments seriously. By the way, I heard that Mu Lin was able to take this gamble because of the advice of your partner Su Yan. Such a great talent, please introduce him to us someday. Shi Muzin also followed with a smile. Musin, I'm warning you, don't go after Su Yan. He's my sister's partner. At this time, Shi Mukin walked to Shi Mulin's side, looking like he was there to support his sister. Brother Mukin, don't be so nervous, I'm just curious, I don't have any other thoughts. Shi Muzin explained with a smile. That would be great. Shi Mukin had a cold face and still didn't give the other person a good look. Chapter 31: The Second Way to Make Money. That night, at Su Yan's home, he was chatting with Zhang Xianya on QQ. During the chat, the other party revealed that she would go back to her hometown in the countryside with her parents for 2 days tomorrow. This made Su Yan feel quite regretful. I wanted to improve Zhang Xianya's favorability. Time passed slowly and it was already 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. My business skills have reached 90 points of mastery, and I should be able to reach the perfect level tomorrow. At the same time, the wealth badge was also refreshed. Just by activating it, Su Yan will get another chance to make a fortune. The last time he activated the wealth badge, he got a large yellow croaker worth 1.4 million. I don't know how much I can get from this activation. So, he thought about it and ordered the wealth badge to be activated again. The next moment, a golden light shot out from the badge of wealth and directly penetrated Su Yan's mind. Immediately afterwards, a price chart called Bitcoin appeared in his mind, which recorded in detail the prices from May to December 2013. What is Bitcoin? With doubts, Su Yan started searching on the internet with his mobile phone. After reading the search results, he understood that Bitcoin is simply a virtual currency. When it was first discovered, the price was very low, only 10 cents per piece, but now the price has soared to $139 per piece. In the past, Su Yan might not have understood why a virtual currency with no actual value would be so valuable. But as his business skills were about to reach perfection, he thought for a moment and saw through the essence of Bitcoin, which was nothing more than a game of passing the parcel. In just a few years, the value of Bitcoin has soared thousands of times. Su Yan doesn't believe that there is no capital manipulation behind this. With a thought, Su Yan looked through all the trend charts for the past 13 years in his mind. When he saw the price of Bitcoin on December 30th this year, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God." Because by December 30th this year, the price of a single Bitcoin had soared to $760. It's too exaggerated, too crazy, Su Yan said secretly. He then continued to search for information related to Bitcoin on the internet, and discovered that last month, an exchange dedicated to trading virtual currencies was established in the United States. Before exchanges appeared, all Bitcoin transactions were conducted privately. Now that exchanges have appeared, then can't he make money using this Bitcoin price trend chart? Now he understood why the wealth badge gave him a price trend chart. With this price trend chart, even if he took the dumbest approach and directly purchased some Bitcoin and held it until the end of the year before selling it, he could still make a 7-fold profit. So he collected information about virtual currency exchanges on the internet. The next morning, Su Yan went to the local digital city in Dongha City and bought 2 computers, a desktop and a laptop. Although mobile phones can also access the internet, they are still inferior to computers in some aspects. When buying the computer, Su Yan also bought a few books on computers. Because the virtual currency transaction was on a foreign website, he had to climb over the wall to log in. Soon, it was afternoon. The home network has been installed and is so efficient, but he chose to pay extra. During this period, he had finished reading several computer books and solidified his new computer skills. The current level is at entry level 20 points. This time, Su Yan did not go to the library to buy books. Instead, he searched for computer tutorials on the internet and frantically gained experience. More than 3 hours later, computer skills reach entry level 100 points. Click on upgrade. His computer skills were improved to proficient level 0. At the same time, a large amount of computer content was also poured into Su Yan's mind. Not bad, not bad. After thoroughly understanding the information given by the system, Su Yan felt that his computer skills had greatly improved, and he could even hack into an ordinary website with ease. Then he chose to climb over the wall. I searched the internet and found foreign virtual currency exchanges. There are 2 ways to play on this trading site. First, directly purchase a certain virtual currency, put it in the account and wait for it to appreciate, and then sell it after the price inflates. This foolproof operation is not difficult at all. Secondly, you can choose to play in the same way as futures, you can choose to short or long, and you can also add leverage. However, the prerequisite is that you must have a foreign bank account. It is difficult for Su Yan to register a bank account, but it should not be difficult for Shi Mulin. So, he decisively picked up his phone and dialed Shi Mulin's number. The call was quickly connected, and Shi Mulin's voice came, "Su Yan, is there anything wrong?" Su Yan said directly, "I've thought of another opportunity to make money speculating. The prerequisite is to register an overseas account. This shouldn't be difficult for you, right?" On the other end of the phone. Hearing Su Yan's words, Shi Mulin's eyes lit up. "This is not difficult. Now that I'm registered, do I need to transfer money to my account? Transfer 10 million US dollars into it." Su Yan thought about it and wondered why he chose to transfer only 10 million. That was the amount Su Yan had carefully considered, because it was too ostentatious and would easily attract the attack of big sharks. "Okay, I'll arrange for someone to do it right away. By the way, do you have any other instructions?" "No, let me know when you finish this." "Okay." It has to be said that Shi Mulin is very efficient. In just 3 hours, she established a bank account abroad. However, the transfer of 10 million US dollars is still in progress. After all, transferring money abroad, amounting to 10 million US dollars, is not a trivial matter. If he were to do it, it would be very troublesome. But for Shi Mulin, it is much more convenient. This is the advantage of cooperating with Shi Mulin, which can avoid many unnecessary troubles. Time, May 2nd. It's sunny. Morning. Shi Mulin and her second brother Shi Mukin came to Su Yan's house together. "Su Yan, this is the bank account and password you asked for. There's already 10 million in it." Shi Mulin handed Su Yan a note. "You guys take a seat first." Su Yan turned on the computer, logged into the foreign banking software, then entered the account password and checked the account balance. There was indeed 10 million US dollars in it. "Brother Su, what are you planning to do this time? Can you take me with you?" Shi Mukin licked his face and said, "Second brother." Hearing Shi Mukin's unreasonable request, Shi Mulin couldn't help but glared at him fiercely. "How much money do you have?" Su Yan asked. "I can raise 5 million US dollars. Shi Mukin said quickly with ecstasy in his heart. Su Yan looked at Shi Mulin. "Do you want to take your second brother to play this?" After a slight hesitation, Shi Mulin said, "You can have Su Yan take you out to play, but 50% of the profits belong to him." "Okay, I have no objection." Shi Mukin said without hesitation that he would agree to 60% profit, not to mention 50%. 50% of the profits belong to both of us. Su Yan said to Shi Mulin. "Need not." Shi Mulin wanted to refuse, but Su Yan interrupted her with a wave of his hand. "That's it." Immediately, Su Yan quickly registered an account on the exchange and linked it to his bank account. He then said to Shi Mukin, "Do you want to register a separate account, or transfer the money directly to this account?" Shi Mukin thought for a moment and said, "I'd better let you handle the money, but the $5 million probably won't arrive until tomorrow." "It's okay, tomorrow is fine." Su Yan smiled and started operating on the computer. Chapter 32 Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. The current price of Bitcoin is $122. The price trend chart in his mind was quite detailed. Today's highest price was $126, the lowest price was $92, the closing price was $105, and the transaction volume reached $46 million. Moreover, the highest and lowest prices are marked with the exact time. This provides Su Yan with a lot of room to maneuver. The total trading volume on that day was only over 40 million US dollars. If leverage was added, the market would have been wiped out. During this period, the highest price period had passed, and Su Yan could not wait until $126 to short. The lowest price will appear 48 minutes later. Therefore, he started buying short positions. More than 10 minutes later, a short order worth 1.22 million US dollars was placed. Su Yan stopped buying. The transaction volume of Bitcoin is too small nowadays, so he dare not make any big moves. "Is it done?" Shi Mukin asked. "Don't worry about it for the next few minutes." Su Yan nodded. "Brother Su, can you tell me what this Bitcoin is?" Shi Mukin asked curiously. Su Yan said, "Bitcoin is a virtual currency with no real value. To put it bluntly, it's just a game of pass the parcel. When it first came out, one coin was worth 10 cents. Now, one coin is worth $122. In just a few years, it's soared over 1,000 times. Is that reliable? Shimukin seemed to be lost in thought. That depends on what you think. Su-yen smiled and said, in the future, this thing will definitely collapse, but for now, we can use it to make money. However, we can't make too much noise, otherwise it will easily arouse the vigilance of the investors behind it, and then we won't be able to make money. I understand. Shimukin nodded. Born into a business family, if he didn't even understand this little bit, after all, this kind of passing the flower thing is not uncommon. To put it in a bigger way, it's like the orchid craze back then, and to put it in a smaller way, it's like today's pyramid schemes. Will my investment of 5 million squeeze your profits? That's for sure, because the trading volume during this period has remained at around $40 million. You see, I only shorted $1.22 million and didn't even dare to increase leverage for fear of attracting attention. How about I invest less money? It doesn't matter. This kind of wool pulling will not last for a day or two. At least within this year, Bitcoin will not collapse. Su-yen said with a smile. Suddenly, Su-yen had an idea. He cast a detection eye towards Shi-Mulan. What surprised him was that the other party's favorability soared to 80 points. This level of favorability has gone beyond the boundaries of good friends, indicating that the other party has developed feelings for him. Look, the price has dropped. Suddenly, Shi-Mulan pointed at the screen. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Su-yen said calmly. Next, the price of Bitcoin continued to fall. When the price reached $94, Su-yen decisively chose to settle the position. Although the price can be lower, one should not be too greedy. Su-yen bought 10,000 coins at $122 and sold them at $94, with a difference of $28. Multiply $28 by $10,000, and the final profit is $280,000. How much did Brother Su earn? Shimukin asked. 280,000 US dollars. The current exchange rate of the US dollar is 1 to 7, which means that in nearly an hour, Su-yen earned 1.96 million, nearly 2 million. After calculating the amount, Shimukin excitedly shouted, "Oh my god, Brother Su, you're truly amazing. You're not making money, you're simply robbing people. Su-yen, you are so amazing." Shi-Mulan also shouted, looking at Su-yen with eyes full of admiration and love. Ah, just good luck. Su-yen smiled and said, today's best opportunity to make a killing has passed, but the price is low. We can buy a batch and sell it tomorrow. So, Su-yen took action again and bought 20,000 bitcoins at an average price of 93 US dollars. Anyway, he knows the highest and lowest prices of Bitcoin every day, so he just needs to buy it at the lowest price and sell it at the highest price. Of course, if he encounters speculation, he doesn't mind showing off his skills. After completing the operation, Su-yen directly exited the exchange. He then said to Shimukin and his sister, since you're all here at my house, how about having lunch at my house? Brother Su, I appreciate your kindness, but I still need to collect the money. How about letting Mu-Lin have dinner at your place? Shimukin refused at first, then suggested. Will this be too much trouble? Shi-Mulan said hesitantly. It's no trouble. I'm also interested in cooking. It's a good opportunity for you to try my cooking skills. Su-yen said with a smile. Then I'll help you. Shi-Mulan said excitedly. Okay, do you want to stay at home and play computer games, or go out with me to buy groceries? Su-yen asked again. Let me go grocery shopping with you. Shi-Mulan said. After leaving the community, Shimukin drove away directly. Shi-Mulan asked, do you need a car? No need, there is a vegetable market nearby. Su-yen shook his head. After walking for a few minutes, Su-yen and Shi-Mulan arrived at the vegetable market. Su-yen first bought 2 Christian carps, and then half a pound of beef and half a pound of pork. His cooking skills were just stuck at the entry-level 98, and he couldn't cook any complicated dishes. But it's still possible to make some home-cooked meals. Then I bought some vegetables, seasonings, and the like. When passing by a fruit shop, he stopped and asked Shi-Mulan, what kind of fruit do you like to eat? Hearing this, Shi-Mulan felt a sweet feeling in her heart, I like eating grapes and cherries. So the two of them went into the fruit store and bought grapes, cherries, some watermelons, and bananas. Afterwards, the two of them each carried some things and returned to the community. After returning home, seeing that it was still early, Su-yen first washed the fruit and gave it to Shi-Mulan to eat, and then turned on the TV for her to watch. He picked up a business book and started reading. Originally, his business skills should have been upgraded to the perfect level yesterday, but because he bought a computer, he needed computer skills and did not have time to upgrade his business skills. After reading 3 books, my business skills were maxed out and reached 100 control. After the upgrade was completed, some more business knowledge flooded into his mind, and he quickly understood and mastered it. At the same time, upgrade rewards are also distributed. 1 advanced lottery and 10 free attribute points. System, use advanced lottery. Ding, the advanced lottery begins. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the marrow cleansing technique above the level of Hua Jin. Would you like to claim it? Upon hearing that it was a martial art above the level of Hua Jin, Su Yan couldn't help but feel delighted and immediately ordered to receive it. Suddenly, a golden light shot into his brow, and the complete Shi Sui Gong also appeared in his mind. At the same time, a new skill, Marrow Cleansing Beginner, has been added to the skill bar. There are also 10 free attribute points. If you have a strong physique, it would be inappropriate to remove hair and wash marrow. Therefore, Su Yan first consumed 5 free attribute points to increase his spirit a little, bringing his spirit to 102 points. As for the remaining 5 points, Su Yan thought about it and simply added them to appearance. After adding 5 looks in a row, Su Yan felt his cheeks itchy and decisively got up and went to the bathroom. After washing my face with cold water and looking in the mirror, I found that I had become much more handsome. He wiped the water stains off his face with a towel and walked out of the bathroom, just as Shi Mulin turned her head to look at him. When she saw Su Yan again, Shi Mulin couldn't help but blink, because she found that Su Yan seemed to have become a lot more handsome. People often say that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Could it be that I fell in love with him and that's why I thought he suddenly became a lot more handsome? Thinking of this, Shi Mulin's cheeks turned red and she quickly withdrew her gaze. Chapter 33, Voyeurism. Shi Mulin's guilty expression did not escape Su Yan's eyes. He subconsciously turned on the detection eye and saw the number displayed in the favorability column. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Because Shi Mulin's favorability actually increased directly from 80 points to 85 points. It seems that those 5 points of beauty were not added in vain. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Yan said to Shi Mulin, "You continue watching TV. Go to the kitchen and cook. Then let me help you." Shi Mulin quickly stood up. "No, you should continue watching TV." Su Yan refused with a smile. In his opinion, a young lady like Shi Mulin was probably someone who had never done housework. Asking her for help would affect his performance. Although Su Yan refused, Shi Mulin still followed him into the kitchen. "What can I do?" Seeing that the other party insisted, Su Yan assigned her a job of washing vegetables. He quickly pounded and washed the rice and cooked it. Then we start processing beef and pork. Ding, cooking experience +2. Before I finished cutting the beef, the system gave me 2 experience points. And the cooking skill has reached entry level 100. Upgrade. The next moment, a memory of cooking suddenly appeared in Su Yan's mind, and at the same time, the system reward was also issued. Rewards a primary lottery and 2 free attribute points. He did not choose to draw lots or add points for the time being, but continued to work on the task at hand. It has to be said that after his cooking skills reached the proficient level, his knife skills also improved a lot, and he was able to cut the beef shreds more smoothly and skillfully. After he had cut the beef and pork, Shi Mulin also washed the vegetables. "Is there anything else you want me to do next?" Shi Mulin asked. "No more, you can go out, and leave the rest to me," Su Yan said. "Well, if there's anything I need help with, just call me." The dishes Su Yan had to make were not complicated. They included stir-fried shredded beef, stir-fried pork, a serving of shredded potatoes, and a bowl of cabbage soup. They are all common home-cooked dishes. It was a little difficult for him as he only had entry-level cooking skills. But once you become proficient, making a few dishes will be a piece of cake. Moreover, you can gain cooking experience continuously while cooking. By the time he had prepared 3 dishes and a soup, his cooking skills had reached proficiency 23. On the other side, the Chen family villa. "Isn't the matter settled yet?" Chen Tingfeng asked Ming with some dissatisfaction. "Young master, I have arranged the manpower, but I am still waiting for the opportunity." Ming replied. "When are you going to make your move?" Tingfeng Chen asked. Ming said, "Master, I will strike him on the evening of the 4th, on a certain road where he will be walking home after evening self-study." Chen Tingfeng smiled and asked, "Are the people you arranged reliable?" Ming nodded. Don't worry, young master. It's absolutely reliable. He's in the late stages of lung cancer. His family has already spent all their money on his medical treatment. Moreover, he's already planning to die. Since he's going to die anyway, he's naturally very happy to leave his family 500,000 yuan. That's right, Ming. I'm very satisfied with your arrangement. I won't treat you unfairly after it's done. Tingfeng Chen reached out and patted Ming on the shoulder. It's my duty to do things for the young master. What is that kid doing now? Chen Tingfeng suddenly asked. Master, he's at home. Ming said truthfully, oh, right, Shi Mukin and Miss Shi Mulan went to his house this morning. Later, Shi Mukin left, but Miss Shi Mulan stayed. She even went out to buy groceries with him, and it seemed like she was going to have dinner at his house. Damn it! Hearing this, Chen Tingfeng was furious. Shi Mulan was actually willing to stay at Su Yan's house for dinner. It seemed that their relationship was even closer than he imagined. No, that kid can't live. He must die. Change the plan. I want to kill that kid. Chen Tingfeng growled with a ferocious expression. Ming was stunned for a moment, then agreed, okay, master, I'll make arrangements right away and kill him the day after tomorrow. I can't wait that long. He must die tonight. Chen Tingfeng's eyes were cold and his tone was full of resentment. This. Ming looked embarrassed. Why, you can't do it? Tingfeng Chen looked at him unkindly. No, master, I'm thinking about how to kill him without anyone noticing. Ming said quickly. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Master, I have an idea. Tonight, we can sneak into his house, knock him out first, then create the illusion that he is drunk, and finally kill him by gas poisoning. Ha ha. Hearing this plan, Chen Tingfeng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ming, you are a talent, just follow your plan. Thank you for the compliment, master, but time is short. I have to arrange for manpower now. Go! Nicholas Tse waved his hand. After the other person left, he muttered to himself, you are just a high school student, and you dare to compete with me for a woman? I will make you regret coming into this world. On the other side, Wanzhou International. At Su Yan's home. The food is already on the table. Shi Mulan tasted each dish and nodded. It tastes good, Su Yan. I didn't expect you to have such a talent for cooking. Since you think it tastes good, then eat more. Su Yan said with a smile. He was not flattered by Shi Mulan's praise. With the other party's status, he had tasted all kinds of delicious food. The dishes he cooked were far from those of Mr. Tan. If Mr. Tan's cooking skills were solidified, they would at least reach the perfect level. Therefore, Shi Mulan's praise was nothing more than a polite compliment. After a while of lunch, Shi Mulan said goodbye. Su Yan sent her out of the community. In the afternoon, Su Yan was not idle either, alternating between brushing up on his computer skills and business skills. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the computer skill had reached proficiency 65, and because the business skill had reached perfection, it became difficult to gain experience and only reached perfection 3. Then he got up and left home, bought some meat and vegetables at the vegetable market near the community, and cooked them at home. After sitting down for a meal, his cooking skills soared to 43 points of proficiency. Just 2 or 3 more home-cooked meals and I should be able to advance to the control level. After dinner, Su Yan went downstairs and took a walk around the community to help digest his food. After returning home, he continued to brush up on his computer experience. But at this moment, he suddenly felt like he was being spied on. With his powerful mental strength, he locked onto the location of the peeping person, who was actually right above the opposite person's head. Who would spy on me at this time? Su Yan was a little surprised. However, he pretended not to know. After sitting in the living room for a while, he got up and left the living room and went to the study. Sure enough, the feeling of being peeped disappeared. After a while, he went to the living room again and that feeling came back. With a mental strength of 102, his brain worked quickly, and then he washed, turned off the lights and went to bed without knowing anything. At this moment, on the roof of Building 17, there were 2 figures squatting in the corner. At this time, one of them took out his mobile phone and opened the text message, "The target is already asleep, start preparing." Chapter 34 Su Yan's Suspicion Part 2. Soon, the 2 men set up a rappelling device on the roof and waited for orders for the next move. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. The two men finally received orders for their next move. So the two of them immediately took action, one after the other rappelling from the roof to the 16th floor, and then pushed open the window on the balcony to enter Su Yan's home. In the bedroom, Su Yan slowly sat up from the bed. After his mental strength exceeded 100, his hearing became extremely abnormal. Not only could he hear the movements of the entire floor, but he could also hear the movements of the 2 floors above and below. So, after the 2 men broke in, he sensed their arrival. But it is still not certain what the 2 people's purpose for sneaking in is? Steal? Or maybe assassinate him. Following his perception, the 2 of them cautiously moved towards the bedroom. As the 2 men got closer, Su Yan also discovered some clues. These 2 men were actually Ming Jin warriors. Suddenly, his heart sank. 2 Ming Jin warriors sneaked in. Obviously, they were not trying to steal, but were most likely trying to kill him. Who will kill me? Could it be Shi Nulin's competitor? Now, he has a detailed understanding of the Shi family. First of all, the Shi family has 3 branches. The head of the family will be the most outstanding person among the 3 families. Therefore, people in each room are in a state of competition. Now, he has helped Shi Nulin make a lot of money, which will definitely affect the people from the other 2 families who are participating in the test. It is understandable that they sent people to assassinate him. While I was thinking, 2 Ming Jin warriors had already approached the bedroom. Brush. In the darkness, Su Yan rushed out of the bedroom. Not good. Out of vigilance as warriors, the 2 Ming Jin warriors quickly retreated. Unfortunately, they didn't know that they were facing a martial artist with Hua Jin. Bang! Bang! With 2 muffled groans, both of them were hit in the neck by a knife and then fell to the ground. Su Yan first found a rope and tied them both up tightly. Then, I came to the balcony and saw the rappelling rope hanging outside the balcony. Returning to the corridor outside the bedroom, Su Yan looked at the 2 unconscious people with a thoughtful expression. Should I call the police, or? After a slight hesitation, Su Yan gave up the idea of calling the police. Then he squatted down and rubbed one of them on the neck a few times, and the other person regained consciousness. Su Chao, who sent you to kill me? Through the detection eye, Su Yan got the other party's name and age, but that was only the name and age. As for the person behind the scenes, he could not find out from the detection eye. When Su Chao heard Su Yan calling his name, he was slightly startled, but he chose to remain silent. You won't tell me? Su Yan was a little annoyed. Then he opened the black backpack the other person brought and found 2 bottles of white wine and some snacks inside. Bringing liquor and snacks to commit the crime? Su Yan's expression was a little strange. But being extremely smart, he immediately thought of a possibility. The other party might create the illusion that he was drunk and then let him die in an accident. How to create an accident in his house? The best way is naturally gas poisoning. After figuring this out, Su Yan described their plan, and the other party's expression confirmed his guess. Immediately afterwards, Su Yan woke up another person. Su Lei, right? Tell me who sent you to assassinate me? Similarly, Su Lei also chose to remain silent. Very good, you are all men. I admire men like you. I will not torture you, I will just send you on your way. As he spoke, Su Yan pinched Su Chao's neck, and with a click, he broke the other's neck. Since the other party is coming for his life, he certainly won't choose to show mercy. Of course, if he didn't have the space ring, he wouldn't dare to kill anyone easily. But with a space ring, it doesn't matter. I'll give you another chance. Su Yan's gaze fell on Su Lei, whose breathing became rapid. Go ahead. But in the end, Su Lei still chose to die. It was not because he didn't want to betray, but because the price of betrayal was too high and he couldn't afford it. Crack. Su Yan attacked again, broke the opponent's neck, and then waved his hand, and put the 2 corpses in backpacks directly into the space ring. Afterwards, he went to the rooftop again and put the rappelling equipment into his space ring, as he might need it in the future. Then, he hid in the darkness and walked to the front of the building opposite and observed silently. The person who peeped at him before is still on the roof? Or has he already left? Think of this. He decided to go over and take a look. Soon, Su Yan arrived at the rooftop of the building opposite, but unfortunately, the rooftop was empty and there was no one there. It seems that the other party has left. I remembered that there was still a primary lottery that I hadn't used. Su Yan decided to draw the lottery here. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill of 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Would you like to claim it? Oh my god, do I need this skill? Su Yan was somewhat dissatisfied, but still chose to receive it, so he gained another skill with proficiency 0. As for the 2 free attribute points, it was also directly added to his appearance, and his appearance also reached 87 points. After returning home, Su Yan found that he couldn't sleep. Since that was the case, he was too lazy to sleep anymore and started to gain experience in the marrow washing technique. His experience in the marrow washing technique was still at the entry level 0. 20 minutes later. Ding, marrow cleansing skill experience +1. Oh my god, this takes too much time. Su Yan frowned slightly. At the entry level of marrow cleansing technique, it takes 20 minutes to gain a little experience. By the time it reaches perfection, wouldn't it take several hours to gain a little experience? At this moment, a van without license plates was parked in a remote area near Wanzhou International Community. A Ming, who was sitting in the driver's seat, frowned. Because almost half an hour has passed, and Su Chao and Su Lei have not come to meet him yet. Time passes slowly. A Ming's mood became more and more anxious. Finally, after waiting for another half an hour, he decided not to wait any longer and drove away directly. An hour later. A Ming destroyed the van but received a call from Nicholas Tsay. A Ming, is it done? Sorry, master, there was a little accident. Ming said a little uneasily. What kind of accident happened? Chen Tingfeng asked. Master, it's not convenient to report over the phone. I'll come to your villa to report. More than 20 minutes later. A Ming appeared in Nicholas Tsay's villa. Master, according to the plan, Su Chao and Su Lei should be able to finish their arrangements and leave in 15 minutes at most. But I've been waiting for an hour, and they haven't come to meet me yet. I think something must have happened to them. What kind of people are you looking for? They can't even do such a small thing? Chen Tingfeng was very dissatisfied with this. Master, both of them are quite skilled, having reached the Ming gene level. Moreover, they have done a lot of dirty work for us and are very experienced. In that case, why did you fail? I suspect there is a master secretly protecting Su Yan. Upon hearing this, Chen Tingfeng was shocked. Su Yan was just an ordinary high school student, so the expert who protected him could only be from the Shi family. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but panic. Will those 2 guys betray us? Don't worry, young master. Those 2 will never betray us. They can't afford the price. When he said this, a cold look flashed in Ming's eyes. Chapter 35, Should I go to Zhonghai? Third update. It couldn't be better. Chen Tingfeng glanced at Ming coldly, otherwise you know the consequences. Yes, master. Ming lowered his head, then raised it again the next moment. Master, how about I go there myself and take care of that guy? His strength has reached the peak of Ming gene, which is not comparable to Su Chao and Su Lei. Hearing this, Chen Tingfeng's eyes lit up and he was a little moved, but then he waved his hand. Forget it, let's end this matter here, and find another opportunity later. He was afraid. Since the Shi family sent a master to protect Su Yan closely, it meant that the Shi family also attached great importance to Su Yan. But think about it, just by analyzing and speculating, Shi Mulin could make hundreds of millions. If it were him, let alone sending experts to protect him, he would even be willing to worship the other party as a bodhisattva. After all, Su Yan is only 18 years old and has unlimited possibilities in the future. As long as he continues to cooperate with Shi Mulin, he can make a lot of money for Shi Mulin. This was also the reason why he only wanted to cripple Su Yan and not kill him before. He just knew that Shi Mulin went to Su Yan's house for dinner and was blinded by jealousy. What's more, having just experienced an assassination attempt, the Shi family will also strengthen their guards. If a Ming tries to assassinate the other party again at this time, he will most likely be caught red-handed by the Shi family. Although the Shi family is a business family, over the years, they have also used various means to attract and support many dark energy warriors. Although it still cannot be compared with the Chen family who passed down martial arts from generation to generation, it does not have the power of Hua Jin. But the Chen family's Hua Jin, that is, Chen Tingfeng's great-grandfather, was almost 80 years old, and his physical strength and blood had long begun to decline, although he was still able to attack. But the price of taking action is extremely high. If you take action once, you will probably live 2 years less. If you take action 3 or more times, you will die completely. As long as great-grandfather is alive, the Chen family will not decline and will be able to intimidate others. Once the great-grandfather passes away, the Chen family will surely decline, unless a second person with the power of transformation appears in a short period of time. Therefore, the Chen family would not let the great-grandfather take action unless it was absolutely necessary. The next morning, Su Yan, who had only slept for 2 hours, was still full of energy. Last night he practiced the marrow cleansing technique until 7 in the morning. After playing marrow washing technique for 8 hours in a row, the experience of this skill has increased to the entry level 24 points. Although the experience gained from marrow washing technique is small. However, the effect was great. It doubled his Hua Jin and his cultivation level directly reached the middle stage of Hua Jin. Secondly, his internal organs and bone marrow were also strengthened to a certain extent. It also directly increased his physical fitness by 2 points, reaching 103 points. Next, Su Yan washed up calmly, then went to the kitchen to cook a bowl of frozen dumplings, adding a little cooking experience. Before he finished his meal, Shi Mukin and Shi Mulin, brother and sister, came together. "Have you eaten yet?" Su Yan asked. "We have all had breakfast," Shi Mukin said with a smile. After breakfast, the three of them went to the study together. "Brother Su, I've already gathered $5 million and can deposit it into that account anytime," Shi Mukin said nervously. "It's quite fast." Su Yan smiled. Hee, I mortgaged several properties to get this money together," Shi Mukin said modestly. "Then put the money in." "Hold on." Shi Mukin picked up his phone, dialed a number, and said a few words to Su Yan. "Brother Su, the money will be in your account in 30 minutes at most." "Good." At this time, Su Yan had already logged into the virtual currency exchange by climbing over the firewall. Log into your account again. Today, the highest price of Bitcoin was $108 and the lowest price was $79. After the wool picking event ended yesterday, Su Yan bought 20,000 Bitcoins at an average price of $93. At this moment, the price of Bitcoin is exactly $103. Therefore, Su Yan chose to sell these 20,000 Bitcoins in batches. 10 minutes later, the sell-off was complete. Although he sold them in batches, the volume of Bitcoin is too small now, which still caused certain price fluctuations. By the time he finished selling, the price of Bitcoin had fallen to $101. However, Su Yan still made a profit of $197,000. Shi Mukin, who witnessed Su Yan's entire operation, sighed again in his heart. This is even easier than robbing money. "Brother Chen, let me talk about investment allocation first." Su Yan suddenly spoke. "Please speak." Shi Mukin's expression became stern. Su Yan said, "After your 5 million comes in, our total capital will be 15 million. But you also know that this 15 million cannot be invested all at once. So, I will divide the funds into 3 parts for each operation. You, Mu Lin and I will each take 1 part. But 50% of the profit from your share needs to be divided between me and Mu Lin. Do you have any objection to this?" "I have no objection," Shi Mukin said quickly. Worried that Su Yan wouldn't believe him, he explained, "After all, even without my 5 million, you guys would still be able to make that much. I'm kind of here to share your money. I'm taking such a big advantage, so what objection can I have?" "Second brother, you are smart," Shi Mulin on the side joked. "That's fine, as long as you have no objection." Su Yan nodded. "By the way, I made $280,000 yesterday and another $197,000 today. I'll split this money with Mu Lin. Mu Lin, do you have an overseas account?" "Oh, I don't have one yet, so you have to help me get one." "No problem, leave it to me." Shi Mulin agreed readily and immediately made a call on her cell phone. Likewise, Shi Mulin is also very efficient. He quickly helped Su Yan register a US bank account and gave him the account number and password. After getting the account, Su Yan logged in using a computer. Then quickly changed the password. Then, $238,500 was transferred into his account and the account provided by Shi Mulin respectively. At this moment, the price of Bitcoin is still fluctuating. Su Yan was not in a hurry and continued talking to the brother and sister. After a while, Shi Mukin's $5 million was deposited into the operating account. 12 minutes later, the price of Bitcoin rose rapidly and soon reached $108. At this time, Su Yan began to tap the keyboard quickly to establish a short order. He didn't build much, though. Only a short position of 10,000 Bitcoins was established. According to the price chart in my mind, the price will not fluctuate much in the next few hours until just after 3 p.m., when it will plummet to $79. So Su Yan directly logged out of the account. Discuss Mu Yen Company's new project with Shi Mulin. Suddenly, Shi Mulin asked, Su Yan, which university do you plan to attend? Which city will you go to university in? That's where we'll pilot our new project. What about you? Do you want to study abroad? Su Yan asked back. Shi Mulin replied, I was originally planning to study abroad and start a business overseas. But then I met you. Besides, our company's new project is about to start, so I definitely won't go abroad. Furthermore, to make it easier to manage the company, I'm definitely going to college in the same city as you. Tell me which school you're going to in advance so my family can make arrangements. To be honest, Su Yan hasn't really decided where to go to college. After all, with his grades, he can choose any university in China. Suddenly, he thought of Zheng Hai's parents. An idea suddenly occurred to him, how about going to Zheng Hai? Chapter 36 Using the Clone Card Update 1. However, Fudan University in Zheng Hai ranks third among all universities in Daxia. The first place is Shuimu University in Suzhou City, and the second place is Jingcheng University in Suzhou City. However, this ranking is based on the level of financial support. But if ranked according to A+ subjects, Jingcheng University would be first and Shuimu would only be second. As for Fudan University, it is not affected. In every aspect, it is still the third largest university. But in terms of entrepreneurship, China overseas is stronger than Beijing in every aspect. In addition, since both his parents are in Zheng Hai, Su Yan is inclined towards Zheng Hai. Originally, this matter had to be decided after the college entrance examination. But now that Shi Mulin asked, he had to make plans in advance. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, Su Yan said, let's go to Zheng Hai. Ah, brother Su, why don't you consider it? With your grades, you can easily choose any of Shuimu Jingcheng University? Shi Mulin persuaded. Yes, Su Yan, your grades are so good, it's a shame for you to go to Fudan University in Zheng Hai. Shi Mulin also advised, in fact, it would be more appropriate to use Beijing as a pilot city, or Zheng Hai as a pilot city. Actually, it doesn't matter to me which university I go to. Su Yan smiled and said. With the system of God rewards hard work, he doesn't need a teacher to learn knowledge and can learn by himself. 2. Shi Mulin echoed, even if Brother Su went to a fake university, he's still 100 times better than those students from famous universities. You really don't want to consider it? Shi Mulin persuaded again. Don't think about it, just go to Zheng Hai. Well, since you insist, I will ask my family to arrange for you to go to Zheng Hai University in advance. Shi Mulin nodded. At the same time, she also planned to send people to Zheng Hai to set up a branch company when she returned today, and recruit people to start developing software and apps. At noon, Su Yan was still the one buying groceries and cooking. Compared to yesterday, his cooking skills have improved a lot today, and he has won a lot of praise from the Shi brothers and sisters. Unconsciously. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Yan has sat down in front of the computer again. Looking at the crazy decline in the price of Bitcoin, Shi Mulin and Shi Mulin, brother and sister, admired Su Yan to the extreme, and at the same time silently calculated how much they could earn. A few minutes later, the downward trend of Bitcoin began to stabilize and even rebounded slightly, which made the Shi brothers and sisters feel nervous. However, they did not point fingers at Su Yan. Because they have all been completely convinced by him. If not 100% trust in him, then at least 98%. The rebound didn't last long. It only lasted 2 minutes before it collapsed. The price then dropped all the way to $80. At this time, Su Yan, who had been staring at the screen, began to operate and settled all the short positions one after another. When Su Yan sold all his short positions, the price of Bitcoin fell below $80. Su Yan shorted at $108 and settled at $80. So, the profit per Bitcoin is $28, so the final profit is $280,000. Brother Su, did we make $280,000 this time? Shi Mulin asked excitedly. Indeed. Su Yan nodded, your profit is about $46,500. That's a lot. Shi Mulin didn't think it was too little at all. After all, Su Yan had only made one operation, and he had earned $46,500, which was just over 300,000 Daxia coins, equivalent to his pocket money for 3 months. Next, Su Yan started shopping again. But he soon discovered that there were other people buying up the goods. Therefore, it took him more than half an hour to scan 10,000 coins. He originally wanted to sweep 20,000 coins, but gave up. At 1:30 p.m. tomorrow, Bitcoin will reach its highest price of the day at $115. If you sell the 10,000 bitcoins you have at that time, you can make hundreds of thousands of dollars. Mulin, bring a laptop with internet access and good speed to school tomorrow. I want to try it out at noon tomorrow. Su Yan turned to Shi Mulin and said. Okay, no problem. What a coincidence. I have a laptop bought from abroad, equipped with a wireless network card, and the network speed is quite good. Shi Mukin said at this time. Okay then, let's use Brother Chen's. Su Yan was not polite either, because Shi Mukin had taken advantage of both of them and wanted to make some contribution. After a while, the Shi brothers and sisters left. Su Yan just picked up a computer book and started reading it. In the evening, Su Yan directly improved his computer skills to 100 proficiency. Upgrade. The next moment, a large amount of computer knowledge poured into Su Yan's mind. And his computer skills have improved several times. At the same time, this upgrade rewards an intermediate draw and 5 free attribute points. Attribute points were added to spirit, making physical and mental equal, both reaching 103 points. System, use the intermediate lottery. Ding, the intermediate lottery begins. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the proficient guitar skill. Would you like to claim it? Receive. The next moment, a silver light entered his mind, and the memory of practicing guitar day after day for several years appeared in his mind. For a moment, Su Yan's fingers felt itchy, but unfortunately, there was no guitar at home, otherwise he would have to improvise a song. Let's go buy a guitar when we have time. Suddenly, Su Yan had an idea. He still had a clone card that he hadn't used before. It would be better to summon this clone now to help him do some errands. After all, he is still a senior high school student and many things are not convenient for him to do. The next moment, the clone card appeared in his hand. After a slight hesitation, he decided to let the system generate an identity for his clone. Use. The next moment, the clone card in his hand turned into light sand and disappeared. But there was an extra piece of information in his mind, and at the same time, he also sensed the location of his clone. This information is about the clone. The clone is called Su Yan, male, 26 years old, single, currently working as a coach in a fighting gym in Dongha, with strength at the peak of Ningjin. His registered residence is in Shujia Village, Tang County, and he can barely be considered a relative of Su Yan's family. I have to say that the system arrangement is very safe. With this identity, their interactions do not seem out of place. What's more interesting is that he can communicate with his clones telepathically. Su Yang, go buy me a guitar tomorrow, the price should be less than 10,000 yuan. Su Yan gave the order directly in his mind. Okay, boss. The clone Su Yang immediately replied, but boss, I don't have any money. Su Yan, I understand. I'll transfer the money to you right away. So Su Yan turned on the computer again, logged into his online account, and transferred 20,000 yuan to Su Yang's account. After finishing this matter, Su Yan began to practice marrow cleansing technique. This time, he only practiced for 5 hours and gained 15 experience points, bringing the experience of the marrow washing technique to the entry level 39 points. The power of transformation increases, the physical fitness increases by 1, and the internal organs are strengthened. Then Su Yan began to sleep. Early in the morning, Su Yan got up full of energy, had breakfast downstairs, and then ran to school. Passed by the area where the honor roll is posted. He also found that many people were there watching the monthly exam rankings. Su Yan didn't join in the fun, but even without watching, he would still be first this time. Chapter 37, Dividing the Loot Part 2. As expected, after entering the classroom, classmates congratulated him one after another for winning the first place in the grade in this monthly exam. Brother Yen, you're amazing. You actually got a perfect score. Yeah, I really want to cut your head open to see what the difference is between you and us. Although I know you are flattering me, you'd better not have the idea of cutting my head open, because it is illegal. Su Yan said to Zhao Feng after putting down his school bag. A few minutes later, the morning self-study bell rang, and the head teacher Yuan Jingshan came in with the test paper, with an unconcealable smile on her face. Since the monthly exam results came out, she has received a lot of compliments and envy from other teachers. Her name has been submitted for this year's Outstanding Teacher Selection, and she will definitely have a place among the top 10 outstanding teachers in the city this year. I don't know if it was stimulated by Su Yan. Class 7 performed well in this monthly exam, and as a result, the class ranked second in the grade. In addition, 2 other students in the class also entered the top 10 in the grade in this monthly exam. Together with Su Yan, Their class now has 3 students in the top 10 in the grade. Therefore, in the following class, Yuan Jingshan changed her usual strict attitude and praised everyone, and naturally she also praised Su Yan separately. After morning self-study get out of class, Yuan Jingshan asked Su Yan to follow her. Then we came to the principal's office. "Student Su Yan is here, let's have some Coke. I know you young people like to drink this." Principal Huan took out a bottle of iced cola from the refrigerator and handed it to Su Yan. "Thank you, Principal." "You're welcome." Principal Huang didn't have any serious business to talk to Su Yan about. He just wanted to ask him if he had encountered any difficulties in life, and asked him to stay calm and not be nervous. It was noon. After having a free lunch on the second floor of the cafeteria, Su Yan came to a tea house near the school. Shi Mulan had arrived early with a laptop. Su Yan tested it and found that the unlimited network card provided by Shi Mukan was indeed good and could log into foreign networks smoothly. "I logged into the trading website and saw that the price of Bitcoin had risen to $100 and was slowly climbing towards $115. Seeing Su Yan finished his work, Shi Mulan started talking about the company. The people she sent arrived at Zhenghai yesterday and rented an office building on the Bund as the office space for the branch. Meanwhile, recruitment has already begun this morning. It's quite efficient." Su Yan praised. Shi Mulan smiled proudly. "That's right, I may not be good in other aspects, but when it comes to operational efficiency, I will not hold you back." Unconsciously. By 1:26, the price of Bitcoin had risen to $112. With just 4 minutes left, Bitcoin's price will reach its peak today. So Su Yan stopped waiting and started shipping in batches. He was more careful with the shipment this time, only shipping a few dozen at a time. The main concern is that the surge in shipments will affect the price of Bitcoin. 132. Su Yan threw away all the 10,000 Bitcoins he had. Yesterday, the average price of 10,000 items was around $81, mainly because some people were also buying. It was shipped today at a price of $114. Therefore, the total profit is $330,000. Although this was not the first time that Shi Mulan saw Su Yan making money through Bitcoin, he was still a little excited when he saw Su Yan easily earn another $330,000. Suddenly, Su Yan frowned. "What's the matter?" Shi Mulan asked. "I speculate that the price of Bitcoin will drop to 100 around 4 p.m., but I won't have time to operate at that time." Su Yan said. "Leave it to me then." Shi Mulan said, "I'm not taking the college entrance exam anyway, so it doesn't matter whether I attend class or not." "Can you operate it?" Su Yan asked. "Then teach me." "All right." Su Yan began to teach Shi Mulan how to operate. Although his mental strength had reached more than 70 points, Su Yan explained it in detail twice and the other party learned it. Seeing this, Su Yan instructed, "After 4 p.m., when you see the price drop to around $95, start buying. Don't buy too much, 10,000 to 20,000 will do. Also, don't place too many orders at a time, 30 to 100 will do." Shi Mulan nodded seriously. "Okay, I understand. If there is anything you don't understand, I will send you a message." "Okay then, I'll go back to the classroom." At 4:22 p.m., Su Yan received a text message from Shi Mulan, who purchased 20,000 bitcoins at an average price of $93. "Very nice." Su Yan replied in a text message that since the lowest price that day was only $92.50, Shi Mulan was able to purchase it at an average price of $93, which showed that he was very talented. 6 days passed in a flash. Including May 3rd, a total of 7 days have passed since Su Yan and the siblings Shi Mukan and Shi Mulan collaborated to make money from Bitcoin. Among them, May 9th, which is today, the most wool was harvested, reaching $640,000. The total revenue for 1 week reached $2.87 million. Su Yan suggested finding a place to divide the spoils. After all, each operation only involves $1 or $2 million, so leaving $15 million as capital is more than enough. The place chosen for dividing the spoils was Mr. Tan's private restaurant. After dividing the money, we had a nice meal. Su Yan logged into the website with his laptop and pointed to his account balance. This week, our combined profit is $2.87 million, split 3 ways, each worth $956,600. Brother Chen also has to pay 50% of his share, so your share is $478,300. Brother Chen, am I right? That's right, that's right. Shi Mukan said with a smile on his face that although he had managed 100 million yuan to start a business before, this was the first time he had earned 3.34 million Great Xia coins in just 1 week. That's fine. Su Yan nodded and transferred the money into Shi Mukin's account. Then he said to Shi Mulan, Student Mulan, each of us will earn $1.1956 million. Please confirm this. The number is fine. Shi Mulan nodded. Okay, I'll transfer the money. Su Yan transferred $1.1956 million to Shi Mulan's overseas account, and then transferred the same amount of money to his own overseas account. Then he logged out, turned off the laptop and closed it. Seeing that the work was done, Shi Mukin said excitedly, Brother Su, little sister, to celebrate our profit, how about having a drink tonight? No problem. Su Yan nodded. Since you are all interested, I will accompany you. Shi Mulan also said with a smile. Soon, the food and wine were served. The three of them ate and drank happily. After a few glasses of wine, Shi Mukin couldn't help but talk more. There was no lack of gratitude towards Su Yan in his words. At the same time, there were also many sighs, mainly from family members. He failed in his business venture, even though it was due to someone else's scheme, but failure is failure, and he has nothing to say. But he was also often ridiculed by his family members. As a loser, he had a lot of grievances and felt very depressed. After the meal, Shi Mukin rushed to pay the bill. A total of more than 30,000 yuan was spent tonight, and Su Yan did not fight for it. After all, with his relationship with Shi Mulan, it would be quite easy to treat her to dinner in the future. There's no need to ruin Shi Mukin's mood. Chapter 38 Declining Profits Part 3. That night, after returning home, Su Yan practiced the marrow cleansing exercise once, and his experience reached the entry level of 100 points. After clicking the upgrade button, the energy in his body began to boil. After a while, the boiling Hua Jin subsided, but the amount increased 3 times, and his realm successfully entered the late stage of Hua Jin. Immediately afterwards, a mysterious force surged out, cleansing his internal organs. After this process was completed, his internal organs were at least strengthened twice as much. The scent is long and lingering, and exudes a sweet fragrance. At the same time, a large amount of cultivation experience appeared in his mind, which further deepened his understanding of the marrow cleansing skill. In addition, the system also rewards an advanced lottery and 10 free attribute points. The reward is actually a high-level lottery? Su Yan was a little surprised, but considering the difficulty of practicing the marrow cleansing technique, he felt that it was reasonable to reward him with a high-level lottery. After all, if it were other skills, they would have been leveled up to the control level or even the perfection level long ago. Call up the system interface. It was discovered that the physical condition also increased by 3 points with the upgrade of the marrow washing skill. In this case, Su Yan added all 10 free attribute points to spirit, bringing his mental strength to 105 points. System, use advanced lottery. Ding, the advanced lottery begins. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the mastery level piano skill. Would you like to claim it? First the guitar skills, then the piano skills. Is the system trying to train me to be an artist? Su Yan muttered to himself, and then received the piano skill. Memories of practicing piano extensively emerged in his mind, and once he had fully integrated these memories, he became a professional pianist. Before that, he asked his clone to buy him a guitar, and he would play it a few times every day when he returned home. Would you like to buy a piano too? After thinking about it, Su Yan decided to forget it. After all, he would be going to college in a few months. Although he was not short of money, there was no need to spend tens of thousands of yuan to buy a piano and let it gather dust at home. Focus your mind and continue practicing the marrow cleansing technique. After practicing it 3 times in a row, he heard the voice of marrow cleansing skill experience +1 in his ears. That is to say, it takes an hour to gain a little experience. The next day at noon. A private room in a tea house near the school. Because Su Yan and Shi Mulan would meet here every noon, she simply booked this box for a long time and did not let anyone else use it. Because she gave a lot of money, the tea house owner was happy to oblige her. Su Yan, look, this is the website created by our company. Although the branch in China overseas was established only a week ago, it is quite efficient. The technical department has already built the website, and the app is still in production. Su Yan took the notebook and looked at it carefully. This website has 2 registration methods, user registration and landlord registration, and both registrations require registration with one's ID number. It is divided into 3 sections: House Display, House Buying and Renting Guide, and House World. House Display is to show landlords photos of their houses that need to be rented out, and the House Buying and Renting Guide publishes house prices and rental prices across the country to provide convenience for people who buy and rent houses. As for Fangzhu, it is a forum where everyone can express their opinions. During this period, although Su Yan devoted almost all his time and energy to the practice of Shisui Gong, he was still studying business and computer books at school. Therefore, Su Yan's computer skills have reached a mastery of 30 points, and his business skills have also reached a perfect 12. So, he first looked for bugs in the website. In just over 20 minutes, he found 17 of them. Then he sent these bugs directly to the company's technical department and asked them to fix them. At the same time, he also made several suggestions for the website, which the technical department humbly accepted. By the way, our company has already purchased 100 bare-bones apartments in Shanghai, ranging in size from 60 to 80 square meters, and they're already being renovated. Shi Mulin added, however, Shanghai's housing prices are really too expensive. We bought 100 apartments in one community at once, and the average price was 23,000 yuan per square meter. Shanghai is an international metropolis after all, and the current housing prices are far from reaching their peak. Su Yan smiled and comforted. Then let's continue to get the house? Shi Mulin asked. Go on, Su Yan said in a deep voice. After selling the demolished house he acquired to the Shi family, he obtained 420 million yuan in funds, which, with the balance, was 430 million yuan after repaying the bank 60 million yuan. There were still 370 million left, but they took 10 million in dividends, so the company's total funds were 360 million. This time, the acquisition of 100 apartments in China overseas cost nearly 140 million yuan. If all the apartments are renovated, it will probably cost another 20 million yuan. Therefore, the two of them discussed and decided to take another 100 units, and the remaining 40 million would be left for company expenses. After discussing the company's affairs, the two turned their attention to the Bitcoin trading website. However, the price of Bitcoin did not fluctuate much today, reaching a high of $122 and a low of $111. In the morning, under the guidance of Su Yan, Shi Mulin had purchased 220,000 Bitcoins at a price of 112, and the highest price of the day was at 1:02 noon. There are only 5 minutes left until the highest price. Another 2 minutes passed, and Su Yan began to slowly ship the goods. He typed on the keyboard very quickly and completed the shipment in just over 2 minutes. The final profit reached $10 per coin, which means that this operation earned $200,000. Su Yan glanced at the price trend chart for the next few days. The fluctuations of Bitcoin were not big, and he immediately lost interest. You can't do it today. I predict the price will drop to around $113 around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. You can buy 20,000 coins and sell them in batches when the price reaches just over $117. After all, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Even if the profit is only $3-4 per mosquito, you can still make tens of thousands of US dollars. Okay, I got it. Therefore, from the 10th to the 14th, Su Yan and the other two reaped profits of 200,000 US dollars, 65,000 US dollars, 70,000 US dollars, 68,000 US dollars, and 62,000 US dollars respectively. It was not until the 15th that Su Yan seized a wave of opportunities, which made a single profit of 12 US dollars. This time, Su Yan's operation was a little bolder, and he shorted 30,000 bitcoins at one time. Therefore, the profit for the day was 360,000 US dollars. But on the 16th, the profit fell back to $60,000. So, in the second week, their total revenue only reached $885,000. Compared to last week's revenue, it's almost $2 million less. The three of them divided the loot again. Shi Mulin received 14.75 US dollars, which is equivalent to 1.03 million dasha coins. Shi Mulin did not have any dissatisfaction, but was quite happy instead. As for Su Yan and Shi Mulin, they received 368,000 US dollars. When he returned home that night, Su Yan checked the balance in his overseas account, which was over 1.8 million US dollars, equivalent to 12.6 million Great Xia coins. He also has more than 26.7 million in his domestic account. So, in cash alone, he has over 39 million. Chapter 39, Scared to Pee Update 1. 3 days passed in a flash. Today is Sunday. There is no evening self-study in school. Su Yan trotted home as usual. Suddenly, a black BMW stopped by the roadside, and a young man in a suit and tie got out. "Mr. Su, please wait." Su Yan stopped and looked at the other person, making sure he had never seen him before and didn't know him. Hello, Mr. Su, my name is Jiang Jilai, and I'm young Master Shimoheo's assistant. After hearing the other party's introduction, Su Yan instantly understood the other party's identity. As for Shimoheo, he was the one from the third branch of the Shi family who was undergoing family testing, and was a competitor of Shi Mulan. What's up? Su Yan asked. My young master specially sent me to invite you, please do me the honor. What does your young master want from me? Su Yan asked again. Zhang Jilai smiled and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I don't know about this. You'll know when you get there. Originally Su Yan wanted to refuse, but thinking that the two people who assassinated him last time might be related to the Shi family, he decided to meet them. Half an hour later, the BMW sedan carried Su Yan into a villa. Zhang Jilai led Su Yan to the living room, served him tea, asked him to wait for a moment, and then went to invite Shimoheo. As Su Yan sat down, he heard the sound of men and women playing coming from the back of the villa. After a while, wearing only a pair of swimming trunks, Shimoheo walked in hugging two young women who were also wearing swimsuits, with hot bodies and looks above 80 points. He lay down on the sofa without any image, and two beauties in swimsuits massaged his shoulders and thighs respectively. Seeing this, Su Yan didn't mind at all. Instead, he calmly picked up the tea and took a sip. Okay, go play. Suddenly, Shimoheo sat up and slapped the two beauties on the plump parts, which made them say something disgusting. She's so good looking, no wonder she can charm that silly girl Shi Mulan. Shimoheo looked at Su Yan and said sarcastically. Now, in the Shi family, there are two opinions about Shi Mulan's early purchase of demolished houses and making hundreds of millions of dollars. The first is that Shi Buotao privately reminded Shi Mulan, and the second is that it was the guidance of Su Yan, a high school student. But most people think the first guess is more tenable. The second view is more absurd. Because Su Yan's family background is relatively simple, it can be found out clearly with just a simple search. How could a high school student born in an ordinary family have such foresight that he could infer that a place would be demolished based on just some superficial information? Therefore, many people believe that Su Yan is a genius artificially created by Shi Buotao to deceive others and cover up his behavior of helping his daughter privately. After all, although Shi Mulan's ability is mediocre, she is not stupid. Even if she believes that Su Yan is capable, she would not take a gamble and not only spend 100 million in startup capital, but also borrow 60 million from the bank. She had such great confidence. If Shimoheo had not received the demolition news in advance, he would never have believed it. After considering it for so many days, Shimoheo made a decision, which was to bribe Su Yan. As long as he turned against him and proved that all this was masterminded by Shi Buotao, he could then sue Shi Buotao for favoritism to his grandfather. This will eliminate Shi Mulan from the competition. You invited me here just to mock me in person? Su Yan did not get angry, but spoke calmly. Hearing this, Shimoheo was slightly stunned, then laughed and said, You're quite an interesting person. No wonder Shi Mulan chose you as a shill. I don't understand you. Su Yan frowned. Suddenly, Shimoheo's eyes turned cold. Alright, stop pretending. I've investigated your family background. There's no way you could have predicted that the place was about to be demolished. Does it have anything to do with you? Su Yan remained calm. Not bad, you're quite calm, aren't you? No wonder Shi Buotao and his daughter chose you. Shimoheo chuckled and said, You probably know that the eldest wife's two sons, one is dead and the other is disabled, and Shi Mulan's ability is relatively mediocre. The future head of the Shi family is almost impossible to become the eldest wife. If you are willing to expose them, I will give you 5 million directly. After you graduate from university, you can also come to work in my company, and I guarantee an annual salary of no less than 1 million. How about it? After hearing this, Su Yan understood why Shimoheo wanted to see him. So, he shook his head and said, I regret to tell you one thing. The house demolition incident has nothing to do with Shi Buotao. Secondly, I now own 50% of Shi Mulan's shares, and these shares are worth hundreds of millions. You are using 5 million to bribe me. Don't you think it's a joke? Okay, stop bluffing. Shimoheo stared at Su Yan with disdain on his face and said, Do you really think I don't know that the 50% stake doesn't belong to you at all? You are just a pawn of Shi Buotao and his daughter. You still have some value now, but when your value is gone in the future, do you think Shi Buotao and his daughter will abandon you like a dog? On the contrary, as long as you cooperate with me, you can immediately get 5 million. 5 million is not a small amount for someone like you. Some people will only believe what they believe no matter how much you try to convince them, so Su Yan didn't plan to waste time talking to Shimoheo. Activate the Demon King's aura. Boom! An invisible aura spread out and directly enveloped Shimoheo. Su-Yen also stood up at this moment, and suddenly, an oppressive aura came towards him. Negative emotions such as fear, dread, and awe surged uncontrollably from Shimoheo's heart. At this moment, a voice as if from the abyss came, making Shimoheo shudder violently. Did you send the person on the night of May 2nd? Don't kill me, I don't have it, I don't know. Shimoheo shouted in horror. At the same time, he quickly climbed up from the sofa and rushed upstairs, leaving a lot of water stains along the way. And, it's really scary. Su-Yen curled his lips and put away his devilish aura. Then he stood up and walked out of the villa. Shimoheo, who had run to the bedroom on the second floor in panic, gradually came to his senses. Recalling what had just happened, his face turned red and blue. He had just been scared to death by a high school student. He subconsciously thought of silencing him, but recalling that terrifying aura, he felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. This kid is a bit weird, it's better not to provoke him. At this moment, Su-Yen had already walked out of Shimoheo's villa, identified the direction, and walked towards the gate of the community. Yes, Shimoheo's villa is located in a residential area. After walking a distance, he suddenly saw a girl with a school bag on her back. And the other party also discovered him. Su-Yen, why are you here? I know you live here, and I came to see you. Are you scared? Hearing this, Zheng Shanya laughed. You're lying. You don't even know where I live. Do you have any friends or relatives living in this neighborhood? Sure enough, the top student girl is not so easy to fool. Su-Yen thought to himself, but said, smart, you guessed it right, I came here to meet someone and was about to leave. Oh, so, then why don't you come to my house and sit for a while? Zheng Shanya joked. Although the two have not met in person in the past 2 weeks, they have been chatting with each other online. With a thought, Su-Yen opened the eye of detection and found that Zheng Shanya's favorability had reached 79 points. Chapter 40, Culinary Skills Advancement Part 2. Since you have invited me sincerely, I will go. The next moment, Su-Yen replied with a smile. Ah. Now it was Zheng Shanya's turn to panic, but she didn't want to admit defeat, so she said, sure, my mom is home too, so I can introduce your friend to her. It's my pleasure, let's go. Then come with me. In desperation, Zheng Shanya could only take Su-Yen home. As they were about to reach the apartment building, Zheng Shanya finally couldn't hold it any longer. How about you just not go, okay? Why, are you afraid that I, your friend, will embarrass you? Su-Yen pretended to be dissatisfied. Hate it, you know that's not what I meant. Zheng Shanya stomped her feet in anger. Seeing this, Su-Yen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, I'm leaving first, I'll visit your house next time. Looking at Su-Yen's departing back, Zheng Shanya was initially a little annoyed, but then she smiled again. You stinky fellow, I'll settle the score with you next time. Because she gave people the impression of being difficult to approach, she didn't have any friends at school. So when her friend Su-Yen appeared, she began to cherish him even more. Especially recently, when chatting online, she would often confide her feelings to Su-Yen. Walk out of the community. Su-Yen took out his cell phone and called Shimulin. The call was connected, and Shimulin's gentle voice came from it. Su-Yen, you called me, what's the matter? Su-Yen said, I just met with Shimoheo, he wanted to bribe me with 5 million. On the other end of the phone, Shimulin couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. He underestimates you too much. Can you be bought off with 5 million? Su-Yen, he suspected that you had obtained the information about the demolished house in advance through your father, and that I was just a pawn used by you and your daughter to deceive others. He planned to bribe me to testify against you and your daughter, and then kick you out of the family test. Hearing this, Shimulin became angry. This Shimoheo is so despicable. Don't worry, I will tell my father about this and he will not dare to harass you in the future. Su-Yen, okay, that's it. Seeing an empty taxi just in time, Su-Yen hung up the phone and waved. More than 20 minutes later, the taxi arrived near the residential area where Su-Yen lived. In the car, he checked his cooking skills and found that they had reached 95 points of proficiency. Therefore, he planned to go to the vegetable market to buy some vegetables and bring his cooking skills up to 100 points. While Su-Yen was busy in the kitchen, Shimukin was hurriedly called back home by his father Shibucheng. Bang! As soon as they met, Shibucheng slapped him. Dad, why did you hit me? Shimoheo said with some dissatisfaction. Before asking you to come back, boss, she called me. You are so stupid. Shi Buqing said angrily, do you really think Shi Butao is a pushover? Without any evidence, you falsely accused him of favoritism and even bribed his daughter's partner. Just based on this, he should be able to suggest to the old man that you be kicked out of the competition. Do you understand? Not really? Shi Moheo panicked. And I'm not the only one who suspects him. Bang! Shi Buqing slapped him again. Idiot, I may be suspicious, but who would dare to bribe him so blatantly like you? Do you know what the old man hates the most? He hates those who fight among themselves. Upon hearing this, Shi Moheo's face turned pale. Dad, what about now? Humph, if I hadn't said a lot of soft words to Boss Shi, you would still be standing here. I would have sent you to kneel in the ancestral hall long ago. Shi Buqing sneered. Dad, what should I do now? Shi Moheo pleaded. Go apologize to your uncle and Mulin right now. This? If you don't want to go, then just withdraw from the competition. After all, your brother and sister will be able to take the test in a year. Upon hearing this, Shi Moheo became anxious. No, Dad, I'll go and apologize right away. Roll. Shi Buqing waved his hand unhappily. After Shi Moheo left, Shi Buqing couldn't help but sigh deeply. He knew that this time Boss Shi did not report the matter to the old man, not because of their brotherhood, but because he did it specifically for the old man to see. Even though the new generation is already participating in the family assessment, in fact, the three of them are also competing, because the old man will retire in 3 years. The Shi family has 3 major groups: Dongyu Real Estate, Dongfei Investment, and Dongting Pharmaceutical. He is in charge of Dongting Pharmaceutical. Dongting Pharmaceutical is the foundation of the Shi family, and the Shi family also started its business relying on Dongting Pharmaceutical. However, over the past decade, Daxiao's economy has taken off. Dongyu Real Estate also took advantage of the situation and has long left Dongting Pharmaceutical behind. When he took over Dongting Pharmaceutical, he was quite proud of himself. Unexpectedly, more than 10 years later, Dongyu Real Estate, which was originally the weakest, has become the biggest pillar of the Shi family. As for Dongfei Investment, the person in charge is Shi Bofei from the second wife. Although he had made several good investments since taking over, which brought considerable profits to the group, he suffered a Waterloo 5 years ago and was almost no longer qualified to compete with the two of them for the position of head of the family. Therefore, the real competitors for the position of head of the family are him and Shi Buatao. But recently, Dongyu Real Estate has won the renovation project in Dongchang. This project is sponsored by the municipal government and strongly supported, so the possibility of failure is extremely low. If Shi Buatao, who is already ahead of him, completes this project, his advantage will become even greater. But he had no choice. It's not that he didn't think about causing a few accidents, but he didn't dare to do it. Because once the matter is exposed, the old man will probably kick him out of the house. The reason why the old man hated infighting the most was that in the past, the Shi family was fighting for the head of the family. The heirs used secret tricks against each other, and the old man was even shot in the back. In the end, the Shi family was almost wiped out. Later, the old man turned the tide, saved the Shi family, and made it stronger. After the Shi family became stable, he also established a family motto: the Shi family members could compete, but it had to be healthy competition. He would never tolerate anyone who dared to use underhanded tactics. The other side. Su Yan has already prepared the meal. 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish and 1 soup. 5 points of cooking experience were also obtained. Bring your cooking skill to 100. Su Yan was not in a hurry to upgrade. He ate first, cleaned the pots and pans, and then clicked the upgrade button. Suddenly, a lot of cooking experience poured into his mind and quickly integrated. System rewards also follow. 1 intermediate draw and 5 free attribute points. After his cooking skills reached the mastery level, Su Yan felt that his cooking skills were several times better than before. Then I remembered there were 2 potatoes left. So he got up and went to the kitchen and made another plate of spicy and sour potato shreds. After it was done, he picked up his chopsticks and tasted it. His cooking skills were no worse than those of the head chefs in high-end restaurants, but there was still a big gap between him and Mr. Tan. Now he was more certain that Mr. Tan's cooking skills had reached the perfect level. Chapter 41 Mother Returns Part 3. Su Yan still used the 5 free attribute points to increase his mental strength. This brings his mental strength to 106 points, almost equal to his physical strength. System: use the intermediate lottery. Ding, the intermediate lottery begins. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the talisman blind box. Would you like to claim it? Receive. The next moment, a 10-centimeter high colorful paper box appeared in Su-Yan's hand, and then, relevant information about the talisman blind box also appeared in his mind. First of all, this talisman blind box can be opened for free once a month. If you want to continue opening it, you have to spend money. The first time it costs 10,000 yuan, the second time it costs 100,000 yuan, the third time it costs 1 million yuan, and so on. It is refreshed once a month. Use the free opening opportunity. Su-Yan gave the order. As soon as he finished speaking, the blind box in his hand suddenly opened, and a white talisman was placed inside the box. Reaching out to pick up the white talisman, Su-Yan's mind once again emerged with the method of use and its effects. This white talisman is called the disease talisman and can be used on any target. To use it, just stand within 10 meters of the target and recite the mantra silently. This disease talisman is only a third-grade talisman. The third-grade talisman is the lowest level in the talisman blind box, and the highest is the first-grade talisman. Anyone who is hit by a disease talisman will randomly contract a common disease, and will be unable to be cured within a month. It can be cured after 1 month. What a great way to cheat people. After learning about the effect of the disease talisman, Su-Yan felt a little regretful. If he had taken out the talisman blind box earlier, he wouldn't mind trying it on Huang Shuawei. After putting the disease talisman into the space ring, Su-Yan looked thoughtful. How about trying Krypton Gold? After all, he has more than 39 million in cash now, so spending 10,000 to open a blind box is nothing. Therefore, Su-Yan decisively ordered to spend 10,000 yuan to open the blind box again. As soon as he finished speaking, the blind box opened again, and there was still a white talisman inside. After picking up the talisman, relevant information appeared in Su-Yan's mind. This talisman is also a third-grade talisman, called the nightmare talisman. After using it on the target, the other party will have a nightmare whenever they sleep, and the effect lasts for 1 month. It's still a prank. Su-Yan was a little disappointed. How about continuing to spend money? However, he felt a little painful when he thought about having to spend another 100,000 yuan to buy Krypton Gold. Forget it, I'll just spend the money next month. In the end, Su-Yan suppressed the urge to spend money. The next day at noon. A private room in a tea house near Mingmen Middle School. Shi Mulin was gloatingly describing how Shi Moheo came to apologize to her yesterday with a slap mark on his face. He actually apologized? Su-Yan was a little surprised. Humph, he dares not apologize. Shi Mulin snorted coldly. Grandpa hates people like him who use shady tactics the most. If my dad tells Grandpa what he did, that guy will definitely be in big trouble. Hearing this, Su-Yan couldn't help but look thoughtful. He is now Shi Mulin's partner. If her competitor assassinates him, it will definitely be considered a shady method. In other words, most of Shi Mulin's competitors would not dare to carry out assassination. Since he is not from the Shi family, then who could have assassinated me? Could it be Huang Shuawei again? But she was just an ordinary high school girl. It was already the limit for her to know some gangsters in society. She didn't have the ability to drive 2 Ming Jin warriors to assassinate him. What's more, the 2 Ming Jin warriors refused to confess before they died, just like the legendary Death Warriors. Therefore, this matter definitely has nothing to do with Huang Shuawei. Since it wasn't anyone else from the Shi family, nor was it Huang Shuawei, then who wanted to take the life of a high school student like him? Due to limited information, even though Su-Yan was extremely smart, he couldn't guess who was trying to harm him. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. The third week of Bitcoin wool pulling is over. This week, Bitcoin's volatility was smaller, and even if Su-Yan could see the price trend chart, it would still be difficult to make more profits. Therefore, the total revenue for this week was only $540,000. But things will get much better in the coming week. Of the $540,000 in profit, Shi Mulin took away $90,000, while Su-Yan and Shi Mulin each received $225,000. The next day, May 24th. There is less than half a month left before the college entrance examination, and a sense of anxiety hangs in the air. In the past, you could see people playing and laughing after class, but as the college entrance examination approaches, everyone is reviewing desperately, even those poor students are no exception. Even if they fail to get into an undergraduate program, they may be able to get into a junior college by cramming at the last minute. Of course, Su-Yan is not one of them. He is not nervous about the upcoming college entrance examination. Instead, he is looking forward to it. When he returned home that night, Su Yan received a call from his mother. She said that she had discussed it with her father and planned to come back from Shanghai to take care of him for a while so that he could concentrate on the college entrance examination. Mom, you don't have to come back. You should stay over there and help my dad, Su Yan said. There was silence on the other end of the phone before the mother continued. Son, are you being sarcastic and blaming your parents for leaving you alone in Dongha all these years? Su Yan, Mom, what are you thinking? You're fighting so hard in Shanghai for me, your only son. If I blame you, wouldn't that be heartless? In that case, I'll come back and take the exam with you. Su Yan had no choice but to agree. The next morning, Su Yan sent a message to Shimulin, asking her to short sell at the price of 133 and sell at 126 yuan. If the operation was successful, she could make a profit of $7 per coin. After many operations, Shimulin was considered an expert. Therefore, he did not disappoint Su Yan and performed exceptionally well, with profits reaching $7.50 per coin. Because the operation involved 20,000 bitcoins, the profit for that day was $150,000. However, the daily revenue on the 25th and 26th dropped below $100,000, reaching $92,000 and $85,000 respectively. It is worth mentioning that on the 25th, Su Yan's mother Gao Milan rushed back from Shanghai. When he returned home from evening study that night, his mother had prepared a table full of delicious food for him. Although his mother's cooking skills were not as good as his, Su Yan still enjoyed the meal very much. Gao Milan didn't eat much, but kept picking up food for her tall and handsome son. After dinner, the mother and son started a heart-to-heart talk. Son, do you think you can get into a third-tier university? Gao Milan did not have high expectations for her son. After all, she knew his grades. It would be good enough if he could get into a third-tier university. If he failed, he could just go to a junior college. Hearing his mother's words, Su Yan smiled and said, Mom, have you ever heard the saying, when a man has been away for 3 days, he should be looked at with new eyes? Why, do you want to tell Mom that your grades have improved a lot? Gao Milan asked with a smile. Then sit tight. Su Yan smiled proudly. Your son is now the top scorer in the grade, the top scorer in the liberal arts in the city, and the top scorer in the liberal arts in Jiangbei province in this year's college entrance examination. In front of his mother, Su Yan felt there was no need to be humble. Son, you don't have a fever, do you? Gao Milan touched Su Yan's forehead. Mom, let me give you our homeroom teacher's phone number. If you don't believe me, call and ask tomorrow. If you still don't believe me, just come to our school. In short, just wait to become the top student's mother. Seeing Su Yan's words so confidently that they didn't seem to be lying, Gao Milan couldn't help but get excited. Son, you really didn't lie to me? Chapter 42 Shi Mulin's Favorability Update 1. In the end, Gao Milan called her class teacher Yuan Jingshan to confirm. Although it's already late. But after learning that Gao Milan was Su Yan's mother, teacher Yuan became extremely enthusiastic. He first praised Su Yan highly on the phone, and then changed the subject and praised her as a mother for raising a good son. This made Gao Milan feel happy but also a little embarrassed. During the years that Su Yan was in high school, except for the Chinese New Year when the couple would return to Dongha to reunite with their son, they almost always stayed in Shanghai to do business. They never worried about their son's schooling. Of course, there are also those who know that their sons are not good at studying and want to earn more money for their sons so that they can get married in the future. To be honest, Su Yan used to feel a little resentful towards his parents for leaving him alone in Dongha, but as his mind improved, he understood what his parents did. The call lasted more than 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Gao Milan said excitedly, Son, you've made your parents proud. Suddenly, Su Yan's heart moved. Mom, I have good news to tell you. Gao Milan looked at Su Yan with curiosity. Su Yan continued, Our principal has promised that if I become the top scorer in the college entrance examination this time, the school will reward me with 1 million yuan. So much? Gao Milan was startled. Gao Yan continued, Actually, the rewards for the top scorer in the college entrance examination are more than just this. In addition to the school, the District Education Bureau and the Municipal Education Bureau will also give certain rewards. I estimate that if I win the top scorer in the college entrance examination, I should be able to get a bonus of around 2 million. My son is so promising. After a while, Gao Milan said something with relief. Mom, it's very hard for you and Dad to run a restaurant in another city. After I get the bonus after the college entrance examination, you can close the restaurant. Su Yan suggested. Let's talk about it later, Gao Milan said with a smile. Seeing this, Su Yan didn't say anything more. Although he was extremely confident of winning the top spot in the college entrance examination, he had not yet truly become the top scorer in the college entrance examination and received the bonus. He would wait until he had the money in the future. If his parents really didn't want to retire, he could invest in them to open a bigger restaurant and let them be the boss and the boss lady, so they wouldn't have to work as hard as they do now. Because we haven't seen each other for a long time. The mother and son chatted until the early morning. Late at night, Gao Milan lay in bed, but couldn't sleep. When she came back this time, she found that her son had changed a lot. Not only had he grown taller and become more handsome, but his personality had also become very mature. This made her feel relieved and happy, but also a little lost. In fact, this is what mothers do. They hope their children will grow up and become sensible, but after their children grow up and become sensible, their needs for their parents will become less and less. In this case, parents will more or less feel a sense of loss. For example, there are old people picking up trash in every community. Does their family really need this little money? In fact, most of them have enough. They pick up garbage and sell it for money just to show their value in the family. They don't want to be useless people. Look, I can also contribute to the family. The next morning, Su Yan had just woken up when he heard his mother knocking on the door. Son, it's time to get up. Immediately. After responding, Su Yan turned over and got up. After washing up, I came to the dining table and found a bowl of porridge, 2 boiled eggs, and 2 dishes on the table. Eat quickly. Gao Milan urged with a smile. By the way, what do you want to eat tonight? Otherwise, I will buy an old hen and make soup. Su Yan ate while listening to his mother's nagging, occasionally responding. Because his appetite increased, Su Yan drank 5 bowls of porridge and ate 2 eggs. Gao Milan was very happy to see her son eat so much. Mom, you have a big appetite now. Don't cook porridge tomorrow. It won't fill you up very well. Make noodles instead. Half a pound is best. Su Yan was not polite to his mother. Okay, then I'll make noodles tomorrow morning. The Bitcoin market is good today. Under Su Yan's guidance and Shi Mulan's operation, they earned a profit of $220,000. On the 28th, the revenue shrank significantly, barely reaching $100,000. On the 29th, the revenue dropped again to only $96,000. There was a slight increase on the 30th, but it was only $97,000. Therefore, the total revenue for the 4th week was $840,000. Compared with last week's revenue of $540,000, it has increased significantly. The 3 of them divided the loot again. Su Yan and Shi Mulan each received $350,000, while Shi Mukan received $140,000. Su Yan calculated that he had earned $2.38 million through Bitcoin. As for Shi Mukan's income during this period, it was almost $900,000. This amount of money is not a small sum for him. For this reason, he became more generous when he took action. The rich second generation who often play together almost all know each other well. Shi Mukan became more generous, and other rich second generations naturally noticed it, so they curiously asked him if he had made a fortune. In response to this, Shi Mukan just smiled and said nothing. This made the other rich second generations itchy, and they often got him drunk and tried to get him to talk. However, Shi Mukan still managed to keep the secret. His joining Su Yan and the others in their wool pulling operation was considered a share of their profits. If he leaks the news and other rich second generations ask to join, will he agree or not? Agree, he has no say. Even if he could make the decision, he couldn't let them join. After all, this would be cutting into the flesh of him, Su Yan, and his sister. As for not agreeing, it is easy to offend people. So, the best way is to say nothing. However, he was full of gratitude towards Su Yan in his heart, so he leaned over to Su Yan's ear and whispered, "Brother Su, after you finish the college entrance examination, Brother Chen will invite you to a place to broaden your horizons." Seeing the evil smile on his second brother's face, Shi Mulan's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but warn, "Second brother, are you planning to do something bad? Don't teach Su Yan a bad lesson." Ever since his second elder brother failed the family test, he has become a playboy who lives a life of debauchery. Seeing his family's big reaction, Shi Mukan couldn't help but look thoughtful. "Little sister, there's something wrong with you." "What's wrong with me?" Shi Mulan's cheeks flushed slightly. "I just don't want Su Yan to be taught a bad lesson by you." Su Yan's mind moved, and he opened the eye of detection and found that Shi Mulin's favorability towards him had reached 88 points. Little sister, are you, ah? Before Shi Mukin could finish, Shi Mulin put her hand on his waist and twisted it fiercely, then looked at him threateningly. You dare to talk nonsense, wait and see how I deal with you. Have mercy, I was just joking. Shi Mukin immediately wailed and begged for mercy. That night, in the bedroom at home, Su Yan opened the system interface and saw that his marrow cleansing skills had reached 90 proficiency. After completing his training today, and then practicing for another 5 hours tomorrow, he will be able to be promoted to the control level. By then, his strength will be greatly improved again. My computer skills have reached a mastery level of 98, and I should be able to get a promotion in class tomorrow. Close the system panel. Continue to practice the marrow cleansing technique. Chapter 43 Skill Empowerment Card Part 2. May 31st is the last day of this month. After today, there will be only 6 days left until the college entrance examination. In the classroom, Su Yan closed the computer book in his hand. Because 2 experience points have been obtained. After clicking the upgrade button, the suffix of the computer skill suddenly became a perfect 0. Then a large amount of computer knowledge appeared in Su Yan's mind, merging with his memory, which made his computer skills reach a higher level. My current skills are not inferior to the top programmers and hackers in the country, right? Su Yan said secretly. This upgrade rewards 1 advanced lottery and 10 free attribute points. All free attribute points were added to spirit, bringing the spirit to 108 points. As for physical fitness, the marrow cleansing skill is not far from being upgraded. By then, physical fitness will also be improved, so there is no need to add points. System, use advanced lottery. Ding, the advanced lottery begins. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a skill granting card. Would you like to claim it? Receive. The next moment, a white card appeared in Su Yan's hand, and relevant usage information also appeared in his mind. Then, he frowned because he felt that this skill granting card was a bit useless. Simply put, this skill granting card can copy one of his skills and then inject it into other people, so that other people can also obtain his skill. But does he dare to give skills to others casually? He wouldn't dare do this even if he was with someone very close to him. Even if the other person wouldn't betray him, what if they let the cat out of the bag? This will definitely get me into huge trouble. Wrong. Suddenly, Su Yan thought of his clone Su Yang. He had 100% control over this clone Su Yang. If he gave his skills to his clones, and if he drew a few more clone cards in the future, wouldn't he be able to mass-produce talents? Think of this. Su Yan became a little restless. Then he communicated with Su Yang in his mind and asked him to come to school at noon. Although Su Yang also possesses martial arts power, his peak Ming gene seems a little weak. Su Yan plans to give him the perfect Bajiquan. If he obtains the perfect Bajiquan, will his strength reach the Hua gene level? It is worth mentioning that this skill granting card is not a one-time card and can be used 3 times a month. Today, the difference between the highest and lowest prices of Bitcoin is only a little over $3, leaving little room for maneuver. Therefore, Su Yan did not want to operate it himself, but instead sent a message to remotely control Shi Mulin's operation. After having a free lunch on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria, Su Yan came to a small hotel near the school. Boss. As soon as he saw Su Yan, Su Yang called out respectfully. Come and sit down. Su Yan gave the order, then took out the skill granting card and placed it between Su Yang's eyebrows. A few seconds later, Su Yan, who received the prompt, put away the skill card, and the perfect Bajiquan copied from him was injected into Su Yang's body. At this moment, Su Yang was closing his eyes and integrating this skill. After about 5 minutes, the other party opened his eyes. Boss, my strength has reached the level of dark energy. Su Yang said excitedly. Su Yan could fully control his clone and knew the moment the other party comprehended the dark power. When do you think you will be able to achieve Hua Jin? Boss, I've already mastered the perfect Bajiquan. However, to condense the Hua Jin, it takes a lot of energy. I estimate that I can break through to the Hua Jin level in a month at most. Okay, I will transfer 1 million to your account and use it to buy some tonics. Su Yan said. His clone Su Yang was different from him. He had a system and could increase his dark energy or transformation energy by gaining experience. And it doesn't consume its own energy. But the clone cannot do this. If he wants to strengthen the strength in his body, he has to consume his own energy. Therefore, even if he obtains the perfect Bajiquan, he can only break through to the dark energy. Thank you, boss. Su Yang said hurriedly. As Su Yan expected, today's Bitcoin earnings only reached 58,000 US dollars. It was 5 o'clock in the morning that night. Su Yan completed the practice of marrow cleansing exercise. I got 5 experience points and my marrow cleansing skill reached 100 proficiency points. Upgrade. The suffix instantly changed to Control 0. At the same time, a large amount of cultivation experience also appeared in Su Yan's mind. Immediately afterwards, the Hua gene in his body also surged and reached the state of perfect Hua gene. Previously, he revealed his identity as a Hua gene warrior in Mr. Tan's private cooking. Later, he mentioned the matter of warriors to Shi Mulan. She told him that Hua Jin was already a top master. There are no more than 10 of them in the entire Jiangbei province, and most of those who have reached the Hua Jin level are elderly, and generally speaking, they will not show up easily. I don't know if my perfected Hua Jin can sweep across the Jiangbei martial arts world. Then Su Yan smiled. What era is this? No matter how good your martial arts skills are, you are still afraid of guns and cannons. He is not a martial arts fanatic, and he has no intention of challenging those masters. For him, martial arts is nothing more than a way to protect himself. By the way, after the upgrade of the marrow cleansing technique, his physical fitness also improved, reaching 110 points, once again surpassing his mental fitness. However, the system also rewards a special lottery and 10 free attribute points. The attribute points added to spirit are once again on par with physique, both reaching 110. System, start the special lottery. Ding, the special lottery begins. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the special skill Super Recovery. Would you like to claim it? Receive. The next moment, a ray of colorful light shot into Su Yan's body, and immediately afterwards, he knew that he had gained another special skill. This Super Recovery can instantly restore the host's consumed physical strength and energy to the peak, and can also instantly heal the injured host, excluding death. However, this Super Recovery also has usage restrictions, once a day, and no accumulation. What a magical skill! Su Yan's eyes lit up. Decided to try the Super Recovery effect. Use Super Recovery. Suddenly, a stream of cool air surged out of Su Yan's body and spread throughout his body in an instant. The mental fatigue caused by practicing the marrow cleansing technique disappeared instantly. TSK, with this skill, I can stay energetic even if I don't sleep every day. Su Yan said secretly. However, he was not going to do that. If he spends 24 hours a day gaining experience, won't he become a slave to the system? So, you have to rest when it's time to rest, and play when it's time to play. He had originally planned to sleep for 2 hours. But after using Super Recovery, he was so energetic that he couldn't sleep at all. In this case, he simply continued to practice the marrow cleansing technique. 2 hours later. After gaining a little experience, the difficulty of gaining experience has doubled. At this time, the footsteps of Mother Gao Mylan came from outside the bedroom. 2 seconds later, there was a knock on the door. Son, get up and eat. No. During this time, he has become accustomed to his mother calling him to eat. Today his mother prepared dumplings for him for breakfast, weighing half a pound. In addition, there is soy milk that he likes to drink. As for milk, he really can't get used to it. Chapter 44, The College Entrance Examination is Over Part 3. June 1st. Early morning. The cool summer breeze outside the classroom came in through the window, bringing a hint of coolness. But it is difficult to relieve the anxiety of the students. In the past few days, both the class teacher Yuan Jingshan and the subject teachers have become extremely tolerant and have not put pressure on everyone. They are worried that excessive pressure will cause people to collapse. At noon, in a tea house outside the school. The daily Bitcoin trading scam ended in the morning, and Shi Mulan made a full $240,000 in profit under his operation. However, Su Yan and Shi Mulan were both huddled in front of their laptops. What they are watching is not Bitcoin, but their company's new project which was launched today. The name of the website is 4 words, Convenient Rental. A convenient house rental app was also launched at the same time as the website. To this end, Muyan's company also invested tens of millions of advertising fees. Through the background, Su Yan can see the number of downloads of the app. It went online at 8 a.m., and now, more than 4 hours have passed, and nearly 50,000 people have downloaded the convenient rental app. This download volume is quite good. As for the website views, it reached 130,000 in more than 4 hours. At the same time, to celebrate the launch of the website, 10 fully furnished apartments were released for rent, with the rent halved in the first 3 months. As a result, it was rented out in less than 10 minutes. Before noon, Muyan's company had sent people to sign the rental contracts, and the tenants who had grabbed 10 apartments were very satisfied. In addition, more than 200 landlords have registered, and more than half of them have uploaded photos of the houses for rent. The rest have not uploaded any photos. However, the staff of Muyan Company took the initiative to contact them and teach them how to upload. If they don't know how, they can also send someone to help take photos and upload them. As for tenants, the number of registered residents has reached more than 35,000. The data is still very good. Suyin, what should we do next? Should we continue to place advertisements on the internet? Shi Mulan asked. What proposals does the company have? Suyan asked back. The company suggested increasing online publicity while also doing offline publicity. Shi Mulan replied. Suyan nodded. I agree with their promotional strategy. Let's add one more thing, offline promotion should focus on universities in Shanghai. Secondly, if you can provide a student ID to rent a room, you can get a 1/3 rent reduction for the first 3 months. Okay, I'll call and arrange it right away. Shi Mulan nodded. That afternoon, the school announced that all senior high school students would start their vacation, go home to review, and wait until June 7th to go to the examination hall to take the exam. Before leaving school, Principal Huang called Suyan to his office for another talk. Seeing Suyan's calm expression, without any signs of nervousness or panic, Principal Huang felt relieved. It seems that student Su was very confident about the upcoming exam. Don't worry, Principal, I won't let you down. That's good. Principal Huang nodded with satisfaction. The $1 million prize is ready, just waiting for Suyan to claim it. Suyan nodded. A few days passed in a flash. In the past few days, under Suyan's remote control command, Shi Mulan won 280,000, 120,000, 80,000, 100,000 and 120,000 respectively, plus 60,000 and 240,000 in the previous 2 days. The total revenue for the 5th week was exactly $1 million. Suyan and Shi Mulan again received $356,000, while Shi Mukan received $166,600. The next morning. Before Suyan left, Gao Milan asked him to check again whether he had brought his admission ticket, 2B pencil, etc. Although Suyan had checked it several times. But looking at his mother's serious expression, he still checked it again. Come on, I'll take you to the exam room. Mom, there's no need for that. I'm not a child. Just wait for my good news at home. Suyan said helplessly. Okay then, remember, don't eat anything else, or you'll get diarrhea. Mom will bring you lunch at noon. I know. Suyan's examination venue was Donghan No. 2 Middle School. He was lucky because this school was the closest to his home, and it only took 10 minutes to walk there. He trotted over and found that the road to the school was very crowded and there were traffic police on duty. After showing his admission ticket, he entered the school smoothly. He had visited the examination room before the exam, so he arrived at the examination room with ease. After sitting down at his seat, Suyan greeted Zheng Xianya, who was sitting next to him on the left, and then asked in a low voice, "Are you nervous?" Zheng Xianya rolled her eyes at him and said, "Don't underestimate me." When he looked at the examination room, Suyan knew that Zheng Xianya was in the same examination room as him. After all, there was a photo on the admission ticket. Since he can see Zheng Xianya, the other party can also see him. In addition, during this period of time, they almost always chat on WeChat. Yes, the chat between the two has moved from QQ to WeChat. The WeChat chat software was recommended to him by Zheng Xianya, and it is indeed much more convenient to use for chatting than QQ. The two of them chatted quietly until the pre-exam bell rang, then they both sat up straight. Soon, the exam officially began. The first subject is Chinese. Suyan took a quick look at the questions and found that the questions in this year's college entrance examination were slightly more difficult than those in the previous year. But to him, it made no difference. Even though he deliberately controlled his speed, he finished all the questions in just half an hour. He did not sleep as usual, but covered the paper with manuscript paper and sat on a chair to practice the marrow cleansing technique. After this marrow cleansing skill is upgraded to the mastery level, it needs to be practiced 6 times to gain a little experience. Therefore, he only practiced for 4 hours every night. You can only gain 2 experience points per night, and after a week, you can gain 15 experience points. Finally, the first exam is over. Su Yan and Zhang Xiangya left the classroom together. Do you think the test questions are difficult? Zhang Xiangya asked. It's not difficult. Su Yan shook his head. I think so too. Zhang Xiangya agreed. After leaving school, Su Yan did not go home, but went to a hotel near the school. His mother was also waiting for him in the hotel lobby with an insulated box. The mother and son went up to the 3rd floor of the hotel together. This was a room the mother had booked in advance so that he could have a good place to rest at noon. Mom, have you eaten? Su Yan asked. I've eaten it at home. Then I won't be polite. The 2-day college entrance examination is finally over. In this college entrance examination, Su Yan did not hide his talents at all and gave his all, especially in the Chinese composition, for which he put a lot of thought, and his writing was definitely better than the full mark composition he received in last year's college entrance examination. The examiner definitely had selfish motives if he didn't give him full marks. Return home. Su Yan smelled the fragrance coming from the kitchen. Obviously, his mother was planning to reward him. After saying hello to his mother, Su Yan went to the study, turned on the computer, and logged into QQ. The class group is particularly active. When I clicked on it, I saw that everyone was checking their answers. Because she was worried that it would affect the next exam, Yuan Jingshan repeatedly reminded students not to check the answers before the college entrance examination was over. Now that the college entrance examination is over, it will naturally not be affected, so everyone couldn't help but compare answers in the group. Chapter 45, Friendship Between Generations Part 1. Originally, Su Yan didn't want to get involved, but someone saw his avatar light up and called his name. So he couldn't pretend to be deaf and dumb. Su Yan, I chose C for this question. Since even Su Yan said C, then it must be C. That's it, I chose A. Ha, I'm lucky, I chose B. At this moment, a classmate directly posted the answers to all the multiple choice questions, asking Su Yan to correct them. Su Yan did not directly correct it, but posted his answer. Then exit QQ as quickly as possible. At this time, Zhang Xiangya sent a WeChat message, I'm going to the library to read tomorrow, do you want to go? Su Yan, what time? Zhang Xiangya, in the morning. Su Yan, okay, see you tomorrow morning. After chatting for a while, he heard his mother calling him to eat. Wow, today's meal is so sumptuous. Looking at the table full of dishes, Su Yan couldn't help but exclaimed. Then you should eat more. I have to go back to Shanghai tomorrow. I'm worried about your father being alone there, said the mother with a smile. How about waiting until my results come out before leaving? Su Yan suggested. Gao Mylan picked up a chicken leg and put it in Su Yan's bowl, saying, I've asked people, and it will take half a month for your results to come out. You know, your father is careless and not good at accounting. If I don't go over, I'm afraid the store's accounts will be a mess. Okay then. After hearing what his mother said, Su Yan didn't know what to say. By the way, how did you do on the test this time? It's the same old saying, just wait and become the mother of the top scholar. It's good that you have confidence. When your results come out, your father and I will come back and hold a graduation banquet for you. Gao Mylan said with a look of relief. By the way, when are you leaving tomorrow? I'll see you off. Su Yan said again. No need, I bought a ticket for 6:30 in the morning. You finally got a chance to sleep in, so sleep a little longer. It's okay, the college entrance exam is over, so one more day won't make a difference. The next morning, before 6 o'clock, Su Yan heard his mother get up. Su Yan also stood up. Seeing this, Gao Mylan said with relief, no need for you to send me off, go back to sleep. I'm already up, let me take you to the station. Seeing her son's determination, Gao Mylan no longer refused. On the way to the station in a taxi, Gao Mylan asked, Son, have you decided where to go to school? I've made up my mind, to go to Shanghai. Su Yan said. I heard that Shuimu and Jingcheng University in Suzhou City are better. Why don't you go to those two schools? Gao Mylan asked. Those two universities are just okay, but I still prefer Fudan University in Shanghai. Su Yan said with a smile. The driver secretly curled his lips when he heard this. This mother and son are too good at bragging, especially the younger one, who actually said that Shuimu and Jingcheng University are okay. Do you really think that the university is run by your family and you can go wherever you want? More than 10 minutes later, Su Yan watched his mother pass through security before turning around and going home. 8:30 in the morning. Su Yan entered the city library. Zhang Xiangya arrived earlier than him. Su Yan walked up to her and whispered, "You actually read novels too?" Zhang Xiangya rolled her eyes at him and said, "The college entrance exam is over. Can't I just relax and read a novel?" "That's right, the college entrance exam is over. You can look at it by yourself first, I'll go choose the books." After saying this, Su Yan walked towards the bookshelf and selected more than 10 books in one breath, half of which were about computers and half about business. Today, Su Yan's business skills have reached a perfect 80, and his computer skills have reached a perfect 20. He planned to take advantage of the time when the college entrance examination results were released to improve all his skills, and then have fun in the remaining month or so. Seeing the book Su Yan brought back, Zhang Xiangya couldn't help but jokingly said, "You're still working so hard even though you're taking the college entrance exam? If you don't work hard, how will you earn money to marry a wife in the future?" Su Yan looked at Zhang Xiangya and said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiangya's cheeks turned slightly red, because Su Yan was looking at her when he said this. "How old are you, and you're already thinking about getting married? Aren't you ashamed? Prepare in advance." Su Yan still looked at Zhang Xiangya and opened the detection eye at the same time, and found that Zhang Xiangya's favorability had exceeded 80 points and reached 81 points. "I'm not going to talk to you anymore, I'm reading," Zhang Xiangya said in a panic. Seeing this, Su Yan stopped flirting with her and started flipping through the book to read. Before I knew it, it was already past 11 o'clock. Su Yan stood up and said, "It's getting late, let's go." "All right." Zhang Xiangya nodded. The two put the books back on the shelf and walked out of the library side by side. Su Yan hailed a taxi and asked Zhang Xiangya to get in. "Where are we going?" "I'll take you to eat delicious food." Before coming to the library, Su Yan called Mr. Tan and ordered a table of dishes and a pot of ordinary medicinal food for lunch. Mr. Tan readily agreed. The medicinal meal he ate last time was not ordinary and required longer time to prepare. Ordinary medicinal meals only need one morning. Add a table of dishes, and the cost will definitely be over 100,000. So, Mr. Tan's private restaurant is a good place to make money. "Brother Su is here, please come in." Mr. Tan came to open the door himself. In order to entertain Su Yan today, he turned away the other two tables of guests. If Su Yan was just an ordinary person, it would be fine, but he is a young master, so he plans to prepare every dish himself. "Hello, Mr. Tan." Su Yan smiled and introduced, "Mr. Tan, let me introduce you, this is my friend Zhang Xiangya." "Hello, Grandpa Tan." "Girl, I didn't expect that you and Brother Su are friends." Old Master Tan said kindly. "Do you know each other?" Su Yan asked curiously. "My grandfather and Grandpa Tan are friends and often play chess together," Zhang Xiangya explained. "I see." Su Yan suddenly realized. As they talked, the two of them entered the box. Snacks and fruit plates had been prepared on the table in the box. The medicinal food is not yet cooked. If you are hungry, eat some fruits and snacks first. Mr. Tan smiled. After Mr. Tan left, Zhang Xiangya looked at Su Yan curiously. "Do you have some special status that Mr. Tan is willing to make medicinal food for you?" "Why do you ask?" Su Yan asked with a smile. "My grandfather is really craving the medicinal food made by Grandpa Tan. Every time he has to pester Grandpa Tan for a long time before he makes a pot for him," Zhang Xiangya said with a smile. "Since you've discovered me, I have no choice but to tell you the truth." Su Yan pretended to be mysterious and said, "Actually, Mr. Tan and I are close friends regardless of age, so he's more concerned about me." "Yeah? Didn't you hear him call me Brother Su?" Su Yan asked again, "If we weren't close friends regardless of age, would he call me that? Then how did you become friends with him despite the age difference?" "Maybe it's because I'm more handsome. And shameless." Zhang Xiangya spat in disdain, but after taking a closer look at Su Yan, she felt that this guy was indeed quite handsome. Chapter 46, As High as a Three-Story Building Part 2. "Come, have a dessert." Su Yan took a piece of dessert from the plate and handed it to Zhang Xiangya. "Thanks." She took the snack and took a small bite, then nodded. "Grandpa Tan's snacks are also delicious. If you like it, I'll bring you here often." Su Yan put a piece of dessert into his mouth and spoke vaguely. Zhang Xiangya's cheeks flushed slightly. It's not easy to order the dishes made by Grandpa Tan. you forgot, he and I are good friends regardless of age. If I want to eat, I just need to call me in advance. Su Yan said proudly. He could see that Mr. Tan really wanted to make friends with him. So, it's okay to break his rules a little. Bullshit. Zhang Shangya expressed her disbelief. Then I'll bring you here for dinner tomorrow. Time passes slowly. Plate after plate of exquisite dishes were served on the table. However, because there were only 2 of them, Mr. Tan only prepared 3 dishes and 1 soup. After all, there would be medicinal food later. If you are full after eating vegetables, how can you drink medicinal food? Eat your chopsticks. Su Yan greeted. The meal took only about 20 minutes. Zhang Shangya secretly touched her belly and felt very full. It was mainly because the food made by Grandpa Tan was so delicious that she couldn't help but eat some more. Soon, the dishes were cleared away, and soon Mr. Tan arrived in person carrying a pot of steaming medicinal food. Then he took the bowl and spoon from his apprentice, poured 2 bowls of soup and placed them in front of Su Yan and Zhang Shangya respectively. Su Yan picked up the bowl, brought it to his lips, blew on it, then drank it in 1 gulp, and said with a smile, "It's delicious." Old Master Tan reached out to take the empty bowl and poured him another one, which Su Yan drank in 1 gulp. Zhang Shangya was stunned. Because she had also tried her grandfather's medicinal food, and every time she drank it in small sips, if she drank a little faster, she would sweat profusely. Disgusted with Su Yan, he ate 2 bowls of medicinal food, but there was not a trace of sweat on his forehead. "Girl, are you curious about why Brother Su can swallow 2 bowls without any problem?" Grandpa Tan asked with a smile. Zhang Xiangya nodded. Without waiting for Mr. Tan to explain, Su Yan smiled and said, "I am a martial artist, and my physique is far superior to yours. This little bit of medicine effect is nothing to me. So that's how it is." Zhang Shangya suddenly understood. "Mr. Tan, the medicinal food this time is much less effective than last time." Su Yan drank another bowl. After 3 bowls of medicinal food, the medicinal effect had spread to every part of his body. Unfortunately, Su Yan is no longer the same person he was before. The energy in his body is several times stronger than the last time he drank the medicinal food. The medicinal power of the medicinal food is integrated into his energy and absorbed instantly. He no longer needs to practice boxing to assist in absorption. Old Master Tan looked at Su Yan deeply, and was a little shocked in his heart. Although this pot of medicinal food was not as good as the last one, the medicinal power was also quite good. He drank 3 bowls in a row without any abnormality. It seemed that Brother Su's cultivation had improved again. Then he said, "You came too hastily this time. Just like the medicinal meal last time, you need to prepare the herbs in advance." "It's my fault. I'll call you a few days in advance next time." "No problem." Mr. Tan agreed immediately. Hearing the conversation between the two, Zhang Shangya was secretly surprised. Grandpa Tan agreed so readily. Having lived for so many years, Old Master Tan saw through Zhang Shangya's thoughts in an instant and said with a smile, "Girl, although your grandfather is also a martial artist, he is old after all. As the saying goes, the weak cannot be supplemented. Drinking 1 pot of medicinal food every 3 months is already the limit for him." "Thank you, Grandpa Tan, for clearing up my confusion. I understand now," Zhang Shangya said quickly. Next, Su Yan slowed down the pace of drinking the medicinal food, and at the same time, he chatted with Mr. Tan, talking about cooking and martial arts. In fact, Mr. Tan also has some kung fu skills, which are passed down from his family. However, the highest level he could reach was the peak of Mingjin. Now that he was old, his kung fu skills had already deteriorated a lot, and this was even though he had taken good care of himself. In fact, this is also because he puts all his attention on cooking, otherwise, he might be able to break through to the dark energy. After dinner, when Su Yan went to pay the bill, Mr. Tan's apprentice said that he would only charge him 100,000 yuan for the medicinal food, and would not charge him for the meal. Su Yan naturally disagreed with this and asked him to calculate as usual. The other party looked embarrassed. But seeing that Su Yan insisted, the apprentice had no choice but to go find Mr. Tan. Mr. Tan is not a pretentious person. Since Su Yan is willing to pay the price, then he will accept it. In the end, Su Yan paid 124,000 yuan. So, Su Yan activated the food wealth card to settle the bill. According to the test, Su Yan's happiness value for this meal is 100 points, so 12.4 times 100 is 12.4 million. To Su Yan's surprise, Zhang Shangya's happiness value was also 100, so he got another 12.4 million in bonus. Therefore, Su Yan won a total of 24.8 million in prize money from this meal. A minute later, he received a bonus of 24.8 million in his account, bringing his cash balance to over 50 million. Suddenly, Su Yan thought of a question and asked, "System, there is such a large amount of money in my account. Will there be any problems?" The system did not answer, but instead injected a piece of information into his mind. After reading this information, he felt relieved. The money was transferred from an overseas financial account and taxes had been paid. He could use it with confidence without worrying about being investigated. Going to the movies? Walking out of Mr. Tan's private restaurant, Su Yan said to Zhang Shangya, "Okay, but I have to invite you." Zhang Shangya said that although she didn't know how much the meal cost, she knew it was definitely not cheap. "Okay, it's your turn." So the two took a taxi to the cinema and chose a comedy movie. After buying the tickets, Zhang Shangya bought popcorn and Coke. After waiting in the waiting hall for more than 10 minutes, the announcement reminded everyone that they could check their tickets and enter. This movie is hilarious throughout. Zhang Shangya smiled like a silly girl. Suddenly, Su Yan felt someone kicking his chair. He looked back and saw a young man with yellow hair sitting behind him. Noticing Su Yan turned his head, he immediately glared at him fiercely. "What are you looking at? Are you looking for trouble? Kid, stop causing trouble and just watch your movie." The older young man sitting next to the yellow-haired young man spoke immediately. Zhang Shangya, who was concentrating on watching the movie, was also startled. "Su Yan, what happened?" "It's not a big deal. Just two idiots picking a fight. Go watch your movie." Hearing Su Yan's words, the two guys in the back row immediately became angry, but before they could say anything, Su Yan suddenly jumped to the back row, knocked them out with two knife blows, and then stabbed them in the waist respectively. Although this poke will not be fatal, these two guys will suffer in the next 10 days. Zhang Shangya, who witnessed this scene, came close to Su Yan and whispered, "Are they okay?" "It's okay, I just think they're a little noisy. They'll wake up after the movie is over." "That's good." Zhang Shangya breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately asked curiously, "Can you martial artists knock people out easily?" "Of course not." Su Yan said, "Only by perfectly controlling the force can one achieve this." "Then your kung fu is very high, isn't it?" "Indeed, it's as high as 3 stories. Su Yan nodded seriously. Chapter 47, Rich Second Generation Part 3. The two of them spoke so close that they could smell each other's breath. Soon, Zhang Shanya realized that they seemed too close and blushed as she distanced herself from them. Seeing this, Su Yan smiled and opened the detection eye curiously. "Very good, Zhang Shanya's favorability has reached 83 points. After coming out of the cinema, Zhang Shangya said she wanted to go home, and Su Yan sent her to a taxi. Suddenly, Su Yan realized a problem. It seemed a bit inconvenient for him not to have a car. Why not buy a car? He happened to have a car purchase cashback card. By using this card, he can get a car for free and make a small profit at the same time. But I don't know much about Che Shuyan. So he picked up his phone and called Shi Mukin. At this moment, Shi Mukin was having fun with a few rich second generations. When he received Su Yan's call, he immediately made a gesture to keep quiet. Then he picked up the phone, smiling and asking in a somewhat flattering manner, "Brother Su, what's the matter with you calling me?" He had originally planned to take Su Yan out to play after he finished the college entrance examination, but after being warned by his sister, he didn't dare to do so. He also discovered that his sister seemed to be interested in Su Yan. He is very supportive of this. Su Yan is only 18 years old now, and he can make so much money. His future achievements will definitely not be low. As for sectarianism, that is aimed at ordinary people. Brother Su is not an ordinary person. He can make money and is a master of Hua Jin. Not to mention the Shi family, even families stronger than the Shi family would not mind Su Yan being their son-in-law. Seeing this scene, the rich second generations present all looked surprised. Then they looked at each other, both with thoughtful expressions. The second son of the Shi family's eldest branch, although a loser in having lost the qualifications to become the head of the Shi family, is still a member of the Shi family. What's more, his father, Shi Buadao, is the CEO of Dongyu Real Estate. A man with great influence in the business community throughout Dongha. As Shi Buatao's only son, there are many people who want to curry favor with him. Therefore, among this group of people, Shi Mukin is the most important. Although they don't kneel down and lick Shi Mukin, usually everyone respects and worships him. Therefore, when they saw Shi Mukin's flattering look, they showed surprised expressions. Soon, Shi Mukin hung up the phone. Then he said to everyone, "You guys go ahead and play first. I have a little brother who wants to buy a car, so I'll go help him check it out." "Brother Chen, what kind of car do you want to buy? I happen to know a little bit about it. How about I go with you?" Yang Meng stood up from the sofa and said that his family was in the building materials business. 60% of their orders came from Dongyu Group, so they could be said to rely on Dongyu Group for their livelihood. The person in charge of Dongyu Group is Shi Mukin's father, so he naturally has to please Shi Mukin. Not to mention getting more orders, just maintaining the status quo will be enough. "Brother Chen, can I join in the fun too?" Huang Yu stood up as well. His family was in the decoration business and also had cooperation with Dongyu Group. Seeing this, the other two rich second generations also expressed their desire to go together. Shi Mukin thought about it and agreed. Although these people's families are not as good as his Shi family, they are still useful for some things. Su Yan was already his designated brother-in-law. If he introduced them to Su Yan, maybe Su Yan would be able to use them in the future. But before departure, Shi Mukin specifically told the four of them that when they met Su Yan later, they must respect him as they respected him. Hearing this, the curiosity of the four people was immediately aroused. Yang Meng even asked, "Brother Chen, what is the origin of Su Yan? You don't need to know his origins for now, but he is someone you can't afford to offend." Shi Mukin said mysteriously, "Also, if you can gain his approval and become friends with him, maybe something good will happen to you in the future." Through this period of time together, he has figured out some of Su Yan's personality traits. He is very capable, but not arrogant. Take the case of Bitcoin. As long as he doesn't agree, he has no chance to join. Even though Shi Mulin is his sister, she now completely listens to Su Yan. It's only been over a month. Through Bitcoin, he has earned more than $1 million, which is more than 7 million Dasha coins. Based on the current housing prices in Dongha, these 7 million can buy at least 10 houses. In fact, Bitcoin is just a small fortune. You know, it didn't take long for Su Yan to help his younger sister acquire those demolished houses, and she made 135 million. And they have a second project, convenient housing rental. They bought 200 houses in China overseas, which seems to be a large investment. However, recently, the housing prices in China overseas have shown signs of rising, especially the 200 houses they bought. The average price has risen by 300 yuan. After hearing what Shi Mukin said, the expressions of the four rich second generations became solemn. Su Yan waited there for about 20 minutes. Shi Mukin arrived in a Mercedes-Benz, accompanied by four other cars, a BMW X5, a Porsche 911, a Mercedes-Benz worth over $1 million, and an Audi Q7. "Brother Su, get in the car." Shi Mukin rolled down the window and shouted. Su Yan directly opened the door of the Mercedes-Benz and got in. Then the car started and drove forward. "Brother Su, are you planning to buy a sports car, a sedan, or an SUV?" Inside the car, Shi Mukin asked with a smile. Su Yan shook his head. "I don't know much about cars either, so I came to you for advice." "How about Brother Chun give me some advice?" Shi Mukin's eyes lit up. "Why don't you buy a sports car?" "A sports car is a man's romance. Wouldn't this be too high profile?" Su Yan was a little hesitant. Although he was young, he didn't like to be too high profile. When he thought of the noise made by the sports car on the road, he felt a little hesitant. "If you don't like sports cars, then choose an SUV." Shi Mukin recommended again. "Okay, let's go look at the SUV." Su Yan nodded. After seeing Su Yan's agreement, Shi Mukin strongly recommended that Su Yan buy the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. While introducing it, he also took out the photos of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class stored in his mobile phone and showed them to Su Yan. After looking at it, Su Yan nodded secretly. The car looked really good and very domineering. Half an hour later, the small convoy arrived at a Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership. After getting off the car, Shi Mukin pointed at the four second-generation rich men and introduced them. "Brother Su, this is Yang Meng, this is Huang Yu, the fatter one is Gu Chao, the thin one is Chang Hao, and by the way, this is Su Yan, my good brother. Mr. Su, thank you for your care since this is our first meeting." "Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Huang Yu. If you don't mind, just call me Ah Huang." "Mr. Su, I've heard of your great name for a long time. I'm Gu Chao, and everyone calls me Fatty." "Mr. Su, I'm Chang Hao, nicknamed Rat." "Hello." Facing the enthusiastic four people, Su Yan greeted them with a smile and said, "You don't have to call me Mr. Su. We are all friends. Just call me by my name. The fact that Shimyukin brought 4 people with him showed that these 4 people all had some relationship with him. After some greetings, everyone walked towards the 4S store together. The salesperson in the store had already noticed them and hurried over to greet them. I know your manager, Song Dayo. Go get your manager. Shimyukin said directly to the salesperson. Chapter 48, Buying a Car and Celebrating Part 1. The salesperson naturally did not dare to be negligent. He first led Su-yen and his group of 6 into the VIP lounge for tea, and then ran to call the manager Song Dayo. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Song Dayo appeared outside the VIP lounge. When he saw Shimyukin, a flattering and respectful smile immediately appeared on his face. I didn't expect it to be young Master Chin who came. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Okay, old Song, put away your tricks. Shimyukin waved his hand. As the young master of the Shi family, he was already accustomed to the compliments and politeness of others. He looked at Su-yen and said, This is my good brother Su-yen. He just finished the college entrance examination and is planning to get a G-class for fun. Do you have any in stock? Hearing this, Song Dayo looked embarrassed. Master Chen, Master Su needs to make a reservation for this G-class. How long will it take to arrive? Su-yen asked. At the fastest delivery speed, it will take at least a week. If that's the case, then forget it. Su-yen waved his hands and thought to himself, I spent millions to buy your car, and you actually made me wait. Are you the boss, or am I the boss? Alright, let's go somewhere else. Shimyukin stood up and said. Seeing this, Song Dayo panicked. Wait a moment, Mr. Su, the truth is, a while ago, a customer ordered a G-class from our store and had it modified. But unexpectedly, he ran into some problems with his business and couldn't pick up the car. If Mr. Su doesn't mind, I can take you to see the car. After a slight hesitation, Su-yen said, Okay, let's go and take a look. So the group came to a garage. The garage is not big, so it makes the already huge Mercedes-Benz G-Class look particularly domineering. Afterwards, Song Dayo enthusiastically introduced that the original landing price of this G-Class was about 3 million, but the person who booked the car replaced the original car seats with massage chairs. In addition, the headlights, glass, tires, etc. were also replaced. This means that the car, which originally cost only 3 million, has now reached 4.2 million. Mr. Su, how about trying the car? After explaining it, Song Dayo suggested. No need. Su-yen smiled and shook his head. Manager Song, how much is this car? 4.2 million. For Mr. Chen's sake, I'll charge you the whole amount. How about 4 million? Song Dayo asked tentatively. Get lost. At this time, Shimyukin's voice rang out. It's true that this car is worth 4.2 million, but didn't you take the deposit? The modification cost 1.2 million. You should have taken at least $1 million in deposit, right? At this time, Yang Meng also changed his tone. The person who asked to modify the car must be an amateur. Other people modify their cars to improve performance, but he modified the interior and exterior. Such a car would be too expensive for ordinary people to buy, and only experts would buy it. An expert probably won't buy it. Hearing Yang Meng's words, Song Dayo's face changed slightly. Mr. Chen, you really misunderstood me. Although we received the deposit and the other party broke the contract, the other party and our Mr. Chen are good friends. Therefore, after this car is sold, the deposit will be returned in full. Really? Shimyukin stared at him. Mr. Chen, how dare I play tricks in front of you? If you don't believe me, you can call Mr. Chen. No need to call, just give me a better price. Hearing Shimyukin bargaining for him, Su-yen was a little amused. Under 5 million, the higher the price of the car, the greater the rebate, so, unless he was being ripped off, he didn't want anyone to give him a discount. Mr. Chen, it's really not possible to give up another 200,000. How about another 50,000? Song Dayo said with a wry smile. That's it. At this time, Su-yen said, hurry up and sign the contract and pay the money. Shimyukin wanted to say something, but then he thought about how easy it was for Su-yen to make money, and there was no need to waste time on that little money. Sign the contract and pay by credit card. The whole process takes no more than 10 minutes. Yang Meng and others were amazed. This guy was indeed not an ordinary person. He bought a car worth nearly 4 million yuan just like buying vegetables worth a few dollars. Mr. Su, do you need us to help you with the license plate issue, or do you have any special requirements for the license plate? Please help me get the license plate. Just a regular license plate will do. Su Yan said. Okay, we happen to have connections with the Vehicle Administration Office, so we'll send someone to get you a license plate. Song Dayo said immediately. How long will it take? Shi Mukin asked. 2 hours at most. Song Dayo replied. Shi Mukin said, then let's go find a place nearby to have tea and wait for the car to be picked up. Then, he instructed Gu Chao, by the way, Fatty, call and book a table at the Golden Splendor. We'll celebrate for Brother Su tonight. Okay, Brother Chen, I'll call right away. Gu Chao said immediately. Suddenly, he lowered his voice and said, Young Master Chen, do you need to invite some beauties to come over for dinner? Get out of here, stop doing those evil things. Shi Mukin said unhappily. He didn't dare to lead Su Yan astray, otherwise, his sister would definitely hold him responsible. The 4S store acted relatively quickly and helped Su Yan get the license plate in just over an hour. Mr. Su, we can hold a car handling ceremony here. Do you think we need to arrange it? Song Dayo asked flatteringly. That's not necessary. Su Yan waved his hand. Brother Su, can you drive? Do you want me to teach you? Shi Mukin asked. Although Su Yan has never driven a car, his driving skills have reached a proficient level. Therefore, he was not nervous at all. But Shi Mukin had good intentions after all, so Su Yan didn't refuse. He said, then I'll trouble you, Brother Chen. Shi Mukin brought a driver with him, so the driver drove his car while he sat in the passenger seat next to Su Yan. Originally, Shi Mukin wanted to give Su Yan some advice. But he soon discovered that except for the moment when Su Yan started the car, he was no different from an experienced driver. As the G-Class moves forward, Su Yan's driving skills are constantly improving. They first filled up the gas at a nearby gas truck before heading towards the Magnificent Place. The Magnificent Hotel is a big hotel. Consumption in Dongha is considered to be among the best. After parking the car in the hotel's underground garage, Su Yan and his group took the elevator directly to the 8th floor. The entire building is magnificent. The 7th floor is a hall-style restaurant, the 8th floor is all private rooms, and the 9th floor is a banquet hall. Led by the receptionist, Su Yan and his party entered a spacious private room filled with elegance. Shi Mukin and the others were used to it and seemed very calm. Su Yan naturally would not show any fear. As the saying goes, money is the courage of a hero. Now he not only has shares worth hundreds of millions, but also more than 50 million in cash. What's more, he is a martial artist of Huajin, so why should he be afraid? After a while, the waiter arrived with the menu. Shi Mukin handed the menu directly to Su Yan. Order whatever you want, this meal is on me. Although the food here is not as good as that of Mr. Tan, it is already pretty good in the whole of Dongha. Chapter 49, Retreat at the Peak Part 2. Shi Mukin was not lying. Chef Jin Bihuing's cooking skills were indeed top-notch. Although not as good as Mr. Tan, they were also at the master level. According to Shi Mukin's previous habits, he should go to a KTV after dinner and find a few princesses to accompany him for drinks. After that, he would go to the bar to continue partying. But today, with Su Yan here, he didn't dare to play like that, for fear of corrupting his future brother-in-law. When Su Yan returned home, he used his car purchase cashback card first, and 8 million in cash was immediately deposited into his account. This is equivalent to buying a car without spending a penny and getting 4 million in cash. Cool. Waving his fist, Su Yan called up the system interface. His driving skill experience increased rapidly and had reached proficiency level 30. As long as he drove out for a few laps tomorrow, he should be able to increase his experience to proficiency level 100. Afterwards, he went into the bathroom to wash up, and then lay on the bed to read a book to pass the time. After looking at it for a while, Zhang Shangya sent a WeChat message. So Su Yan threw the book aside and started chatting with Zhang Shangya. The next morning, Su Yan was sitting at the computer in his study, waiting for the opportunity to operate. Today's market conditions were good, with Bitcoin's highest price reaching $108 and its lowest price reaching $88, resulting in a profit of $20. The highest price will occur at 10:22 a.m. Su Yan decided to play a little bigger today because he found that he had been too cautious in the past. Just then, there was a knock on the door. He opened the door and welcomed Shi Mulan in. Then we went to the study together. Su Yan teased Shi Mulan and found that the time was almost up, so he started to open a short position. This time, he bought a short position of 50,000 bitcoins, which made Shi Mulin feel nervous. As he placed this short order, Bitcoin's original upward trend was instantly hit hard and began to fall rapidly. At this time, the Bitcoin price list in Su Yan's mind also changed. The original lowest price for the day was $88, but after the change, the lowest price became $76. This is going to be published. Su Yan thought to himself. What surprised him even more was that the trend chart would also be updated according to the changes. If that's the case, can we make it bigger? But after thinking about it, he still felt that he shouldn't do that. Because the current Bitcoin exchange is still a nascent seedling, if he hits it too hard, it might affect the future trend of Bitcoin. After all, according to the price trend chart, by December this year, the price of Bitcoin will soar to more than $700. It would be a shame if it collapsed like this. As time passed, when the price of Bitcoin fell to $78, Su Yan gradually calculated the short positions in his hands. 10 minutes later. The settlement is complete, and the profit on a single Bitcoin is $30. This time, Su Yan shorted 50,000 coins, so he made a profit of $1.5 million. Oh my god, Su Yan is so amazing. Seeing the profits Su Yan had made, Shi Mulin couldn't help but look at Su Yan with admiration. I just seized the opportunity, Su Yan said with a smile. Afterwards, he checked the trends for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. His operations today had some impact, but not much. But we can't do such a big thing tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. So, on June 10th, Su Yan earned $400,000, but on June 11th, he only earned $220,000. New York, USA. Bitcoin Exchange. Daniel, the president, is browsing the transaction information of an account on his computer. He just glanced at it roughly the first time, but became extremely serious the second time. On the third time, he watched the other party's transaction process carefully and his expression became extremely solemn. How is that possible? Suddenly, he exclaimed, this account was established in early May, and transactions were conducted every day, but there had never been a loss. 100% profitable. In just over a month, the other party's profits have exceeded $8 million. You know, the maximum daily trading volume of their exchange is only more than $40 million. The other party's behavior is simply like fleecing them with a knife. Soon, Daniel called an emergency meeting. The results of the meeting: first, monitor the other party's account, and second, snipe his wool-cutting behavior. Otherwise, allowing the other party to continue to fleece the sheep will have a great impact on the future trend of Bitcoin. Just after the exchange formulated a plan against Su Yan. The price trend chart in Su Yan's mind suddenly turned into garbled characters, and at the same time, an extra line of words appeared: your behavior has been targeted by the exchange, and the trend chart cannot make accurate predictions. Wait for recovery. I'll go. Su Yan was speechless, so he quickly logged into his exchange account and transferred the money into his bank account. Wait until the money is transferred back. He immediately cancelled his trading account. Afterwards, he called Shi Mulin and Shi Mulin separately to arrange a meeting place. In the tea house box, Su Yan said, our wool-pulling behavior has already attracted the attention of the exchange. We will temporarily stop the wool-pulling plan and divide the money one last time. Ah! Hearing that they could no longer take advantage of the situation, Shi Mulin and Shi Mulin both looked regretful. Brother Chen, I'm still more optimistic about Bitcoin. Seeing this, Su Yan smiled and said, in October, you can buy some Bitcoin. I estimate that by December, it will rise sharply. Really, how much can it increase? Although the price trend chart has become garbled, the previous memories will not disappear. In early December today, Bitcoin will reach its peak price this year, with the highest price exceeding $1,100. If you start with more than $100, you can make 10 times the profit. I estimate it's around $1,000, said Su Yan. That is so exaggerated. Shi Mulin exclaimed. But don't buy too many, it's best not to exceed 10,000. Su Yan reminded. Okay, I'll remember that. Shi Mulin said excitedly that 10,000 coins were worth more than $1 million. If there was a tenfold profit, it would be just over $10 million, and after deducting the principal, he could make $9 million. Afterwards, Su Yan transferred $5 million back to Shi Mulin's account. Then transfer the principal of $10 million back to Mulin Company's account. There was still $2.48 million left in the account, which was the dividends among the three of them. According to the previous dividend distribution rules, Shi Mukin received $413,000 of the $2.48 million. Su Yan and Shi Mulin each received $1.032 million. Su Yan calculated that he had gained a total of $3.77 million from this Bitcoin scam, which is equivalent to 26.39 million Great Xia coins. The cash he had on him was divided into two cashbacks from the Food Wealth card, cashback from the car purchase cashback card, $4 million in dividends from the company, and Bitcoin earnings. The total amount has exceeded 80 million, reaching 81.99 million. Among them, he transferred another 1 million to his clone Su Yang, so his total cash amount is now over 80 million. For a moment, he sighed. He was just an ordinary high school student, and he only had access to a system. However, he managed to accumulate so much wealth in just a few months. For a moment, he felt like he was dreaming. That night, Su Yan activated the wealth badge again. After obtaining the wealth badge, he activated it twice. The first time, he received 20 large yellow croakers, and the second time, he received a Bitcoin trend chart. It could have been activated again on June 1st. Just because the college entrance examination is coming soon and the Bitcoin will pulling operation has not ended, he is not in a hurry to activate it. This time, the Bitcoin operation has ended, so Su Yan plans to activate the wealth badge for the third time to see what kind of way to make money it can provide him. Chapter 50 US Stocks Part 3. The next moment, a golden light shot into Su Yan's mind from the badge of wealth. Immediately afterwards, a new piece of information appeared in his mind. This information describes that on June 15th of this month, the stock of Disney, one of the 6 major Hollywood companies, rose by 8 percentage points and rose another 5 points the next day. There are 2 reasons for the increase. First, Disney announced a production plan of 50 films. Second, Disney's newly released films reached a box office of $83 million in the first weekend. After receiving this wealth news, Su Yan immediately searched the internet for how to play the US stock market. With his wisdom, he quickly figured it out. Compared with domestic shares, US stocks are riskier and more gambling-like, and leverage can be automatically applied. Then he checked Disney's stock price, which is currently $35. If you wait until Disney announces a 50-movie plan and the movies become box office hits before buying shares, you won't be able to buy them at all. Therefore, we must act in advance. Thinking of this, Su Yan didn't care that it was already late at night, and directly picked up his phone and called Shi Mulin. Su Yan, what's the matter with calling me so late? Judging from Shi Mulin's tone, she was woken up by the ringing of the phone. However, there was no impatience in her tone, but rather it was quite gentle. Mulin, immediately arrange for someone to set up a stock account in the United States. Is it urgent? Shi Mulin asked. Yes, it's urgent. You just do as I tell you to do first. Come to my house tomorrow to discuss the details. Su Yan said. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. By the way, sorry for waking you up. It doesn't matter. Okay, that's it, I'm hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Su Yan couldn't help but sigh again. Fortunately, he and Shi Mulin were partners. If it weren't for Shi Mulin, even if he could establish a stock account in the United States, it would probably take a lot of time and energy. The next morning, Shi Mulin came to Su Yan's home, handed him a stock account, and asked curiously, "Are you going to play US stocks?" Su Yan nodded. "I've been studying the US stock market these past couple of days and I've picked out a stock that I think will rise sharply. Do you want to join?" "I'm definitely in," Shi Mulin said without hesitation. "Okay, we'll each take $3 million and ask your second brother if he wants to play. If he does, invest $1 million. Su Yan said, "But we'll still take 50% of the profits from him, and then we'll split it evenly." "You don't need it this time. You can take the 50% yourself. After all, I'm just taking advantage of you," Shi Mulin said with a smile. "If you really don't want to, don't regret it later." "No, I'm going to call my brother right now." While Shi Mulin was on the phone, Su Yan logged into his US stock account. The market had not opened yet, so he had to go there at 9:30 in the evening. However, you can still bind your bank account at this time. About 20 minutes later, Shi Mulin rushed to Su Yan's house in a hurry. "Brother Su, I heard from my sister that you have a new plan. It's really great. Just like last time, I will only take half of the profits. What do you think?" "No problem." Su Yan nodded. So, Shi Mulin and Shi Mulin transferred $3 million and $1 million respectively into Su Yan's account. After the payment arrives, Su Yan transferred all 7 million into his stock account and then applied for 5 times the financing. 2 hours later, the application was approved, and the money in his stock account became 35 million. The 35 million cannot be used to purchase stocks in full, and 20% must be left as a margin. Once the loss exceeds the margin amount, the financing party will forcibly close the position. At noon, Su Yan cooked at home to entertain Shi Myukin and Shi Newlin. "Oh my god, brother Su, I didn't expect that you have such a great talent in cooking. After practicing for a while, I'm afraid your skills will not be inferior to Mr. Tan." Shi Myukin praised while eating. These days, Su Yan likes to cook by himself, so his cooking skills have reached 30 points of mastery. There is still a certain gap between his cooking skills and Mr. Tan's, but compared with the chef of Jin Bihuing, it is almost the same. After letting him cook a few more meals, he will definitely be able to surpass the other. Because Shi Myukin had absolute confidence in Su Yan and knew that he could only manipulate the US stock market at night, he left after lunch. But Shi Newlin stayed. "I didn't leave until after dinner." 9:30 p.m. US stocks officially opened. Su Yan has already established a position and purchased Disney shares. I don't know if it's because Disney is quite confident about the upcoming new movies, which leads to very few sell orders for their stocks. After an hour, Su Yan acquired more than $2 million worth of stocks. "Looks like I won't be able to rest tonight." Su Yan smiled bitterly. The 6 big Hollywood executives were all very smart people. They had been in the movie business for so many years, how could they not judge whether a movie was good or not? Therefore, it is not easy to make money from their plate. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yan reluctantly received $8 million worth of stocks. For a moment, he couldn't help but frown. At this rate, he won't be able to spend all 28 million before the market closes. Thinking of this, he decided to raise the price. So he immediately placed a buy order for $35.50. Disney's stock price is just over $35 now, and $35.50 is already considered quite high. Just as Su Yan expected. After he placed a buy order at $35.50, someone quickly took it. So, he kept placing buy orders above the market price, and finally spent all 28 million before the market closed. The average price remains at $35.60, which is in a loss-making state. But he's not worried because Disney's stock price has been relatively stable ahead of the company's announcement of its 50-film plan and the release of new films. After the operation is completed, Su Yan turned off the computer and went to sleep. Time flies and it is June 15th. During these days, Su Yan improved his business skills, computer skills and cooking skills during the day, and practiced marrow cleansing exercises at night. Therefore, business skills have reached a perfect 96, computer skills have reached a perfect 40, and cooking skills have reached a mastery 65. The improvement of the marrow cleansing skill was not much, it only reached control level 27. There is a time difference between Dacia and the United States. Therefore, it was not until the evening that Disney announced its plan for 50 films in the next 3 years on its official website. Disney's stock price began to rise as soon as the plan was announced. It soon broke through $36. Su Yan also turned losses into profits. The film plan is only the first catalyst. The real catalyst still has to wait for the announcement of the new film's first weekend box office. Su Yan, who already knew the result, did not wait foolishly. Go back to your room and practice the marrow washing exercise. The next morning, Su Yan logged into his stock account. The stock market was closed. Disney's closing price last night was $37.80, the same as the information provided by the Fortune badge, an increase of 8 points. Su Yan calculated that his current profit is more than $1.73 million. However, it will still rise by 5 points from the current basis tonight. That night, Su Yan saw that Disney's stock was about to reach its peak, so he began to sell his stocks in batches. Because the stock is currently priced but not marketable, the stocks he sold were quickly bought up and did not affect the stock price at all. Of course, this was also due to the large size of Disney. Then Su Yan began to calculate the profits. The total profit of this operation was $3.2168 million. After deducting financing costs, the net profit is around $3.2 million. After returning the financing money, Su Yan applied to transfer the principal and profits into his account. As for the division of the money, it would be transferred to the accounts of the Shi brothers and sisters after the money arrived.